Your old car did really well.
It's still my car in my head.
Oh, okay.
I'm still driving it. Yeah, I'm still driving it in my head. Don't worry.
Cool.
Yeah, he's doing all right. I'd like to say I guessed when it was going to run spot on.
Yeah.
So.
What, the ET?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, judging on how chilly it was out there, it's lovely. It's a lovely morning.
Ooh,
really, really
yeah.
good. Very, very good indeed.
Very similar to yesterday with how it feels.
So, Teddy Howell, Kestrel Lane. 0.104, that's not going to help Max Taylor, but the 0.16. Problems with Teddy out there, unfortunately. We were just chatting just about how close the field is. Look, front page 039 with two more seconds to go.
You thought it was going to be an 04, something like that, didn't you?
Yeah.
And it's already gone past that.
With 2 more sessions to go today as well.
Oh wow, who went perfect?
One of the Cooper boys. I think it was
Kai, I think.
Oh wow.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
So that's the money gone then, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is indeed.
Yeah, Kai Cooper, number 1.
It's pretty spanking. So, Luke Muggeridge. A very uncharacteristic number 22 spot for Lukey. What I love about these cars as well is that, well, you did it with your car, didn't you? So when you're a kid, how cool is it to actually be able to design your own race car?
Oh yeah.
And race it, obviously. But,
well, I think I probably held my 12-year-old niece design for a little bit too long, but
that's okay though. An 06 for Luke, that might nudge him up a spot or two.
Well, he had an 067 yesterday.
No, it doesn't. It keeps him
he's
22.
He went 0678 yesterday, so at least he's consistent.
But one thing again, I was just saying to Colin. Sorry, I hope you don't remember repeating this, but I'd love to see like an average reaction time in qualifying compared to eliminations, because a lot of the time it does seem to go to pot a little bit when it comes to racing. You know, I think it's a different mindset, isn't it?
Yes, of course. So, but what we also do sometimes, if we go out number 1 or the first qualifier, we go number 1, we get like a 00 light.
Yeah.
Chances are we're not going to improve on that. So what we'll do from the rest of the qualifying sessions is we'll try and go 03, 03, 03, 03, ready for eliminations.
Just get yourself consistent.
Yeah. Because you don't want to push the line in eliminations in case you do that and go red.
That was got a big red actually for Lola Bell. 0.13.
Although I am quite familiar of the red light.
I think everyone who races, it kind of is as well. And the thing with junior dragsters as well, because they've got little wheels, you got quite a lot of what we call rollout between the time that the wheels start moving and break the beams and everything else as well. So you have to leave on the last amber, but time that last amber perfectly, don't you? Yeah. And put the car in the same place every single time.
That's why you see different staging procedures. Like sometimes you'll see a driver just like almost bounce the car in, just inch by inch, or you see people rolling really slowly. So as soon as that bottom bulb comes on, they can stop.
Yeah,
that's one of the ways you can get a really consistent staging position.
And it just consistency is the thing. The other thing a lot of people do, again, you'll probably have a much better insight on this than us, is that some people stage way out of the groove, some people stage in it. Now, from my years ago, 20 years ago, and woken up by junior drive 7 in the morning. Great start to the day. Loads of almost every single car stayed way off. Some of them stayed in the middle, some of them stayed right to the outside, wherever it was.
Yeah.
The majority of the cars in the UK still stage in the middle. Does it make that much difference?
Well, if you want to know how sticky the track is a tell on how close to the middle the juniors are.
Okay.
Because the groove is usually way too sticky for us.
Right.
So we might get to the blue line and then we get stuck. We can't actually move the car. That's why you see some drivers rocking it, some people will blip it, because that physically car won't move.
Okay.
So we move it just slightly to the inside if we want to get a better reaction time, or we move it to the outside if we're like in eliminations and we don't want to get as good of a reaction time. Mainly placebo, but does sort of pay off a little bit.
Some people, I guess, have their, like you said, like their procedures, the way they'd like to do it. I just wondered again as well, because sitting down there, you can see the tree better. Staging in different places too. The other thing as well, he won't thank me for saying this, so he's not down there. Ian Marshall, was when I started racing an Alcohol Dragster, it had a really, really low side cowl on it. And I made the silly mistake. I actually said to Ian, I said, "You do know I can see when you flick the switch, don't you?" And he said, you don't leave off that, do you? I said, God, no. I'm looking where I'm going. But out the corner of my eye, when both staging lights were on, I could see him do that. Right, when he stood next to the car, right down there, and obviously I wouldn't advise that, kids. That's not what you're supposed to do. But it was just out the corner. I could see him do it out the corner of my eye as well.
Yeah.
And that is why, again, kids, that's why they have high sides, so you don't get distracted looking at other stuff when you're supposed to be looking where you're going.
Although my Junior had quite an odd design, so it had high sides, but the sides were see-through.
Okay.
So I can see anyway.
Well, the thing is, though, when you're bracket racing, which is what Junior Dragster effectively is, being able to see to the side is actually an advantage.
Oh, yeah.
When you get down the track.
Yeah.
So when it comes to like what we call driving the finish line, closing speeds, that kind of thing, what point do you aim for? Because I walked up that way yesterday, and it's actually the second of the two blocks, isn't it?
Yeah. So if all the spectators are out there looking at the blocks that you see, you've got one little plate just in front of the tree. That's your 60-foot marker. That's when we read out, oh, this thing did an amazing 60-foot. That's where they're getting to when we read that. Next one up, that's your 330-foot block. That's our half track for the juniors. But that's also a good indicator on what you're going to run overall. If you can get to there under power, you're pretty much going to get the rest of the track. Beyond that, you've got the first set of 2 blocks. The first one of them, that's your speed block. So that sets your timer for your speed marker. Second one, that's your time block, and that's the 8th mile. Moving on further, you've got 1,000-foot speed block, 1,000-foot time block, and then quarter mile time block.
So when you like, the thing is, the finish line for everybody that runs quarter mile is quite easy to judge because there's that blinking great sign over it with all flashing lights and whatever on it. Yeah. For you guys, you don't really have we don't have a visible marker other than the second block, do you? So what do you use?
Well, there's actually there's a black mark on the wall.
Okay.
So if you're going down the track and you're staring at your opponent, not really looking where you're going, you see the black marker coming up, you know you're going to come up to the finish line very shortly.
Okay.
Or if you see the speed block go past, you can then...
So, sorry, again, on that point then, do you use their mark on the wall, or do you use your block in the middle?
It depends on how the race is going. If they're miles away from me and I'm not looking at anywhere where I am, I'm just trying to catch them.
Yeah.
But if they're miles behind me and I want to know where I am, I'm sort of using probably a bit of both. Because I mean, they're in the same place when you're looking at it.
Yeah.
So obviously you've got the block and the black mark as you go past it anyway. So yeah, probably a bit of both.
No, it's interesting because again, with these cars that we're just about to see, they've got a very obvious finish line marker to judge everything by. Yeah. You guys don't quite have that, do you? No.
Right, one for me, just very briefly. Can I please have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator and Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike? Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? It's Pro ET.
I spoke to Michelle yesterday and she said, do you know what, we never listen to what he says either. So.
Well, good news to see Dave. The Chardonnay with plumes of smoke coming out of the car yesterday, if you remember.
Yeah.
And a vastly changed dialing. Normally runs like 980s, 990s, doesn't he? With the Camaro.
I'm just seeing what he ran yesterday. 997.
Yeah. 920 this morning.
Wow.
Yeah, that's, well, obviously found something or not had breakfast, one of the two. So 9 flat for Roy Walker with the Mustang. Interesting to see whether they've turned it up that much. Another 9.1 flat.
Well, the guy who was doing well yesterday, Dave Rudd, in the night. Tough ask to get anybody that number one and take Jess today. Going alongside Stevie Gates, the team from the Hailing Island Garage, really well with this car. up from 33 to 16 with that one. I go 969 on that 65. No help for Dave though, 973 on that pass.
That's because we said he was happy with how everything was going, wasn't it? We have a habit of doing that. By the way, we do actually take donations if you don't want us to say how you're doing, so that you can do better. It's quite good. That's not a bad money maker, that actually. We'll just shut up the whole day. They'll just pay us to be quiet. I think my kids would do that if they had money. So Don Scott, Laura Bank, number 2328. The bump spot, like Colin said, is a rather soft 0.2 or thereabouts at the moment. Oh, 500's too quick, Laura.
Oh.
3 thou off of perfect. That was a very big exhale from Dad down there on the start line.
Well, here's your number one, Jess Bishop. I mean, I know you were calling it at the time, but that perfect ET she ran, she had an 01 light on that pass as well.
She had absolutely monster lights yesterday as well. Again, the big difference between, again, Tom will know this better than anyone, the difference when you step up from a junior dragster where you have to have effectively a rolling start to a bigger car, like a big block dragster or something, is that they just react that much quicker, don't they?
Also,
so target is 914, goes 910. A little bit quick, 1019. Breakout for Tom K.
Very close though.
Interesting fact about that last pair, so they're both ex-juniors. And in fact, they're actually both the same car. The junior dragster, they both drove in juniors.
Oh, it's the same car?
one.
Oh,
yeah. Jess Bishop
realise
drove
that.
it after Tom K.
Yeah.
So, someone who is very well qualified, Adrian Portelli with the Dodge in the Slick Tricks lane 1081. However, Kiwi, Stu Thompson, not there yet. Only number 34. They got 3 goes today to get in. However, you'd rather do it now than at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
So 969 the target for Kiwi. Oh, he hits it! 969 goes to number 3.
Adrian Portelli just that little bit too quick. Actually gets bumped down one spot. Let's have a quick track on the bump if I can do this without.
Oh, Marie Mills, she is on the bump.
She's 32 at the moment. Right, hang on. Let's see if we can do this without.
So she is on a 0.15.
Yeah, there we go. Well done, mate. So the zeros are 27 upwards. However, Nick Muggeridge, Laura Bainton now for your out, and Daniel Fulton, and Marie Mills is on the bump. Lee Morris isn't in. Darren Huckley isn't in. Dave Cherritt isn't in. Simon Innes isn't in. Tom Watkins isn't in. Deary me. So Marie's the one looking to get closer to her darling. 10:45 this time. 9:76. Very quick. 77. No help for Marie.
Yeah, Will does himself a favour though. Moves up to number 5 from number 12 with that 977. So 0.15 is the bump at the moment. That's going to drop. Simon Innes, not in the show at the moment. Darren Law, not in the show at the moment. Back, that's a shame. And, still got 2 more goes though. Simon Innes goes. He's number 9. And he was one of the drivers, one of 2 drivers that his qualifying runs so far have all been breakouts. So he's 009, the wrong side of his dialing at the moment, so he's capable of getting the right side.
I think that's the other thing, like Thomas said, when you've got 6 runs, you've got time to try and nail it down. Yeah. However, it's better to do it sooner than later. Yeah. 10:65, that'll help.
That's a safe one, that is a safe, and into number 27. So that pushes Marie Mills out now.
That's right.
And who's that put on the bump now?
So 10 and 20. Go on, mate.
So Daniel Fulton, he's on the bump, then Alfie, then Laura. Well, Daniel and Alfie haven't run in this session yet. Laura has.
Loads of names down there, you'd think, well. But then it's just that tough, isn't it? You know, it's just that that difficult to do.
at Dan Holloway with that 893, darling. Wow.
Still with second gear launches as well.
Yes, he is, yeah. 899. I'll tell you what, Mason's heading to Darling in 8s as well soon. 901 on that pass.
Another one of those pesky LS cars. So Lee Morris is not in the show. It's always amazing, isn't it, when previous event winners, national champions in classes, aren't in after 3 runs. 10 flat is Lee Morris's dial-in with the nitrous on the car. Simon Rickwood at number 23.
Simon really carrying the front wheels, well, probably past 60 foot these days now. Car really working well. Got Caltrax and everything on there now.
Whoa. Good job we had them then.
Carried them up and right that time, so he had to back out of that one. 10.09 for Lee Morris, that gets him in the show.
Not comfy though.
No. I think that puts Daniel forward on the bump now. Oh no, no, Daniel's on the outside now. Wow, that changed around quick.
Yeah, so up to 29 is 09. A little bit of a fluid leak. I think that was probably the driver. It's like, oh, my nice shiny car. Ah, Christmas tree.
I've just noticed that Dave Fulton's got a Nexon tyre sponsor on the car, but it's running Hoosiers.
Yeah, because I think Nexon is street tyres.
Yeah.
We had that sponsor lined up last year. I remember him telling me all about it. And, they said, oh yeah, they want to take the car away and put the branding on it. And didn't know what they were going to do until he got it back.
Oh, right.
Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Oh my goodness me.
It came back and he sort of went, wow. And everybody else went, oh wow, that looks really cool.
Yeah.
So he actually likes it.
Yeah.
Really,
So they
really
did
good.
that without him knowing
Well,
what
he knew what was going on, but he didn't know how big and how it was going to appear. But it works really well.
Well, Mark Huxley in the other lane, having a terrific weekend, running way down in the 9s. 9:58.74 with a 5. Mark Huxley goes all the way to the dizzy heights of number 3. Dave Fulton stays put at 26.
Oh, look at this. This is what a perfect reaction time looks like. Look at that. Well done.
We're
phenomenal.
We're not rich. It's him next
Yes,
door.
you need to go see him. Oh dear.
Well done, fellas.
Well done. Yeah, we've just been.
Hang on a minute. Is there such a thing as Stepford kids? You know what I mean? As opposed to Stepford wives, Stepford kids. They just can't, you know. Actually, I should. Well, I'm one to talk, aren't I? Mine all look the same.
Yeah. But now they just come to collect their perfect light money. Well done to them. So next up is Dave Cherritt and Warren Watts. Now Dave Cherritt not qualified at the moment. So we have a look at the run at the moment. So it's Alfie Ratton on the bump. Now Dave Cherritt, if he can bump in, will obviously put Alfie out. It's going to put Laura Bainton on the bump with Nick Mugridge just ahead. Warren Watts looking for a 906. He was very happy on, according to his social media yesterday. 908, nicely done. Dave Cherritt improves by 1 spot. 1 spot. Can you believe Warren Watts just went 200s over, stayed 14? Mad. Right, next up then, Brett Featherstone. Champ from last year. Last year, walked away with the winner's trophy at the Easter meeting. Indeed, he held on to that lead.
That was nice.
Lovely, lovely reaction time. Lovely launch. Car going arrow straight.
You know when the scoreboard has a think about it, it's good.
6:47. 500's off. Good reaction time. He's looking good. He's looking good.
Yeah, and apparently yesterday as well, he ran his quickest time ever with the new BLP carb. And all the other good stuff Jeff Ball does, and obviously Belinda's down there too, helping out. So Pete Dodd coming round next.
Yeah, Pete is 0.6 off his dial at the moment. .14 the dial-in. Still got so many more to come round in Pro ET. Of those that haven't qualified yet, Tom Watkins we haven't seen yet. Jake Fronder with the golf we haven't seen yet. Bailey Ashdown. We haven't seen Dan Fulton yet, and we haven't seen Alfie Ratton yet.
See a couple of them round the corner.
Like Pete Dodd's crewman is late for his job down there. I always wonder what people carry in rucksacks that's that big if they're crewing on a car.
Spanners.
Something like that, yeah. That looks a bit light for spanners, but I know what you mean.
Spare underwear then, probably, for the driver.
So... one spot, 21 to 20 with a 19, so 500's off, and he's number 19.
All right, the man on the bump spot at the moment is Alfie Ratton with Majuli. Cracking little car, that.
The phrase pocket rocket springs to mind, but I hate it. I don't know, just something about it. I think it's from years of skiing commentators giving people ridiculous nicknames. And it's like one of those, it's like flying Finns. Everybody from Finland is a flying Finn, no matter who they are.
Whoa! 907! Where did that come from?
He's still on the bump.
I don't think they care. 907, 148 mile an hour. Outstanding pass.
Well, Darren Huxley. Oh, both of these actually, both Daniel Fulton and Darren Huxley are not in at the moment. 11.68 for that Nissan. Do you need that much power to go drifting? That's terrific.
Oh yeah, because it's just wheel spin all the time in drifting, obviously, as you well know. But yeah, the more power you've got, the more the easier it is to get them to slide, I think. So Dan Fulton looking for 10.20, and as Darryl says, 11.68 for Darren.
It's just like traditional way of going drag racing or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Breakout for Dan. 12.07, no help for Darren. So 2 for you.
So both of these two comfortably in the show, Neil Watkins and Jason Pickett. Jason said, I had a chat with Jason yesterday, he said that he'd been racing for years, used to do lifestyle stuff, but he saw this and that the Williams boys built, absolutely fell in love with it, had to have it, and this is his first attempt at racing in Pro ET. Normally races with Gas Circus, and it really is a beautiful looking machine. Ably crewed this weekend by Simon Press, giving him a thumbs up. Simon's got his very own lovely gasser at home, the Rockets, which is coming out of hibernation like everybody at the moment. Neil's number 10, Jason, 16. Then 8-3, 10-24. Jason Pickett actually moves up one spot, but 300s off. He's only number 15. Go on, Colin.
Yeah, can I have another call, please, for Super Street Bike, and a first call in the lanes, please, for Super Comp. So Super Street Bike and Super Comp into the lanes, please.
Nick Mogridge then with the Junior Comp dragster. He's number 30 at the moment, so he's going to want to improve on that because he's not safe as of yet. Up against Bob Molden with the white noise Peugeot. He's pretty safe in at number 12, but he'll still want to improve. He's got it 200ths off. Spot the ex-junior.
.43 and 10.10. Well, they both stay put. Yeah, Bob breaks out. At least that was a nice run for Nick. Did you say it's got auto shift on it, and that's why it was quite inconsistent because it kept hopping along?
Yeah.
All right, somebody else that wants to get in the show that isn't Tom Watkins, purely because his 0.6 under index was the closest he got yesterday from his runs.
Because the car was running so well.
It was, yeah.
Good problem to have, though, isn't it? Hence the 890
Look at
dial-in.
890 dial-in for Tom. Very good morning, Shane, with all the different hats as well. Well, nothing wrong with the reaction times for Tom. Chloe dialing in 921 with the Eye Candy Dragster, but eyes are on Tom. 895, that gets him in nicely as well. 40 to 21. Right, so that's just pushed Alfie Ratton out, and that puts Laura Bainton on the bump.
Yeah, no hope for Chloe that time. 900 was of a second off. They's put where she was. So John Bean on a bye run. Johnny is safely in at number 18. The only thing is, though, it's running a sportsman ladder. You don't want to be number 18 because you get like the number 3 qualifier.
Yeah.
Don't you? That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the way they do it.
So 9:59 the target for John. It will be close. Oh, well, it was close, but it was the wrong way. 9:57, 200ths under.
Well, they're saying that if you're number 1 and you've gone bang on, and the guy in number 18 that you're racing is 02,
Yeah.
not really a lot in it, is there, frankly? No, don't be silly. Working technology. Sorry. I said that out loud, didn't I? Amy Watkins down there. Amy's safely in at number 8 in the Kestrel Lane, 9:42. And Ronnie Mercer is in, but he'd like to be a lot further in than number 29 because you don't want to go into the last couple of qualifying sessions being closer to the bump.
Ronnie's dialing's changed quite a bit. I think it started off quite low and then it went high again, and now he's met himself in the middle.
10:51. 41 with a 5 for Amy. Oh, so close. Ronnie, no help at all because went 10.60 on a 10.51. Still 2 really good runs, and it's just the never-ending process of trying to nail it down perfectly, I think, isn't it?
Just spotted Fadster and Tony on the start line. Right, Andy, do you know what you've done to Tony?
No, there's 3 of us now. You can't do that. You can, all right, sorry. That's one collectively for all of us, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so, thanks. 1 Q. It's got to be a bit bigger than that. Have you seen this? Never mind, sorry. He's thinning out.
Well, because Fadster broke yesterday, Tony's been quite bored today, so he's had to fix JT's pop for him.
Is that right?
That's what he's been doing this
So
morning.
what did JT do to the pop then?
I think he's having gearbox issues.
So, dear. Okay, so we're on with Super Pro ET. You're the only one that can read, so...
Yeah, so I've been handed this...
oh, no, Colin can, sorry.
Been handed this sheet from Pete Walters, and this is the 2023 sponsors of the class. I'm going to see if I can get it done before these two cars stage, because there's quite a few of them.
Oh, no, you have to spread it out. Just
Oh, do you?
Yeah, it's one of those things that are a bit more of a jog than a sprint, which is a good thing.
Oh, yes.
That's why you need good eyes.
Well, as Barry reverses on his burnout, just to say a very, very good morning to everybody that's tuned in via the internet today. We do have a few spectators here, but obviously we can't park anybody on the grass. That's why a little bit limited on the amount of people we can get in this weekend.
Right, go.
Right, so, sponsors, we have AJS Bodyworks, A Leaks Roofing, Alders Automotive, Another Small Fortune Limited, Bath Bloke, BG Motors, Copyprint Depot, Fenny Racing, Services Limited, Good Vibrations Motorsport, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Walters Dental, HR Racing, Hydra Hose, JK... I don't think I can pronounce that.
Which one?
That one.
Farsic Technic.
There we go.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it there because there is more.
That is a really good scheme.
Oh, that's one of the great fun about this job. Well,
But misses it. You know what I mean?
600 jars, strong run. Getting your tongue around lots of is one of the best.
Yeah.
Mate, when it comes to Finnish or Greek bike races, I just shut up and.
You always set
me up funny.
Right, okay. Can I please have comp bike into the pairing lanes, please? Can I have comp bike into the pairing lanes?
We've done that every 5 minutes now, haven't we? Yeah.
But Dan Melrose has been much use.
Oh no. He's going to have 0 steps now, isn't he?
Yeah. Right, so JT, the pop. So had transmission issues, but which Tony's been working on. Going alongside the returning Stu Morris. My goodness me, he's absolutely flying in Scar. Number 2 in Super Pro. I think number 2 in Gas as well. 007 off the line.
Somebody had 3 Weetabix this morning. That was good.
863 breaks out. Oh. JT goes in at number 15 though with a 919.
They actually seem happy with that, even though it's not quite on the number. Yeah. I think it was a strong, straight run.
Somebody we didn't see at all on track yesterday, now making the appearance, Andy Thetford with the Black Pearl.
I think he did do a burnout and move forwards, but yeah, that was about the
he did make a full pass, but he rolled through the beams, so he didn't get a time.
Ah, right, it was the run that I didn't see.
See, this is why he's here, to remember stuff that we always forget. That.
Going alongside Lee Huxley, the Dark Horse Mustang.
I mean, Andy Thetford's car does have a serious amount of potential, though. He's got a turbo big lock in there, isn't it?
Yeah. Quite a lot of little gadgets on it as well to help it go fast. It's a bit warmer in here. Gonna get a time this time. Lee Huxley goes 0.32 on the tree, and they're pretty much neck and neck. He might be quite close to his dialing.
Oh, number 2! Number 2 for Andy Crawford. Wow. Andy Thetford dials 879 and hits 880, goes to number 2, pushes Lee Huxley down from 5 to number 6.
Sorry, look, you've got to look a lot uglier now to sit there. Oh, something like that.
So you've come to tell us about your epic 743 as you've run out of other people to find in the pits, is that right?
Did I tell you that I'd run a new PB? It was a 743 at 184 miles an hour. I think I've just about told everybody now.
Oh, right, okay. Right, there's a message for you on the back of the Firebird. It's AC Bell driving. No, that was to Darryl, actually. AC Bell driving the Firebird, Joe Kellett in the Dragster. Super Pro qualifying session number 4. Joe currently 13, AC currently number 5. Good lights from both of them there. So Joe's going to get to the stripe first. 780 the target, gets 780 with a 6, goes into number 1. AC goes 870 for 8. No, joking aside, mate, congrats on that PB. Absolutely fantastic. A little bit of damage, but looks repairable, yeah?
Character building.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never-ending character building.
Yeah.
As if you ever needed character building, but there we go.
Yeah.
No, but
He can't have any more character. He's got too much.
No.
No, don't be like that now.
But no, that run just looked amazing.
So I went onto the start line and I said to Ian Marshall, just going to take it steady. Just, not been in the office for quite a while, so get myself sort of back into the swing of it. So I did quite a soft launch, which is what it was.
Yeah, it was.
119, 60 foot, nothing really. But after 300 feet, it felt really good, so I pressed on a bit and came off just before the stripe. I thought, that was a really good run. It felt great, nice and straight-ish, for me. And got down to the bottom end, and Mick Checkett was come down to toe key back and said, 743 at 184, mate. Yeah. You must be happy with that. I said, I didn't even know until you just told me.
Oh, brilliant. Right, Rob Brown and Tom Atkinson. Rob having some great help on the team this weekend. They had an issue with one of the heads wasn't getting warm. So it was just a little bit, there's something wrong with the flow or whatever. But then John Wright said, I think I know what's going on here, and he basically sussed the problem out. The car is now so aggressive that when they did the launch on their next run, it went right. Unfortunately being pushed back this time. Tiny little leak there. Tom, 835 for target, gets 841, stays number 2. But no, the Maras, even though they're being pushed back, they are really on a major high, a bit like you.
Yeah, I don't care about the engine damage.
Yeah, they're really, really good. Really good.
Genuinely nice team as well.
Oh, yeah.
Proper sideways burnout there for Mark Cassell. Up against Alan Didwell with the rear engine style dragster. There we go. I'll put my mic in front of my mouth then. I'll see if you can hear me that time.
It was better where it was.
So no, get the car back home, get the heads off. Any further in do you need to go or what?
I need to. Jed Guy is taking the head with him.
Yeah.
He's going to get it welded up and get it machined for me. Then Monday morning, well, Tuesday, bank holiday, isn't it? Onto JE Pistons and order a full set of pistons and rings, and then take it all to bits again and do it all again.
Yeah.
It's like the never-ending story. So long as I've got it done for the nostalgias, I don't mind.
Yeah, it'll be good. So you got your number 8 qualifier at the moment, Alan Didwell. Number 9 qualifier, Mark Courcelle. Alan on the 763, Mark on 825. Now Mark in Q1 was number 1 qualifier, so he got the off the trailer number 1.
Yeah.
And he's now slipped to number 9, so you can see how much it's all moving around.
Red light then for Mark. As he moves just a little over to the centre line, arrow straight for Alan Didwell. Goes through to a 763, number 1 qualifier. Number 1 qualifier then for Alan Didwell.
Right, can we have Supergas and Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes, please? Supergas and Outlaw Anglia, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
Fortunately, no improvement there for Mark. As we move on to Ashley Bell in the Teenage Dream Chevelle, dialing in 899. And he's against Matt Peters with a Lucas Oil Dragster, dialing in 756.
Now, I know, Thomas, you know, you've driven the slingshot, but would you like to have a go in like a more up-to-date sort of falling rear-engined dragster as such, like the Junior was? Or do you prefer that engine in front of you?
Well, if I've paid all that money for an engine, I want the front row seat to watch it blow up.
Right.
But I would quite like to experience 60 foots like that.
Yeah.
That's a 107 60 foot from the rear engine dragster there. There he goes, 758. Keeps him at the number 6 spot. The 946 for Ashley Bell. No improvement for him. But yeah, I would. Probably would.
I wouldn't mind what I drove, so long as it wasn't my money that I was breaking.
Yeah. I think you do that enough yourself, though.
Yeah, it's my money that I'm breaking, though.
Yeah.
All right, next up then, Scott Hauser, former champion, of course. With the Bank Tidy Dragster built in Findon by Hauser Race Cars, of course, and that's Jeff Hauser behind Scott at the moment on the line, and going alongside, very, very happy camper indeed, Stevie Saunders with a 32 Ford Coupe. Oh, Stevie crosses the centre line and now follows Scott, gets back in his own lane. Scott goes 730. That's a breakout by 200ths, and Jeff looks perplexed as per usual, thinking, oh, words to that effect. Steve, as you know, missed the 330 blocks because he was on the wrong side of the track. So gets to the stripe. Probably gets timed out. No, he doesn't. 26.82, 10 mile an hour. But yeah, that car did pull Steve well right, and that was before the 330. So yeah, Maroons, they're just going to get from the top end just to hitch up the tow rope and put in the 200 or 300 yards. Ooh. Well, we said the mist would be, it's already happening. 10:30 in the morning here at, and that's looking like it's going to be a glorious day once again. Big surprise though was, well, not a surprise, but what a transformation the day was from being freezing at 7 o'clock in the morning to what, 15, 16 degrees, glorious sunshine in the afternoon. And, you know, we were like freezing literally first thing in the morning, and then we were in t-shirts and aircon on and everything in the afternoon. But what a change around.
I do like it when he mentions the aircon. That's good.
Yeah. I really like the aircon.
Well, my sister-in-law's looking forward to her. All good. We move on to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator.
I was wondering what that thundering noise was, and I should have known it was Ricky Hale.
Yeah. So it is Ricky and Nick Hale, your next pair. O2 light for Nick.
Ricky again struggling with wheel spin off the line.
1066 a pair, look at that. 1066 for 7, 1066 for 4. No change in position zone. Actually, I just thought Twister could do Street Eliminator, couldn't it, if he changed the pipes around a bit?
Twister did Street Eliminator.
It did Street Eliminator.
Yeah, 2010.
Wow.
I know. Even did the hot start on the cruise. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah,
it was good, yeah. Because it was always a street car, wasn't it? Up
yeah,
until about 6 years ago. Something like that. 5 or 6 years ago. But yeah, I mean, put a
milder engine in it.
Put something a little less temperamental in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be quite nice.
Oh.
Quite nice.
Right, the two guys with 2 new turbos bigger than the ones they had before. Ash Cooper, Tony Higgs. Looking good. 8:34 and 10:19.
Got that launch sorted, didn't
Yeah,
it?
Tony moves up from 4 to 3. 182 mile an hour as well. Can we have 950 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 950 bike. Can we have you in the lanes, please? Street Eliminator, the tyre smoke is now filling the tower. There's a leak somewhere. Okay, so Rob Carter with Percy going alongside Graham Smith with Grimhild. I was wondering where the days were, but Dave and Elliot down on the start line. They unfortunately haven't got the Willis with them this weekend, but at least they are here. So Rob Carter currently number 4, Graham Smith currently number 5. Let's see where they are numbers wise. 8:45 and 9:08.
I haven't seen a nitrous purge yet from Graham, but I might have missed it.
Well, when he did that, he did post on social media last night. When that nitrous purge, when they did it, it was just like,
yeah,
it wasn't exactly what they wanted. They had to go through a whole roster of problems in the pits last night. So fingers crossed they got it all sorted today.
Looks like they have.
That's a good looking run for Gray. That's a very good looking run for Gray. It's a 9:09 at 1:47. 8:80 for Rob Carter.
Nice rumbly burnout then for Al Williamson with the Howland Hauler pickup truck. One of the only pro-charged combinations here this weekend, actually. Up against Al Mack with the Evolution Volvo 162. Twin turbo setup in that car. He's also, I believe he's driven that thing to Sweden, hasn't he, before, with a blower motor in it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically what happened with Graham yesterday, had an issue with the line lock. That wasn't doing what it should be doing. The drive belt started stretching. The purge nitrous, instead of a great big plume, it came out like a dud firework and stopped working. The parachute didn't deploy, and he had issues with the brakes. Yeah, a lot of work. So, yeah, that's where they were yesterday. So let's see then. Al Williamson, Al Mack.
Wheel hopping launch for Al Williamson.
Still going to say an 820, 887 for Al Williamson. He moves up to number 5 from number 9 with that one.
It almost looked like Al Williamson got tyre shaking then, but I know you can't get that with radials.
You can. You just did.
Yeah.
Tyre shake with a pickup truck. Sorry, street pickup truck. Whatever next.
You can tell that. Lovely.
Oh, sort of, because it doesn't encourage him to do bigger burnouts. That's the only slight problem. So we've yet to see, I think, the best of James Murray with this. Although that might be even better.
Yeah, yet to backpedal it just a snatch there.
That looks like he's cruising up there, though. 11:03, 125. What did he run yesterday? 10:46.
10:46. Yeah.
Okay, we've got the lanes. We've got track prep going on before we've got, I think, is it Super Street Bike or Super Comp next?
Yeah, Super Street.
And they're round there ready to do a bit of prep. Thank you all very much indeed for joining us this morning. On this Easter Saturday, we'll hand back to Nitro FM for a very short amount of time, and then we'll be 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour bikes coming your way.
Okay, so we are into Super Street Bike qualifying session number 4. Can I please have 950 Bike into the pairing lanes, please? 950 Bike, can we have you into the lanes? First up then, Steve Venables going alongside Jake Michelle. Number 3 and number 4 on the qualifying order at the moment.
How ridiculous is that top 4 for Super Street Bike? Look at that,
it's
all in the
insane.
6s.
Yeah, but 6.8s for 3 of them. Well, we know the track conditions, the air conditions are brilliant. The wind is non-existent. Great conditions. Problems there for Jake. 126, 60 foot for Van. At the 8th, he's 457 at 172, and there's a 684 at 207 at the stripe, so it's an improvement, but no improvement in position. 682 is number 1, 683 is number 2, 684 is number 3. 200s covering the top 3. Right, what can this man do today? This is the Team Brothers Hayabusa Number 1 qualifier, 6.82 with the 2 at the moment in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Going alongside flat. Well, get into the 7s on this one. Runs a pair, to be honest. Heard a bit of a tyre squeal. 80 doesn't get into. All right, Margot Schmidt had issues yesterday. Didn't get all of her qualifying runs in. Side Ross Morris 5.
Now, Margot's bike has been on holiday to Hungary, which doesn't mean a lot normally. You wouldn't normally expect that to be, what's the word I'm looking for? A chosen destination. However, when you're a Super Street bike and the Europe's quickest Super Street bike lives there, you know why it went.
Yeah. Well, both of the issues there actually looked like Margot was getting wheel spinned. But I was concentrating on Margot's bike, couldn't see what happened to Ross.
Very frustrating start to the season for Margot. I'm sure they had high hopes of what was going to happen. The bike's got all the good stuff on it to go very, very quickly indeed. Looks like they're all going to make the turn off though. 15 and 29 second runs. We're not quite what they were after though.
Yep.
So Al Morrison Jr. underneath tower. The track is clear. And quiet. About Al Morrison Jr. Yesterday, I think that was verging on, if not his personal best, with the 6.83. Rick Stubbins out there doing the tuning.
Well, he actually left before, and he was ahead of Danny for quite a long while out there on the track, and then Danny horsepowered by him at the top end.
Danny's bike does have the, I think he's been as fast as 226 actually, which on a street tyre in a quarter mile is a bit.
Well, he's had it down to, I think, 650s, isn't it?
659, I think, yeah, like Summer Nationals last year. Yeah, I mean, when he nudged into the 6.6s, everyone thought that's pretty serious, and then he went 6.59, which is like, my God. So, Jake Michelle is going to be alongside Al Morrison. Not sure whether this run is going to count or not for Jake, because obviously he was supposed to run earlier, and he did get a green light. So, we'll see how this pans out. But anyway, could be two more side-by-side 6-second runs for Super Street Bike. Right behind them we have Super Comp, I think, and then Gas as well. Still loads more good stuff to come. So Jake's currently number 4 with a 6.94 at Kestrel Lane. Well, it's problems again for Jake. That won't be a 6.
No problems though for Alan Morrison Jr.
6.83 at 2.12. And the one thing I will say about Al Morrison Jr. as well, he deep staged. There's a very good chance that would have been a 6.7.
Yeah.
His first ever 6.7. Still, notwithstanding, a terrific run.
He does improve his time, but not his position. But it's still super close. So Danny Lentz, still your number 1 qualifier for Super Street Bike. Followed by Alan Morrison Jr., then Steve Venables. As we move into Super Comp.
Good field of Super Compers this weekend. Start everything off. Only the top 3. Actually, this is Q4. If you look at that, that's one of the weirdest qualifying sheets you'll ever see. Number 1 is 890, which you'd sort of expect.
Yeah.
Number 2, 928. Number 3, 1181. And then everybody else has run 880s.
I think that was probably a conditions thing.
It was. Everyone's just trying to nail it down. I mean, they've got they've got 6 qualifying runs. It's all good practice.
Now this will be interesting because these are 2 cars without throttle stops, and so both of them have got to sort of judge how fast they go with the pedal. And Steve's car can go quite a lot faster than 890. Steve Hudson is currently qualified with an 886. So if Steve's going to judge this off of Steve Hudson, you probably go a little bit too quick again. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, because obviously Steve feel well, both of these can use other cars as pacemakers, but they're both too quick.
Both backing off. Oh, look at that! 8909.
Steve Hudson, and slowing 123 miles an hour as well. Steve Field, though, with a 927 at 140. Could we have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please. Thank you very much indeed. One of the best examples of that kind of the driver working out what to do I ever saw. Years ago, one of the first times I ever went to the States, I went to a race at Sears Point, which is Sonoma in California, back in the 90s. And they had all sorts of supercharged dragsters and stuff like that to run. It was an all supercharged with 7s, and the guy that drove it, what he did, I was called name was, but anyway, across off track in Sonoma in those, is he'd floor it, get to half track, lift at the bridge, go 1, 2, and floor it again, and he'd run 790 every damn time. It was one of the most impressive things.
And Paul Hudson is part driver to these throttle stop move for Steve Hudson at the top end. Gathers it up nicely.
Scrubbing off speed, that's what he's doing. 892 at 167.
And 889 with a 9 for Leah Kellett.
One pesky thou.
Oof. But she stays number 1 for now.
That's good side-by-side race as well, that one. If that had been an actual race, Leah would have lost because she went too quick.
Yeah.
Even if it's by a thou. Okay, up next we have the one bike class you'd ride, Funny Bike. So, let's have a look. We've got Funny Bike, Q4, Roger Moore, Kestrel Lane with the Box of Frogs, number 4 qualifier, however, with a 7:42, which I do believe was his quickest run on this bike, over 180 miles an hour. Mickey Ollie yesterday went 7.16. In the Slick Tricks lane, that won't be a 7.1. 7:46, nice and consistent for Roger Moore. 178, 8:01. Look at the speed for Mickey Ollie, or Mike Ollie. 189.
Yeah, I think he hazed the tyre on the line a bit, but still, that is ridiculously quick for something that, what was that, a 1.5 60 foot, and it's still running 8.0.
Well, the way this has panned out at the moment, there are more than 4 bikes. However, there's only 4 bikes that have put in runs. Martin Zylstra from the Netherlands in the Kestrel lane, with the crew walking towards him. Both bikes have stopped.
I think Lorcan Parnell on the Storm bike's
You're
trying
right,
to
Simon.
get his car restarted.
Come on, you're having a relaxing weekend so far. 2 runs, all the way through. It's good. It's very, very good. Thank you very much indeed for the updates and stuff on Facebook as well, for all of the Storm team. It's one of those I get absolutely knackered just reading, let alone doing it. It's never ending, like banging your head against brick wall, hard work, all that sort of stuff. No one sees. I mean, I always used to say this when we were racing, turning out the track and running the car is the easy bit.
Oh, yeah.
By miles. Absolutely by miles.
It's like everyone always says, when the car runs a PB, it's always a boring run.
But it makes it all worth it.
Oh, yes. Track goes quiet again.
Well, I think problems for both by the looks of it. Yeah, Mickey Yoli. Sorry, beg your pardon. Martin Zastra has been pushed back. He's over there. Hopefully he can get a run in today because he hasn't got an ET on the board and is not qualified at the moment after 4 attempts. Problems for Lorcan that time round. That bike just looks like a missile, doesn't it? Looks like what it is, let's put it that way.
Yeah, yeah. He's safely in at the number 1 qualified position, though.
I did love their Facebook update yesterday where he went 7-1 and he was number 1 qualifier. And they said that was a pretty decent run. Now we'll connect the boost pipe next time. Which tells you about how much horsepower they've got as well. He's been into the mid-60s with that bike as well. It's you know, it's a bit of a pioneering, very, very unique machine. And that's obviously why when you're pushing the boundaries of what you can do, sometimes it don't work out. Dave Peters with the Rigobert Express. Dave had a great run yesterday. A couple of good 7-second runs, the quickest of which was a 7.36. It's one of these funny bikes that check out. If you're sitting in the grandstands, check out where the front wheel lands. Saying that, he probably won't make it 60 foot. He made it 60 foot. There we go, about 3:30 it landed. That was a nice looking launch.
115, 60 foot, that was a lovely launch. That would have been...
Probably that, yeah, exactly that. Back in the, again, this all this stuff before you were born, right? But the speed trap at a drag strip be 66 foot long, but in the speed trap would 33 foot before the finish line and end 33 foot afterwards. So when someone wanted to run, that's where the phase out the back door came from. Run way past the finish line, flat at a fast speed.
Ah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and that's where the yes, a bit rubbish information, but that's where the phrase came from, out driving it out the back door, because they used to have to go further than a quarter of a mile to make a fast run. So if someone ran really fast, they'd gone like halfway to Rushton, basically, yeah. Or Bedford, as it is here. So we're on to comp bike this time. Ashwin Lenoble, who hasn't got a number on the board yet. Kestrel side the racetrack. He won Pro Stock Bike at the main event last year, I think. Mick Wynyard, number 7. He's not going to get a 7-second run with this one either. Mick Wynyard is long gone. 7.93 yesterday, 7.94 today. Ashwin does actually get an ET, which is an 11-second run. That puts him in the 16th spot. How many bikes have we got in comp bike? 16 we have now. So he could well be on the bump.
Good news is he'll be on race day now.
So, Sigmaro Profus from the Netherlands and Anna Sasiak from St Albans, just down the road. Anna's currently number 12 with an 8.96. Kestrel side of the racetrack. Sigmaro, though, in the 7.77. That for all the world used to be, I think it used to be a super street bike. That bike is hauling. 7.73, but you can see where he's giving up a lot of elapsed time. Look at the speed, 196 miles an hour. Anna goes 9.23 at 1.58. A real improvement. So John McLean. Yeah, we've got a bump spot on the board now, 11.17, which is that 16 spot. So yeah, John McLean yesterday went 7.87. Other side of the racetrack, Chris Neary wearing the number 1 from last year 761. They're safely in the show.
Fishtailing towards the centre line for John McLean. Goes over the line to 773 again.
Another personal best look by the looks of the state of the crew on the start line. 781 to Chris Neary, 191. John McLean killing it in comp bike. Junior drag bike into the lanes, please. Could we have junior drag bike into the pairing lanes? Another one of the stupid didn't you knows. Got millions of these. Racetrack, quarter of a mile long, because that was the distance of a block in America.
Yeah.
Between, so they used to race traffic light to traffic light, and that's how far it was. So that's where the distance came from as well. Funnily enough, I was talking to an American at a do a few years ago. Yeah, who went drag racing all the time. I had no idea of that one. So Graham Dance, Sean Mills. Graham is number one at the moment with a 734. Lovely looking launch for both of them. Problems for Sean Mills. 732. He improves even further. 197. That's what I was talking about where Sigmaro gave up a bunch of ET. That's the same speed that Graham Dance ran, and he's half a second quicker. And the only thing is here, I'm not sure if Gary Bowes got down the track yet in comp bike. That may change the bump. Anyway, Paul Hambidge, Jasmine Cordell. Paul very safely in number 6 in the Kestrel lane. Jazz down at number 13 with a 9:46 on the new to her X-Pro Stocker.
With a nitrous engine in it now, though.
I thought that was what I just saw.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's going to be one wickedly quick bike when they get a hold of that. Jazz can definitely ride.
Of course, her old bike was an absolute animal.
I don't think this one will be far behind either. Well, certainly a lot quicker than a 9.4. 789 and 8.33. I think that's the quickest she's ever been. 156 miles an hour. Well done to Jasmine Cordell, Phil and the whole team. So your number 14 man at the moment. You were right about that. He's got the stocker out today.
I saw both of them in the trailer and I thought, bin one off to come the other one out.
It's nice to have a spare. Len Padgett in the Kestrel Ladies who we were talking about. He came out yesterday. It looked similar. It's very similar to the one in the other lane. Street tyre. Padgett. Whoop. I love the way he just stuck his foot out and kicked it out of the way. 7.16, your new number one qualifier, Mark Dainty. Only 185 miles an hour. Superb run. 1.21 to 60 foot as well for Dainty. That's still Super Street bike. That's fantastic. Well done, fella. And yeah, your new number one qualifier. Comp bike just got a lot tougher.
Oh yes.
So Danny Cockrell, well, he's put this on the entry sheet, so I can say it out loud. I think, can't I? Fat bloke returns. He's not fat bloke. He's a superb racer. Is Danny?
Up against Andrew Christoffi and the Toffee Motorsport Hayabusa.
801. He's knocking on the door of the 7s. Danny's well in the 7s with a 752. What was slightly odd as well was Danny started the weekend in 850 bike, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Oh, yes, 733 at 192. He stays number 3. And on the other side of the racetrack, Andrew Christoffi moves up to the number 8 spot with a 7.93177. I don't know about you, but I can see this being full of ex-Super Street bike riders very soon.
Oh,
this
yes.
class.
Yeah. Obviously, Danny Cockrell got bored of turning his bike down to run 850 and thought, nah.
Well, the thing
Gonna
is run into a number is a great leveler. You know?
Yes.
Heads-up racing, no matter which way you cut it, is always gets more and more expensive because everyone starts pushing the envelope. It's just the way it is. Anyway, Adam Burns, currently number 15 with a 10.68. Last car in class. Even if it's a bike.
Yeah. Ooh. Sploss is out of life then as he pulls over to the side. Sounded like it was trying to go, but...
Yeah, big old chain. Great qualifying session for comp bike as well. The top 8, 9, 10 are in the 7s with a 7.16 number 1 qualifier for Mark Dainty. Excellent session, that one. Yeah, don't whack the timing blocks. Poor man's put his back out doing that. Thank you very much. Well, Supergas are bang on the money. Top 8 are in the 9.9s. Then we got a 13-second run at number 10 and a 9.82 at number 13. And the guy who is number 13, Wayne Hiscock, is up first against last year's national champion Andy Dibley,
who is in currently number 4th with a 9.93. So be looking just to squeeze in. There is room there at the top to catch number 1. Currently held by Bob Molden in 9.91.
There's always room. It's just nailing it down as always is the problem, isn't it?
Wayne Hiscock lifts off.
Completely. 9.86 too quick for Danny. Sorry, not Danny, Andy even. 10.08 for Wayne Hiscock. It does actually move up to number 10 with that one because the right side of the number.
Up next then, Stu Doiney with his Rogie Roadster up against Andy Harrison with this. This is one of them ex-pro Montsieras, isn't it?
Very much so, yeah. There's a couple of them hanging about. The one thing I'll be interested to know is take bets on how long it's going to take Stu Doiney to nail down driving this car.
Well, he's already nailed the tree. I think he went 00 yesterday.
Yeah, it's not going to take long, is it? He had quite a bit of wheel slip that time. That was unusual. .93. As if by magic moves up to number 5. He's still a great bet for a final round, isn't he?
Fortunately, Andy Harrison breaks out, goes 9.84. A couple of cars we've already seen today, both running Pro ET as well, would have come out to race in Supergas. Obviously, Stu Morris with the Morris Boys Racing Camaro up against Dave Fulton with the newly sponsored Nexon Tyres Chevy Nova.
That will be him going to Hockenheim in the summer. It's one of their biggest sponsors, I think, Nexon. .87 and 96. Mr. Fulton moves up to number 8. Stewart breaks out. Although if you add the ET to the reaction time, it's perfect. But don't work like that. Yeah, 96 for Mr. Fulton there. So the top 9 are in the 9.9s. The next 2 are number 10 and 12. Simon Fulton, Kieran Turner. Simon with the Roadster. I love the driving position in the Roadsters. You can explain it.
Well, the whole reason behind it is just for visibility, really. Obviously, in this class, dragsters and altereds are not allowed. You cannot sit in the middle of your car. You've got to sit off to one side. So, back in the day, they decided, well, if I have to sit to the side, I'll just chop the roof off then.
That's the one.
And I'll be able to see then.
Now, the only quirk of doing that is if you notice, Kieran rolls through stage, unfortunately. The only quirk of doing that is the driver has to sit in a Y position, because the right foot has to go the other side. 96 for Simon, stage number 10. Yeah, because of there's no space for both feet to the left-hand side of the trans tunnel. So, as you can see with the car that Jasmine's driving down there, the beautiful candy apple red Roadster in the Kestrel lane, her left foot is to the left of the trans tunnel, her right foot is to the right. I remember talking to John Webster, because he built one of these. I'm not sure which one it is still racing, but he built one of these and he used to drive it all the time, and he said, yeah, it's just like sitting in the armchair at home. I said, I don't want to see you sitting in your armchair at home like that.
Issues then for Mark Huxley as he pulls over to the side. Jasmine Tunstall runs it all the way through.
74. It's a little bit too quick. 147 miles an hour. Yeah, first, I think that's probably Mark Huxley's car saying, look, you're enjoying yourself. Don't do it too much. That's what it was, because he's doing so well this weekend.
Well, he's pulled over to the side. He's actually indicated to the side as well. He's got his indicator on.
Just in case there was any doubt. Do you know, that was a funny thing. When I started racing, I found really weird, because when you're on the road and you put your foot down, the first thing you think is, oh, no, better not. Because you don't want to go obviously too fast. There are speed limits. You don't want to get done or whatever. When you're on the track, you just nail it, and obviously the faster the better. But it just takes a little bit of time for your head to go, okay.
No, I'm allowed to do this.
I'm allowed to do this now. That is the idea. Yeah, absolutely that.
So what have you actually raced then? Because I know you've done Top Methanol and Top Fuel.
That's it.
Is that it? That's what you've done? So you started at Top Methanol.
Mm. Stupid idea. Genuinely, that was. I'm not kidding. I'm really not jesting. That was a stupid idea. That was one of those, like a lot of stuff in drag racing. Everything's sort of accidental when people saying, "Oh, well, I wish I could do this," and someone goes, "Go on then," and you go, "Oh, crap." Yeah. What that was years and years ago. I remember back in the 90s when I was a photographer and travelling with everybody, and I remember two people were responsible mainly. One of them, Wayne Saunders, used to race in Super Street Bike and lots of other things at the time. And I remember him saying to me, we were standing over there chatting, and he's a lovely fellow, Wayne. I got on with him so well. And he said to me, he's got the right idea, and pointed at Barry's trailer, Barry Sheebles. And he said, he brings the money, does the driving, Runa does all the other stuff, like builds it, tunes it, all the hard work. He said, because the hard work is putting it together. And I said, well, I've got no chance of ever racing, because I don't know one end of a spanner from another, basically. I really don't, and I'd just like to try. And then the other guy was Leif Andreasen, Top Methanol funny car racer from Sweden. And he said to me, do you know what? He said, yeah, if you can put together some sort of deal. There are people that are racing that don't necessarily want to drive. And I just couldn't understand that concept. I really couldn't. I thought if, back then, I just really thought that if someone spent that much money and time and effort, they're going to want to drive it. But no, there's loads of people that really like just playing with them, if you like. So I just set out to, what I did was, the Smacks of all people had an advert back in the 90s, and it said his alcohol dragster was for sale or rent, and I just used the phone number and rang him up, and that was basically took both feet in. And I was sitting back there in front of the barn thinking, Jesus, what have I done? What have I done? But there's two ways looking at it. I could either get it out again, or I could get in it actually like it. And fortunately or unfortunately, I liked it. You know, there it goes. Yeah. So we got Dan Page down there with John Morton's No Hair Racing. It will always be John's car. Unfortunately, Dan rolled through stage. That's a big shame for Dan. He went 987 yesterday, just getting used to driving the car.
Into Outlaw. Kicking off, it's Wayne Power in the Stress Anglia. 8.8 litre engine squeezed into that tiny little pot. And it's Japanese power for Ben Kennedy, although still a V8. There's a turbocharged 1UZ engine in Slick Tricks lane. One of the only turbocharged combinations in the class. You'll see him bumping into stage. Lovely straight runs a pair. 10.64 for Wayne Power and a 12.0 for Ben Kennedy. Ben Kennedy's currently in number 3 with a 10.07, so he's not going to be happy with that run. Doug McClure then with the nitrous assisted 383 powered pop. There's another one of them cars that I believe this one's street legal, isn't it?
Yeah, there are a number in Outlaw Anglia that are, you're correct, correct there, absolutely 100% street legal.
You can see where the nitrous kicked in.
Yeah, when it goes wrong or all over the place generally.
10.48.
129.
That actually moves him up to the number 4 spot.
So, 850 bike round 4 of qualifying. Dan Diaz down there, number 1 on the bike from last year, and very well deserved it was. Casual side of the racetrack is currently the number 8 qualifier with an 8.69. Taking on Mr. Craig Wright, who has got way more power than he knows what to do with at the moment. I'm not being rude, that's what he said. They ran the same settings that they did last year, and it went high 8. And it ran an 8.3 yesterday. Craig is actually number 12 with an 18.38, would you believe? And he's gone too quick again. In fact, they've both gone too quick again. 8.49 at 160 for Dan. 8.43 at 161 for Craig. Another couple more runs today to figure it out before eliminations. And a very good morning as well, I remember, to Angie and the whole gang up the top end. Yes, that round of comp bike was really, really good, and it's only going to get better as the season, as the day and the year goes on. So hope you will have a lovely day up there, and it's not too cold. I know it's nice and warm down here, but you're up in the breeze working hard up there. J Rowe, Keith Wright. J Rowe's number 3 at the moment, 8.52. .854 this time, and 8.96 for Keith Wright. Dips into the 8s for the first time this weekend. I think that took him to number 10, actually. Ian Critchlow, who was pretty killer straight off the trailer. 8.51. Kestrel Lane. Up against Gary Malone, who wasn't too bad himself with an 8.53. That's how close it is at the top. He's number 5. And he's 0.03 of a second off that magic 8.50 number. Well, Ian Critchlow's long gone. I don't think this is going to be an 8.5 for Gary Malone. Critch goes 8.56, 8.96. 2 seconds. So, Stacey Reid, who was naughty, and very naughty yesterday, although it was at her dad tuning it, who knows. She rode it very well indeed, down into the low 8s. Taking on Patrick Rawnsley. Believe it or not, Stacey's qualified number is 13. On the one run, she went 25 seconds. Let's see if she can get closer to 8.50 this time. She sits up way before the finish line and goes nothing. Must have left before the tree was activated. I didn't see that. I apologise. Patrick Rawnsley up to number 8 with a 8.62. Could we have Pro ET into the lanes, please, for Q2? Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please, for Q2. We're juggling the order slightly because I don't want to say it out loud, that things are going okay. .36 for Johnny Hines. Obviously the boot shining was a bit too good. 8.70 for Joe Elliott, no improvement. So, Brad Head. And your number one at the moment, Martin Hallett in the Slick Tricks lane. Although any of these guys could be there, to be brutally honest with you. It's so close. 54 and a 59. Brad Head stays 4. Martin Hallett stays, guess what, number 1. On to 950 bike before we go Sportsman ET Racing. Right, our first two in 950 go, 953 and 954. Excellent stuff. So Rick Sawatsky is currently number 1. Carl Thomas is number 5 with a 948. I'm only chuckling to myself because that's so close. .940, 936. No help for either. I think that's probably about his 4th breakout run for Carl Thomas in a row. Takes talent, that. It's good. At least you know you've got a fast bike. You just got to work out how to slow it down. That's the thing. Okay, last up in 50, got Zoe Hallett. Zoe's currently number 3 with a 969. Really nice looking run. Might be a bit too quick as well. It is 943, 144. So one of our terrific entry-level classes, as evidenced to be seeing. First up, Ash Simmons with the Dream Wrecker Skyline. 30.10. Everything in Sportsman is 12 seconds. Some of them even being consistent. Ash is currently number 20, based on dialing again, and this time he goes 13.53, stays number 20. Nice speed though, 108 mile an hour. So the other Powerflow exhaust car, other than the Pro Mod. And the Jag. I can't remember how many cars Dave Smith's got these days, to be honest. This is Liam Sturban with the Power Flow Jag. Uh, 12 flat is his dial-in. Right, quicker than that, and you end up in Pro ET. Good looking run till we missed a shift at the top end, I think. It's a 15.36 miles an hour. Going to be quicker than that, though. So the car identifying as the Hulk MX-5 in Kestrel Lane, Steve Mellors. Unfortunately, bust something on the Hulk, and as a result, running another car, which is actually quicker than the Hulk. 13.87. Up against Deb Taylor. 13.20 for the Mustang. Deb 16, Steve currently 23. 57 and 87. Steve Mellors, huge jump all the way up to number 3 spot. Runs 13.87 with a 9 on a 13.87. 100 miles an hour over the stripe as well. Deb was there first with a 13.57, but further off of her index. Maybe the Hulk was just saying he wanted a rest. So, Jago Stakes with Blue Velvet, now number 5, was number 4 in Kestrel Lane. 13.20 and a 12.85 for Troy Attree, excuse me, I beg your pardon, with Blue Temptation, that very rapid Chevy Camaro. Couple of very polite reaction times, or calendar ones if you prefer. Troy goes 12.93 and 13.64. They both stay put. Troy stays at number 9. Jago stays at 5. 13.64 that time. Carl Margera with possibly the most pimped out Tesla you'll ever see anywhere on the planet. Generally because they cost a lot of money and no one else would do that to it, but apart from Carl, obviously. 15.82. That's some way slower than what that car will run. It will run 11s and probably dip into the 10s as well if he turns it up. I can only think he's not got the bonkers mode turned on, or whatever it's called. Up against Georgina Smith. Georgina's currently sitting number 16. Had a good day at the track yesterday, did Georgina. They're both very even, both in reaction time and dial-in as well. 65 for Georgina, moves up to 13. 78 on an 87 is a breakout for Carl Margera. Very, very close indeed, though. So, Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. Kestrel side the racetrack, 14.14. 15.30 for Matt Halsall. It's only qualifying. And a 40 not too far off that that dial-in. Matt Halsall with a 15.45 and a 15.30 stays number 19. Tough crowd, actually. 1500s off and still only 19. So, Kirsty Tram, number 2. Chris Creswell, number 1. Kirsty with the Camaro. Chris with the Fiesta. Again, just to prove that it doesn't matter what you race. Chris drives his car here, takes the number plate off. Kirsty looking for a 12 flat. That very rapid, I think, Camaro. I think they have to slow it down to run that, actually. 12.10, nicely judged. Stays 2. And Chris goes 15.22 on a 15.2. Excellent runs. Very, very close to their dial-ins. So it's a Walters family shootout down there on the start line. Pete Walters in Mum's car. On the screen it says that's an Audi S4. My eyes tell me it's a Mercedes. Hope everyone agrees. Slick Tricks Lane 14.89 for Pete Holly. 15.34. Pete goes red by 07. Holly goes green by 08. Pete's actually 26 at the moment. 26. Was due to be racing in Super Pro ET. Get well soon, Rich. That's Dad. 15.13 and 15.32. Pete actually moves up to 23. Holly stays put at 14 with a 200ths of a second breakout. Oh, so close to being right on the money. So Simon Swarbrick with the forward pop against Steph Bateman with the family BMW. Slick Tricks Lane 13.75 for Steph and 12.11 for the forward pop. That Mercedes, if it's got a sequential gearbox, is probably one of the more consistent cars as well. Simon's going to get there first with a 12.76 and a 13.82 for Steph on a 75. Day's number 8, but that's the kind of consistency that wins events. So Brian Huxley with the other Focus. Again, perfect example of you can race whatever the hell you want. 18.22. He's not put in an elapsed time with this car yet. I hope the other one is okay and fixable. Up against Richard Palmer with Subaru. $14.64 for him. Also a 0005 red for that Subaru. So Caitlin Wilson taking over the reins of the family Beetle in the Kestrel lane. Doing very well so far. Currently number 11 qualifier. Steve Giles with the Subaru. Slick Trick side of the racetrack. His dial-in is 13.30. Oh, 1 red for Caitlin. Very, very close indeed. Don't make any difference in qualifying as well. They're looking at the scoreboard at the finish line for that number. 13.30 goes. 79 for Steve Giles. Caitlin goes 17.14. Pretty good, but stays in at number 11 for the moment. So Mick Franklin with the Range Rover. He's number 12. Against Jane McCready with Ben's van. This is the way that we rope an awful lot of people into quicker and faster racing, is by getting them to come along, play with their street cars and go, "Ooh, this is fun. Maybe I could go a bit quicker. Oh, yes, I could just about afford to do that. I'll do that." And hey presto, before you know it, you're running ETs in single digits, you're running speeds over 130 miles an hour and having a lot of fun. Who ever thought anyone would pull a 07 light in a Range Rover? Jane, though, with a very nice 05. $14.99 for Jane. That's nice. Stays 15, though, would you believe? It's that tight at the top. 17.40 for Mick Franklin on a 30. Okay, Ashley Clark. The other Clark sibling racing here this weekend. Her brother Will is in the 9-second dragster in Pro ET, which is kind of funny enough, just behind. Taking on Jack McClure with Goldilocks, the 100E from Whiz Beach. Again, much quicker car, but it's about the number. 13.28 for Jack. That's going to help him move up a bit. Ashley goes 18.21. So Ashley gets bumped back to 21. And Jack McClure moves up to 17. 0.08 of a second off your dial in Sportsman Easy. Gets you the number 17 spot, believe it or not. Bill Wilson with that terrific looking F100 pickup from Ashford in the Kestrel lane. Quite rapid too. Taking on Susie McClue with the Silver Snail. Terrific name for a Dodge Ram, that one. They're numbered 19 and 23 at the moment, which probably means they're about 1/10 of a second off. 12.40 for Bill Wilson. Big old breakout. Same for Susie. 15.81. Too quick on the dial. So, Felicity Gibbs, last car in Sportsman. 17.09 for Little Miss Rampage. She's currently at number 6 with a 17.12. Takes it through to 17.02. Breaks out by 0.07 of a second at 81 miles an hour. That's a wrap for Sportsman ET qualifying. We are on to ET Bike, which is effectively entry level for all of our bike classes. Although saying that, there's some very serious machinery in here. You can dial your own, pick your own dial in and run as close to it as you possibly can. The great thing about this class is not only is it now hugely competitive, it's also brought a whole bunch of stuff out of people's garages that they wouldn't have been racing before. Let's give them all a super fun class to race in, and it is incredibly competitive as well. First up, Ryan Davidson on the Kestrel side of the racetrack, 8.95. His first weekend ever, I think, on that bike. It's a low 7-second funny bike, that one. Detuned a fair bit, I think, by the man guiding him into stage. That's Phil Crossley. Against Liam Holgate. Now, an awful lot of riders in this class graduated from junior drag bike too. And Liam is one of those. Nice looking run again for Ryan. 888, just a bit too quick. Nice and consistent though. 961 for Liam Holgate though, moves him up to number 5. So your next pair, Michael Gooding from Erith with the Hobo. He's currently qualified at number 10. 8.90 is what he's looking for, taking on a whole Collier family down there on the start line. All 4 of them looking on. Good to see Sharon's made it down as well this weekend. So Mum Sharon, Dad Jerry, sister soon to be racing as well. Again, hopefully, Sky. That's Scott Collier on the bike. $9.55 dialing for them. Out front is Michael Gooding. 8.82 and an 8.59 for Scotty. Gets him number 5. Michael Gooding breaks out, unfortunately. Colliers seem happy with that. Can we have Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Top Fuel Bike into the lanes, please. Thank you. Matt Jones, Dave Grundy, your next pair. The reason we keep mentioning what position they're in, it's very important when we make up the ladders for eliminations tomorrow, who races who. Matt Jones with that terrific looking machine over there in the Kestrel lane, looking for 9.68. That's not a 9-second launch though, unfortunately for Matt. Dave Grundy, 10.32, 11.33, and 11.29. Big speed though for Matt Jones, 143 miles an hour over the stripe. Didn't quite leave the line like it needed to. Another bumper field in ET Bike. Let's see how many we've got. I think got 19 bikes entered this weekend. Welcome back, sir.
Hello. You all right?
Yeah, all good. Very good. So, Jake Bowden, Kestrel Lane, 11.75, 12.80 for Casey Holgate. I was just saying as well, this is another class that everybody like Casey used to race. I think that bike in junior drag bike too. I think that's the difference between junior dragster and drag bike, is that the bikes you can actually, a lot of people have done that, moved up and raced them. Yeah.
Well, you can't shrink a bike much more than they already are.
Absolutely. 11.72 breakout for Jake, and a breakout for Casey as well with 12.58. Because I think, yeah, the bike that Scott races, Scott Collier races, he was riding that in junior drag bike as well. Up about 2 quick. So nice to see the sun out, flags fluttering, people out and about.
Blue skies.
It's really, really great. Carl Hester and Gary Hester. Carl is the one in the Kestrel lane. Gary is on the ex-Pro Stocker. Actually, that is a Nostalgia Pro Stock bike as well. He's currently number 1. Looking for 8.70. 9.22. Lost half a second somewhere. And too quick for Carl in the other lane. Yeah, it's days like this you think, I could really do with a day like this on about January the 10th, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Sort of just to help you through winter and, you know. But then it's fun because it means it's all crammed into like 6 months, sort of April to... Am I eyes deceiving me? Is that Mr. Bissett down there on the start line? God, you don't look any better looking, do you? Deary me. Nice to see you, mate. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Phil Pratt out there in the Kestrel lane, 9.06. Pete Harrison, 10.80 on the other side in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. .903, just a nip too quick for Phil Pratt. No improvement, stays number 2. Also breakout for Pete Harrison, 0.02 of a second. That little bit too quick. Do you know, I remember, because Andy used to crew for Dave Wilson and then Ashley Force and loads of people all through his racing career. And years and years ago, I remember him telling me about his mate who just started bracket racing his bike and he was doing really, really well. Guess who it was?
Who was it?
Phil. But this was 20 plus years ago. It was a long, long time ago. So Phil's been around sort of nailing it in ET Bike for a long, long time. Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin in the Slick Tricks lane. and John McGill. Breakouts both sides. Wonder if we can get a whole class to break out by the end of the day.
Oh, this must have happened before.
What, the entire class?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob, like, mishaps and breakages and stuff.
Well, it's just when the conditions are this good, it's like, you know.
Well, Pro ET were pretty close first qualifier yesterday. Quite a few of them broke out.
Yeah, I think a lot of them as well. The only thing is they know the conditions are good. They put optimistic dial-ins on, don't they? You know what I mean? Charlie, I called him out. Right, hang on. I'm going to try and say this perfectly. Anna Sagasti. There we go. In the Kestrel Lane from Zwolle in the Netherlands. Nice place. Taking on Blade King. Again, Blade is another one that used to be in junior drag bike for a long while. 9:21, but Charlie goes to number 7 with a 10:04 on a 9.95. Now, I must admit, yesterday, after the huge cloud of smoke that followed Chris Venn through the finish line and all the way down the shutdown area and the ensuing clean-up, I thought that would be that. I thought he'd have lunched it and, you know, there will be nothing left to race today. But obviously, it was just an oil coming out somewhere it shouldn't issue, not an engine detonating itself, thank goodness. So 9.75 for him. Can you believe that's what Super Twins used to be, as in Nitro Super Twins? Because they look, so what always amazes me about a lot of old drag racing stuff especially, it all looks so dinky compared to what we have now. Do you know what I mean?
Beefed up now, isn't it?
Very much so, but then that's because they go faster than they are generally.
That's quite a low dial-in for that bike, isn't it? 975.
It's pretty good.
I've not seen it that low this weekend, I don't think.
Might even get close. 1025, 130. Actually moves up to number 17. Yeah, I remember years ago out in Sweden, I saw the restored Ragnarok Capri funny, not Capri, Mustang funny car.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how small it was. It looked tiny. It was so cute. It almost looked like a junior funny car compared to what they're like now. Cool as.
Holly King then on her brand new junior bike. She's JBM, so that's the second of 3 classes inside junior drag bike.
So they have similar sort of like staging as they get older to the cars, yeah?
Yeah. So obviously you've got 8 to 10, you can run up to 1190 or 1290 I think it is in junior drag bike. And then you've got 10 to 13, you can go up to 890, and you can see Holly King there dialing 9.40. And then you've got JBP, which is Junior Bike Pro, and you can go all the way up to 790.
So Brad Morrison in the other lane. They qualify based on ETs.
As he moves up to number 3 with that.
Yeah, Brad actually goes up to number 3. Brad Morrison, congratulations. Morrison's having a great day out here so far. Congratulations to all of them. And now Morrison looking happy with it all as well. So Lyra Humber in the Kestrel Lane, 1565.
I've noticed Alia Lester's changed her dial-in from 1320 to a 1324. She's currently your number 1 qualifier.
And way out in front as well. I don't think Lyra's going to run a 15-second run. 13.21 with a 4. That's what you call trying to nail it down. Actually, 15.89 for Lyra. That wasn't too far off.
Strong entry for junior bike this weekend. 12 of them.
Yeah, very, very good indeed. And that's where all the future, well, they all just get, you can't help it, they get older, so they move on into the other classes. And that's what, that's what junior drag racing has been doing for years. The both in bikes and cars has been feeding, I don't like the phrase really, but feeding into all the other classes when everyone grows up. And like we always say, you can spot an ex-junior racer because they absolutely kill the tree because they've been used to doing it for so long.
Wheels up launch then for Richard Wilcox. He actually did a little wheelie then as he moves off trying to run a 964.
Oh, 52, just a bit too quick. And a 10-12 for Maggie.
Yeah, so she stays at number 7. Richard Wilcox stays number 2. He was your number 1 qualifier before Ali Lester overtook him.
So, Harry Isaacs and Jackson King, another member of the King family, getting his feet metaphorically wet. Ollie giving him the thumbs up.
I do like his ankle supports. Nice and fluorescent.
That's a good idea.
Harry Isaacs then in the Slick Tricks lane. Actually, they've both dialed in a 13.00. So let's see who can do the better job of running the number. Harry Isaacs is a little bit ahead as you get to the finish line. It's way too quick. 12.3.
Jackson, though, moves up to number 8 with a 13.39 on a 13 flat. Well done to him. Super Pro ET, could we have you into the lanes, please? Must be Q5 by now. Super Pro, please. Q5. Come on down. So, Anouk Burgering from the Netherlands. Kestrel Lane, another 13-second bike. And Faith Morrison. Another one of the Morrison gang from down there in Yeovil. 20 seconds. I think she might have to push herself off the start line.
I think she does, yes. She runs away. Look.
Yeah, she runs with it. There we go. It's still cool as though, isn't it? It really is. Just seeing little kids out there enjoy themselves.
Yeah.
And 15.03 for Anouk. That's not going to help. And 1969 at 33 miles an hour for Faith that time round. Yeah, I always remember going to school when I was a kid and telling kids, this is pre-internet and stuff on the TV days, telling people what I saw and how fast these things go and all that sort of stuff at the weekend. And everyone used to look at me like I was bonkers. Yeah. And genuinely, no one believed me. Like, talking about the rocket car, talking about the sort of thing. They didn't believe me.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I didn't care because I'd seen it, so it made no difference to me whatsoever. They were all the strange ones. But how cool would it be going into school on Monday and going, well, I've been racing. You have.
I did that quite a lot.
Weird. Ian Morrison stays put, though, that time with an 11.61. On that subject, you must have done that. So how did that sort of pan out? I mean, did everyone believe what you did at the weekends?
Well, when I was in middle school, we had a little thing in assembly where you put your hand up and said, tell them what you did at the weekend, sort of thing. And I used to just chat nonsense to them because they couldn't understand a word I was saying. When I went, oh yeah, and it was lovely, and they were like,
what does that mean?
Yeah, I did the whole yeah.
But did the penny ever drop what you were talking about?
No, they didn't quite understand it when I told them that until I put it in. Well, I've actually just done like 85 miles an hour in 7 seconds. That's when they go, ooh, that's pretty fast.
I guess, did they ever ask to see pictures of your car?
All the time.
Yeah.
And I would happily, it was my screensaver because it saved me pulling my phone up.
Yeah. No, but it's one is actually, I've always said, for me anyway at school, it was actually one of the best character building things, for the simple reason that, like, I told them what the rocket car did or whatever, or a Top Fuel car did, and they'll go, no, you're just talking rubbish, it's not true. And I'd say, yes, it is. I've seen it, right? Because I was the only one that was going and watching and everything, they were the weird ones because they didn't believe me. If you see what I mean, yeah. So I never had that need to be included with the rest of them because they're all complete idiots because they didn't get it. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean.
I think it was it Mickey Tagrod when he crashed?
Yeah.
He went into the field, obviously went to hospital, and then they thought he had like quite a severe brain injury because he was telling the nurses he just crashed at 250 miles an hour, and they were like, well, no, you didn't, because if you didn't, you wouldn't be walking around.
I did.
Exactly what I did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, exactly that. I had a ringside seat for that one, unfortunately.
I forgot, yeah, you were in the other lane, weren't you?
I was. I was nearly in the field with him as well, but never mind. Anyway, that's another completely different story, that one. Yeah, we were talking. Funny enough, I was chatting to Steve Ashdown yesterday on the way in, and thanks for the lift in, Steve. Very kind of you. We were talking about just how that was 21 years ago that happened, and it still feels like it was yesterday. But for me, and we both said the same thing, is that when it happens, if you actually put it on a stopwatch, it happens in 5 seconds, 6 seconds, whatever. It doesn't take long. However, your brain remembers it so vividly and slowly. Yeah. And I remember when there were bits raining from, unfortunately, what happened to Mickey, bits raining down on me, and the worst bit was in a lot of the drag cars that you see, the parachutes are anchored to the rear end, and the rear end is like a big lump of stuff. And in a top fuel car, it's basically, if you look at a regular toilet, I'm not talking a kid's potty, I'm talking a regular toilet, blooming great thing, and it's a massive lump of aluminium, steel and everything else as well. The parachute was the parachutes had the rear end of the car, because the car disintegrated, dangling about head height coming in my direction, and I didn't really want to sort of headbutt that out of the way. So in that split second, I thought, I'm going in the field. I don't care. I'm going in the field. And I managed to get around it without going in the field, thank God, because I didn't bend the car. But it's things like that you're able... I mean, again, you've done it. When you're racing, you drive the finish line. You have to process things so quickly, don't you?
Yeah. It's weird when you're in the moment, because you're not thinking. If you think, it's too late. It's happened.
Way too late.
So it's not until you shut the car off, get out of the car, that you actually recall what's just happened.
Well, again, what Steve said to me was when he had the fire last year in September, he said that at the time it felt like forever, but it really, really wasn't, and he was fine afterwards. But it's not, and we both said the same thing about he's been in an accident or that. I haven't, thank God. It's not until later, and you think about it, and you go, and you sort of, your knees tend to give away a bit, if you know what I mean. So we're back with Pro ET qualifying session number 5. We are back with a very refreshed and much better looking Colin.
It's lovely out there. Had a proper little wander. Caught up
it's
with loads
nice
of racers.
To do, isn't it? I think,
it's
I hate
really
to
good.
say this might become a feature. I like it.
Do you know what? Just walking through everybody says, what are you doing out here?
What are you doing here?
You lost.
Have you are you lost or have you lost? Have you lost should be you.
It was quite funny, because I bumped into Keith Williams. Then I bumped into Caroline, who does the pairing lanes. And then this little kid come up to me and goes, shouldn't you be in the tower? And he was like 7 years old.
That was me, you cheeky kid. Right. 9:01 for Mason, stays 11. We've got one more session after this one of Pro ET, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You've got the order there.
No, that's right, yeah.
So this is the one that all the people on the outside want to get a bit closer to their number. Darren Law didn't do it on that run, unfortunately. We're going to get a whole bunch of people coming around the corner who are a little bit nervous by now.
Now, bearing in mind Laura, she dials 10:25. She's on the bump at the moment. Her previous run was less than 100th off dialing. So it's not that the car's not running right, it's just that much out.
Price is Right rules. You go over it, you lose.
Yeah.
So even if
does anybody know where this has come from?
Dan just brought it in, but I presume it was a tip for us not to mention something.
No, because I've got 3 people that owe me that.
Oh, okay,
and I don't
fine.
know which one it was.
Roy Walker, 9:03 with the Mustang, 10:25 for Laura. 9:18 and 10:26.
Yeah, that's more like it.
That's the one Laura was after. Paul looks happy finally. Yeah, she went up to number 7, I think that was, wasn't it? There or thereabouts.
Yeah. So who's she bumped out? Oh no, she was number 32. So it's put Nick Mugridge on the bump.
She's made herself safe, is what she's done.
Warren Watts then with the gorgeous turned out Camaro. I've done it again. My mic's too far away from mouth. So Warren Watts with the gorgeously turned out Camaro, dialed in a 9.01. Tom Kay looking for a 10.17 in the bike-powered dragster. Lovely launch there for Tom.
Whoa! Tom Kay, well, he wasn't exactly in the outhouse, he was number 14, but all the way up to the dizzy heights of number 3 with a 10.17.3 on a 10.17. Now, this is one of those instances where a racer has put the number that they ran the run before as they're dialing. So we're going to see how wise that was. There's virtually no breeze, though. I think that probably is enough. That really does make it easier, does it, to dial the cars in? Because you don't have to factor the wind speed in and all that stuff, yeah? That's Jason Pickett down there with the cherry bomb. Kestrel Lane. 10 on 3. Taking on Dave 4. With a 953. 84 with a 3. Well, there we go. Simon's going to tell me later that was his idea. Where did that move Jason to again?
Number 9, I think it was.
Yeah, that was in the top 10. Yeah, it was number 9, mate. Well done. Yeah. So, who's on the bump at the moment? Where you go? Where are we?
Yeah, Nick. You got Alfie, Dan, Marie. Darren's already run. None of the others have yet. So,
well, from sort of 25 upwards, it's pretty tight, isn't it?
Yeah,
pretty tight.
So these two already in. Ronnie Mercer is quite close to that bump. He's in at number 30, looking for a 10.51 against Will Clark, looking for a 9.78, and another one of these bike-powered dragsters as he has a little bit of a wiggle.
76 and a 10.60.
Yeah, I think Ronnie's still a little bit nervous on that. He's 09 off, but I think people can start moving. I had a chat with Ronnie in the lanes actually, and basically just confirming what we basically knew. But the torque converter setup and everything on that car is really happy when the car runs nitrous, but without the nitrous, it's not working as hard. So it's a little bit more of an issue tuning the car to get it run right.
So is it a bit more variable because it's not being loaded as hard as that?
But they'll get there.
Well, Dave Crowhurst still with the 920 dial on the Camaro. He's 27. 925 for Chloe. 925 with a 2. Your number 3 qualifier. Chloe Wilkins, congratulations to Butch, the whole team. Well done. They look delighted with that. Dave Crowhurst, though, quickest run for a while. 9:33, 1:48.
I can't believe that. 2,000th off the dial and you're only second.
Yeah.
Or third, sorry.
You must be used to that in juniors, though, I guess. A lot of the time.
Oh, yeah.
Must have happened all the time. You know, number 10 was 0.1 off. So Stu Thompson was outside. He's now number 6. He's safe. Dave Rudd is number 2 still. With the Banzai Cobra. And 68. Dave's dropped off slightly today. Slightly off the numbers anyway. So Jessica Bishop still your number 1 qualifier. So I say in the politest possible way, just quit. Because it ain't going to get any better.
Just I was chatting to Jess and the team, and there's a sponsor on the side of the car that says DEP. And he says, have you spotted the sponsor? I said, oh, who's that then? He goes, oh, Dad's empty pocket. No, that was rather good.
Up against Adrian Portelli.
Nearly got another one. 9.10 with a 9.8.
They're getting bored of it now, look. Too easy. 10.81 though in the other lane for Adrian Portelli. Takes him to number 2.
Oh, outstanding performances. Right, Alfie Ratton, not in the show yet. Loving life. I mean, do you know what they said? They haven't even hit the car hard yet. They're still tinkering with it. They're not pushing it.
They're not pushing it and they're running low 9s.
Yeah, I know. There's so much more to come out of that.
So
Don is, Don number 26. That could be getting close to the bump if he doesn't move on up. But Alfie Ratton, 904. They're in this weird territory. If they can get near that number, great. If they break out by 400s or more, they'll be deliriously happy, even though they're not in the show. It's a bit of a weird one, that. Oh, 4 light, nothing wrong with the driver's reactions. Yes! 906 puts Alfie in the show. So,
15.
who's out? Nick Mugridge has been bumped, and Lee Morris is on the bump spot. I said Ronnie could be a little bit nervous there. Oh boy, this is getting very interesting. It's not even the last session.
You just made that. You mentioned Don Scott not feeling comfortable. He's now 27.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's have a look. Well, Lee is on the bump. Simon is ahead. If these two improve,
Yep. It's going to happen.
it's not even the last session. This is what
gonna
makes
happen.
when you've got like 40 odd cars going for 32 spot, it does make it entertaining.
Oh yes.
Love it. God, race season's well and truly back, isn't it? Eh? Right, the
Whoa,
Darlings.
look at that reaction time for Lee Morris.
Channel 5 plays 10.62. Lee goes 10.13, moves on one spot.
Simon only just missed it.
Simon Innes has had 5 runs. 4 of them have been breakouts.
The problem is that means in the last session you have to dial more conservatively to make sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that how? That's kind of how it works.
Yeah, but
isn't
even
it?
then, that's not going to be safe in this because I think the bump spot's something ridiculous. Like it's less than a tenth
It is
off the
already.
dial, isn't
We've
it?
had lower, but don't forget, we've still got the rest of this round. Dave Cherritt not in the show at the moment. I had a chat with him. He said, "Oh, that last run was a bit entertaining." But yeah, it's there's nothing wrong with the car. His first run, when he dialed 9.9, it went 9.89. So the car's great. He's just got to hit the sweet spot.
A bit like that.
Launch. Oh, do you know what? I was just about to say he needs to feather that throttle. He did lift, but not enough.
yeah, he did, didn't he? Goodness me. Well, he's going to go into the last session not qualified. Nick Mugridge down here in the little dragster in the Slick Tricks lane hopes we don't say that about him in about 3 hours' time.
Well, he was qualified before the session started, but he's been pushed out now.
And Simon Rickwood is number 26. He might not be that comfy either.
So Nick looking for a 10.08. Simon looking for a 9.65. He gets it.
What a fair that was. Rickwood up to number 5. Nick Mugridge is in the show. 0.02 of a second off, ladies and gentlemen, buys you the number 16 qualifying spot.
So Ronnie's been bumped out. Daniel hasn't run yet. Marie hasn't run yet. Darren Law has. We haven't seen Darren Huxley yet.
Bailey hasn't.
Bailey hasn't. Hopefully they fix the head gasket because that's what's wrong with their car. And we haven't seen Jake for a while. Wow. We all knew, but Dan still gear launch. Going to be doing that all weekend long. Then the next they will get first gear launch. They haven't even started tuning the engine yet either, so they're going well.
The thing is, though, it's about consistency, isn't it? And that's what it's doing. Right, can someone take a clip of that part of my life? Because I actually managed to time that perfectly with what he said. Barney, if you're listening, that. Thank you. Anyway, he moved all the way up as well. Where did he end up with that? 896, number 8.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Look at this. Oh, the top 10 are 00.
The top 10 have gone bang on their dial-ins.
Yep.
Right, big move possibly from these two. Marie Mills,
Not
Daniel
in.
Fulton, not in at the moment. That means they're not in the top 32. Both capable of doing it. Now will be a good time. So Daniel should get there first. He does. 3.
Oh, Marie improves.
Well, they swap places. That's all we can say. 35 and 34 not even the show for both of them yet. Right, Brett Featherstone, Tom Watkins, 24 and 26. Now Tom is 0.05 and he's 26. Goodness me.
Nuts, nuts and nuts. So we got Brett Featherstone, your defending Pro ET champ. Jeff Ball and Belinda looking on the start line. Loving life with the new BLP carb on there. And Jeff Ball built horsepower. He's 24. Jesus, excuse me. Only 24. And Tom Watkins, only 26. 893 is what he's after this time.
No doubt Tom will hang the wheels from about 60 foot. Oh, not quite. About 40 foot out, the wheels came down. But a lovely launch from the pair of them.
Nice move from Brett. He moves 24 to 18. He's only 200s off. He's 18th. Oh, I know we use the phrase a lot, but it really, really is a tough crowd out there. Right, someone on the outside looking in. Darren Huxley with the Nissan. Going alongside John Bean, 24th. I'd like to say he was safe there, but if everybody behind him starts to improve, it could be a little bit nervous territory. So nice to get something a bit closer. He is currently 06 off dial. Well, nothing wrong with John yet. Oh yes, that's the way to do it. 24 up to number 5. Darren Huxley though, 2/10 off. One more go. But lovely run for John Bean. So that's 11 of them with 00 off their dial-in. Wow. Amy Watkins, Bailey Ashdown. Oh, what a thrash for this team to get the car back out. Head gasket went yesterday. Couldn't get everything back together for Q4 this morning. So here they are in Q5. And Bailey Ashdown. See if she can get in. Dialing in 9:32. Amy Watkins, that a bird, 9:43. Well, still issues for the dragster. Let's have a look at Amy. 9:40 with a 9. Way too quick. 300's too quick. A shucks from Harrison down there. All right, next up, Pete Dodd on his own, 9:14, dialing with the Camaro.
The Bluebirds just reversed its way onto the start line. I've not seen that one before. Pete Dodd then currently your number 25 qualifier. He would probably like to improve that a little bit.
Well, he was 20th coming into this session, so 5 have gone in front of him. That's how it's all moved around.
But if he wants to get into the top 11 now, he's got to run his number spot on. Ooh.
He's 05 off at the moment.
How tight is that in the top 16?
Now, let's have a quick look.
It's got to be close.
Well, it could change again after this. If Pete can run 9:14 to 9:16, which he's more than capable of doing. Oh no, 9:13 with a 9. 4 10,000s too quick. 4 10,000s. If he'd have staged, what, 2.5 inches further forward towards the beams, it wouldn't have gone so hard.
Or
and that could have been
if it had wheelied just a little bit, that could have shaved a little bit of time.
Oh, it's just one of those things. But Pete Dodd stays number 25. What a session for Pro ET. Let's have a look. Jess Bishop is still number 1. Adrian Portelli moved up to number 2. Dave Rudd 3. Chloe Wilkins 4. John Bean 5. Simon Rickwood 6. Tom Kay 7. Mark Huxley 8. Dan Holloway 9. Stuart Thompson 10. Harley J is number 11. They are all 00 off their dial-in. That's how tight it is. The 01 Club, Will Clark, Laura Bainton, Jason Pickett, Amy Watkins, Neil Watkins.
And that rounds off your...
Did we see Neil in that session?
Yes, we did,
right. The 02 Club, Mason Griffiths, Nick Mugridge, Brett Featherston, Alfie Ratton, Bob Molden, Warren Watts. The 03, there's only one man mill, that's Paul Marston. And then Stevie Gates, 04. Pete Dodd, we just see him go through 05, along with Tom. And then we get into the nervous territory. 06, Roy Walker. 07 is Don Scott, Dave Crowhurst, Dave Fulton, Simon Innes. And then the bump spot held by Lee Morris, 08 off dial-in.
So if you want to get...
You've got to basically get to be safe, you've got 40, 32, 26. You've got to get inside 058 to be totally safe. So Pete Dodd, if everybody leapt in front of him that could, he would tumble down to there. So 054, if everybody did improve, would be the theoretical bump. So you've got to go quicker than 054 if you're not in the show to guarantee a spot. That's nuts.
That is ridiculous.
But there we go. Very, very good session indeed. Comp Eliminator is the next class to come around the corner. Some tales of woe, unfortunately. Out. Dan Williams lost second gear in the Camaro, unfortunately. When he did his run yesterday, the car launched brilliantly, but second gear wasn't there, and sort of basically done the gearbox. Haven't got spares for it. Stick shift car, so unfortunately he's out. Chris Todd with the Fiesta-Roo, unfortunately out for the event. He was working on all sorts of things last night. He was finding, I think, possibly bearing clearance, and then when they were dropping the oil, he just found these tiny little metal shards. So he thought, no, I'm not risking it. So I did catch up with Chris last night. So he'll concentrate on the Fraudster now today to get Kev, running the numbers. So yeah, unfortunately we're down to 6 in comp. Spencer Tram, he's down on mile an hour actually, so they've changed a few things on the car, noticeably tyres, because they thought that could be an issue there. Nick Williams, absolutely fine, no issues there at all. Terry Newton, going great, desperate to run an 8 this weekend. Yeah. He's in the very low 9s, and if one door opens, the other one stays closed. Terminology on the back door. If he can keep the back doors closed, well, I don't know if it helped on the air or not, but Terry gunning for that 8 today, so fingers crossed for him. Steve Lloyd going really, really well in the Impala. Yeah, so it's all starting to gel very, very nicely with Steve inside that car. Yeah, trying to think, who have I missed? I'll have a quick look now. So, yeah. Oh, Spencer, Nick, Dan is out. Steve Lloyd. Oh, of course, Kev Jenkins, of course.
Oh, yeah,
the fraudster. Yeah, I did mention him with Chris there. So, yeah, okay so far. But obviously, tuning, they just want to get that car running back into the 7.3s.
Yeah. The issue with running a car like that with the smaller engines and a big turbo is you've got to hit it so hard, otherwise the setup itself doesn't really work. And that's what we've been seeing with him recently is... he's been trying to hit it, and it's just the whole track and the being so sticky is just dragging the car down, so he just can't get it off the line.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he'll figure it out very shortly.
Look at these conditions. Oh, just glorious. Absolutely glorious. Those of you that tuned into the live feed at home, I hope you're enjoying the coverage from Santa Pod. We do have a few spectators here. A very, very good afternoon to you on the grandstands. How are you all? Nice and warm. You got a fear of Podface this weekend. Can't believe you're going to say that. Those of you on the banking as well, I can see a few of you up there. A very good afternoon to you. Thanks ever so much for coming in on day tickets this weekend. A bit of a bizarre one because we can't use the car parks at all. We've already sort of talked about that, but they really are soft. And if you put any weight of tyres on there, you're just going to sink. And not a good situation. It would just trash the fields for the rest of the year, and we can't do that. So it was a tough decision, but the right decision.
Yes, definitely.
Even when I went to go and fill up the aqua roll on the caravan last night, I did have to walk across a bit of grass, and you thought, oh no, I've got muddy feet now. But yeah, it's just the way it is. So it's definitely the right call. We've still got all our traders here this weekend as well. Some of them braved it out this weekend. Obviously, we're not that many people here, so please support them. Also, Blackett Photography are here as well. Actually, in fact, Blackett Photography, I don't know if you've not noticed, their unit has been turned round.
Yeah, I have.
And they've got, like, VIP seating outside. You can see all the benches there. So the idea is that you go to Blackett Photography, you get your pictures, and then you sit in these VIP benches outside and look at your pictures. Oh, yeah, that's really good. So, yeah, it's really cool. Paula is in the cabin today. Ian, trackside, obviously taking all the pictures. Then occasionally he'll take the memory sticks in and hand them to Paula, and they'll go on from there. So, yeah, really good to see them. Good to see a few traders behind the main grandstand area as well. please pop by and see them. Also, Paul and the gang have been very, very busy in the catering area, and you'll see lots of new containers coming in throughout the year and into next year as well, when they turn all the food outlets into container outlets, if you like. So it's looking really smart, really upgrading everything there, looking good. Right, here we go then. Comp Eliminator Q4. I've got 3 sessions today. Right, Terry Newton.
It's got to be one of the fastest escort vans around.
$9.19 so far for Terry. I can go for that. Like 11.4 at the moment. That car will go in 1 second. Is weak spot.
He's got sort of 11. I'm going to try and run as far under that as he can. Wonderful launch there for Terry. Steve gets away nicely as well.
9.14. Oh, he's found 5 more hundreds. Excellent run. 11.32 for Steve Lloyd. He finds a little bit more as well. Right, so good. I can have a catch up with all these racers. Caught up with Dave Swift with the AMC. Now he's got 2-stage nitrous on this car. He's only been running 1 stage. This run, he's running 2nd stage only.
Okay.
So in other words, he's testing the first kit, it's working. He's now testing the 2nd kit. And then the next time, if assuming the 2nd stage works, or how he wants it to, he will run both stages and the car will fly.
Well, he's already been 738 with 1 stage of nitrous, so this is still only 1 stage of nitrous, but it's the second
stage.
Kit.
That's what I meant, yeah.
And then all going well, he'll be running both stages on the next time out then, yeah?
That's it. And he's really happy, he's chilled, he's, happy to be here, basically. There we go. There's the nitrous purge.
He's actually more known in the VW world, is Dave Swift.
Of course he
Drove
is,
a Beetle for a long, long time. Up against Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster, the one we were talking about earlier, tuned by Chris Todd, who's also raced in the class, but obviously he's got issues now, so sole focus on the little blue Escort in the Kestrel beer lane. Index of 7.80. Trying to run as far under that as he can.
110, 60 foot for Dave Swift.
It's a lovely looking
good looking run. 7.34. I'd say that 2nd kit is working. Now the fun begins. Let's get both kits working together. Well done. 9.97. It's the best of the weekend so far for Kev, but still a long way to go.
Look at that mile an hour as well for Dave Swift.
Wow, yeah, 186.
And that is tramming on.
Right, number 1 and number 2 in qualifying. Number 1 and number 2 in... right, look at the white circle on the back of Nick Williams' window. That means they're going for a record.
Yep.
Okay, that's the thing they do in America. So they're going to hang it out. I hope.
Let's see if he can go faster than 9.55. He'd be able to go a second under his index.
Oh, no. No, that didn't work. Right, so it's all about Spencer then. Can he pick up the mile an hour? That's what we're interested to see here. 11.19, 114. No, it didn't quite work, but problems for Nick, unfortunately. No idea initially. Oh, that smells good. That's annoying.
No one ever says that to me. Very kind. Well, what do you mean? You can do this.
I can't.
Okay, I should have gone. I'll tell you what, I'll go and sit up there and eat my lunch. That's probably a better idea.
No, you're right. Oh dear. So, Dave Swift, I should think, is the happiest camper after that run. Done exceptionally well with that one. Terry Newton, though, going quicker. Yeah. He's getting there. Very, very good run indeed for him. The headache continues to Spencer. They're trying to suss out what's going on. But he's doing all right. Just wants to do better.
Steve Willett then and Al Smith underneath the tower with their top 3 all bikes. Steve Willett currently your #1 qualifier with the dealer in the Slick Tricks lane. The 3-cylinder PBR Rocket 3 of Al Smith is in the Kestrel Beer lane as it start getting their bikes warmed up. As I was going to say, ready to do their burnouts, but you beat me to it. Thunderous roar then of the 3-cylinder.
I think straight away Andy says, no. It's almost like the throttle hung open a little bit there after the burnout. So, yeah, not going. Well, Steve stuck with it as long as he could. Got to 330 off the gas.
A lovely straight run before the tyre just started to haze there, about 100 foot out. Did a 110 60 foot. We've got Rene van der Berg and Neil Midgley lining up behind the tower. Just going through their pre-race inspections.
Yeah, I haven't said hello yet to Al, but I'll catch up with him later on the pits. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. Frustrating, I know, but it will come round. Right, as you say, Rene van der Berg, Neil Midgley, your next pair. And after that, don't forget another run and a licensing pass. And I assume a full pass coming up for the Stranger Things 55 Chevy. Look forward to that. So, Rene van der Berg, looks like you've got new leathers for this year. Oh, good throw.
I think we're going to get side-by-side top fuel bike burnouts here. Ooh, not quite. So as both of the bikes get pushed back, I did notice that Neil Midgley did his burnout, and he's moved quite a lot over to the left-hand wall. So they're obviously going to bring him back to the middle of the track. Luckily, his burnout marks have gone right where they want him. Rene van der Berg cycling himself up on the bike.
So Rene van der Berg's PB is a 6:09. He set that back in 2017 here at the pod. And that was as of November 2021, so that's changed around a bit.
No doubt Neil Midgley's going to go for it this time. He's had a little bit of issues with it, but he's still had it down into the low sixes. Rene van der Berg all the way through to a 673, 217 miles an hour. Neil Midgley off the throttle and it still goes 6.80.
Yeah, 1 second dead to 60 foot for Neil, 391 at 175 at the 8th. 450 at 175 for Rene at the 8th. So they're, well, equal speeds at the 8th, but obviously the back half turned out differently for both.
Something on the track in Rene's lane, just past the finish line. I think that's his parachute. I think his parachute came off. Spotter going out to collect it now. You've got your block clears. I think it is as well. Look at that.
Yeah, you're right. How bizarre.
It's not often that you see that in the bikes. But he's got it stopped safely. He's gone around the corner, so he's all A-OK. They've just collected his parachute from the finish line.
That's right. Just looking at the top end of the strip, you've got this collection of people and caravans right at the very, very far end of the field. It's another half a mile beyond the end of the strip, but it just looks odd that you can see these things up there. But there we go. Yeah, they're here every Easter. Right, so next up should be the Stranger Things, and here it is. Yep, just firing up. So we stand corrected, but we understand that this will be full pass.
Yes. That's, of course, if the half pass counted yesterday,
Yes,
because
of
obviously
course,
he did have a bit of a pedal, but it was all right. The chutes came up beautifully yesterday, so that's good to see. Nice to know that's all working. I know my first attempt that I tried to license in the slingshot, went to the 8th, lifted, went over the finish line, pulled the chutes, and it didn't blossom, so it didn't count. I wasn't going fast enough, apparently.
Yeah.
But I don't think Dave Smith has that concern. Look at this thing in the sun. It's just gorgeous.
It always does sound like when they do these high revving burnouts that the rods are getting a good old stretch in the morning, you know. Well, no, I know it's afternoon now, but yeah. Andy Robinson, he notoriously high revs on his burnouts as well. It doesn't seem to harm them though. Well, the next time you'll see Pro Mods in action, actually in competition, will be at the new date for the Festival of Power, first May bank holiday weekend.
So if you're enjoying what you're seeing now, bear in mind this is just licensing. This is nowhere near this car's full potential. You know, I think you'll have 4 or 5 of them in a couple of weeks' time at the Festival of Power's new date.
Well, hopefully, if this unscheduled date change, it may have helped a few more people get a few more parts together. Never know, you might get some of the Dutch over as well. You've just got to wait and see.
Yes.
There's an invitation.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind seeing the Voodoo Hemi and the Pro Dutch Racing Team and even Dave Vector, people like that. Come on, you Dutchy, get over. Leave your rigs here. And then main event. Save yourself a few.
Call it testing if you want. I'm sure you'll do one.
Yeah.
Dave Smith there. Potentially a full pass.
Yeah, it was going slightly left, heading towards the centre line, so Dave backed out of that. 105 to 60 foot. That will come down as well. But, I mean, it was a relatively soft launch.
Well, you can actually see from the wheelie bar tracks.
Yeah.
What some of these professional teams do is they actually put some sort of chalk or paint on the wheelie bar wheels themselves. So what it does, it draws a line on the dragstrip as it launches. So you can see there on the Slictrix lane, just you got 2 little marks, 2 slightly longer marks, and then a couple more further out. So what it actually tells you is that the car's not entirely planted.
Yeah. Also, you can see, I mean, obviously it's fresher paint at the first line, but you can see how hard it's hitting.
Oh yeah.
Right, we go on to Super Pro ET. So it is the drumming man himself, Joe Kellett. Did take the #1 spot, but was bumped back to #2. Going alongside JT himself, John Tebbenham with the pop.
As he brings it back to the middle of the groove.
All right, so 895 dial in for JT, 779 for Joe.
A little bit of inspection under the JT's car there, but he's all okay. He's been told to go in. And Joe Kellett rolls his car in now. He's looking for a 7.79. As Colin said, he was the #1 qualifier until he was bumped back down to the #2 spot. Sister Leah standing out back. She's running the car in Supercomp. She's actually got a helmet and hands device with her, so I assume Supercomp won't be that far away after this. He's already in pre-stage. JT brings his car into stage. A little bit of a wander there for JT. Lovely straight run for Joe. 780. No improvement there for him, unfortunately, but only a 100th off and a 922 for JT. A little bit of speed.
No improvement, but it's worrying for everybody else that he's only a 100th off and pulling O lights. It's sort of like, yeah. Now, as we were saying yesterday, Joe is really comfortable in that car.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
snug, he knows where everything is, he loves that car.
It's actually, it's easy to forget how long ago it was since he actually drove that car.
Yeah.
But he's, yeah, I suppose it's just like riding a bike for him.
Yeah.
Mark Cassell then backing himself up from the 330-foot mark. Nice long burnout. See an 825 dialing for him. As we've got the van with no name beneath us, about to... Well, about to do that. 863 dialing then for the van with no name.
I was thinking that car appeared literally the first year or two that we started commentating together, so that's about 13 years that's been running now.
Ball Breaker's new paint job is looking lovely in the sunshine.
It does, actually.
Ooh.
I do like the look of the car.
As I said to them before, it looks a lot classy. It looks a lot more classy than it did. And then they quickly corrected me and said it's classy, because they're northern.
So number 9 and number 12 when they qualify for these two.
Nice straight launch there for Mark. There Russell with a characteristic little move. 827 then for Mark. Moved him up to the #7 spot. .860 breakout for David Russell.
Yeah, just 300ths under.
You have Kiasley now with the turbocharged LS.
He seems pretty chilled out, Candace. The reason I say that is because the banter levels have risen, so he's comfortable, you know.
He's also happy because we always roast him for having a turbo on it.
Yeah.
Obviously, look, quite a lot of his friends are stout blower guys.
Yeah.
And he's going just as fast as they are now.
No, looking good. Stuart Morris, though, where were you? 863 on the dial-in. He went 865 on his. Let's see how he gets on, but he's on 4.
Yeah, take him long.
But they bolt on that.
9 again for...
Oh! I'll say 002 like for Stu, but Kieran Astley 0001. 851 and 864. Stu moves back up, but Kieran Astley second perfect light of the day.
Oh my days.
Shame the money's already gone.
Yeah.
Otherwise he'd have had that.
Well, Stu Morris moves himself up to the #4 spot as he goes only 100th off his dialing, running an 864. Alan did well then in the rear engine 4-link style dragster, dialing in a 780. Up against your number 5 qualifier with Andrew Thetford in the Black Pearl. Alan Didwell is your current reigning number 1 qualifier. He's ran a 763 and he's dialed a 780 now, so he obviously knows something that we don't. He thinks he's going to go a little bit slower. Andrew Thetford sticking with the 879 dialing he had before. Andrew Thetford has pulled the car into full stage and he's starting to bring the car up on the boost. Alan Didwell, sorry, rolls it in. Nice launch there for the Black Pearl Camaro. And Alan Didwell crosses the line to a 7:59.9 and an 8:30 for Andrew Thetford. I think that's a new PB for the car.
Definitely is. 171 mile an hour too. Hang on. Did Alan Didwell break up by 2/10?
Yeah, he done 780. He obviously thought he was going to slow down just a smidge. But he went quicker actually. Tom Atkinson then in the Time Is Money Cortina with a big old engine and a new wing on the car, which he debuted last year, but he's painted it now. Lee Huxley, well, he's new to the class, or newish to the class. He has run in it before, but usually runs in Pro T with the car, but he's got a nice new big engine in it now. He's looking for an 8.70. Tom Atkinson looking for an 8.41. Notice as well that Lee Huxley's car is sporting a nice new wheelie bar. Tom Atkinson's probably going to bring the wheels up and hang them for a little bit. As he does beautifully. A bit of a move to the left for Lee Huxley. But a nice 03 light for him. Crossing line 8:33.
Oh. They're miffed with an 8:33. Can you believe that? Excellent stuff, though.
So no movement for them. Scott Hauser dialing in what he ran last time with a 731.
See, they do it.
Yeah, they do.
So I'm not making it up. They
Although,
do it.
if he ran what he ran last time, he was pretty close. He was only a 1,000th under. I think he ran a 731 with a 9 on the 732.
That's the sort of thing that about bracket racing that should make you slit your wrists. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Just like it's not like a. I've always thought it was if anyone would ever be brave enough to have an event where it's the closest package. Reaction time plus.
Well,
you get what I mean. Well, the
Super
closest
Pro are
to your
running it
dialing.
at the minute. So they've got a several array of awards that they run throughout the season, such as number 1 qualifier, number 1 off the trailer. Closest to perfect is one of their ones as well. But for this weekend and this weekend only, they're running a best package. So it is
As you can.
for Scott, not the.
What I was that sorry, if they're brave enough to run a race where what they do is to do doesn't matter with
quite a lot of the, but also they things like average reaction time over the week or average to dial in over the weekend and different varieties like.
So, the young not is in. He's currently number 12, 18th position for Rob Brown. Oh, up next we have the Supercharged Supra again. I wonder if Mark enjoyed it. Of course he enjoyed it yesterday. That was a terrific launch. Anyway, so this is bracket racing. It's about who gets closest to the number, not necessarily who's over the stripe first. It doesn't make as much sense in qualifying as it does on race day, because then you see the stagger on the tree.
Yes, yeah.
And when you see the stagger on the tree, you get what it means. And if they both react to the same time and they both run as bang on their dial-ins, they get to the finish line exactly at the same time. Whoa! No, Rob, now would be a good time to lift. Well done. Barry gets to shoot out before the finish line, possibly because you could see Rob wiggling around in the other lane.
I don't think Rob lifted. He still did 155 miles an hour.
Get that man a straight jacket, as we may have said before. Barry was 0-1 on the tree as well. In the 732, he still broke out, even though it did look like he was towing the chute through the finish line. Yeah, 885 and change of underwear required. Well, actually saying that, he won't need to change of underwear because he was the one steering it. So if he didn't like it, he was the one that had the chance to lift. That car does go right just about every time, doesn't it, though? Which is it's a little odd because there's no reason for it. Track sticky all over. Anyway, do you know what? I wish when this car was in Pro Modified it had that blower sticking out the top of it. I'm just dreaming.
Who'd raced it in Pro Mod?
It was Burt Englefield's Pro Mod.
Yeah.
It was built in, I do believe it was built in, came out first around the mid-90s, and it was in this sort of, not that paint job, but it had the original Supra nose on it.
Yeah.
However, when they put a mega nitrous motor in it and started to get quicker and quicker, they put a more streamlined sort of shovel type nose on the front of it, and that was when it started dipping into the 60s on a regular basis. So this is Mark Turner for his second run of the weekend. Brand new combo.
Little puff of smoke, but that seems to be clearing up now.
It's still going, but so's Mark. 761, ladies and gentlemen. They built that car to run 760, and they just went 761, 173 miles an hour.
107, 60 foot as well.
Yeah, just doing a bit of a track check because there was a bit of a billow out the back, but nonetheless, they look very, very happy in that. That's the moment when you sort of breathe on your knuckles and shine them, isn't it? You know what I mean? After spending all winter doing it. That was exactly what they built the car to do.
Well, funny
exactly.
enough, when it first came out, when they were just testing with the new setup, they actually dialed in 760.
That's right.
And they've dropped it now to 750.
Well, he still made a move. He still moved it up to 15. Yeah, well, that car originally got retired when Bert and Andy built the coupe that they now run, and hopefully will run again this season. Actually, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. And it hadn't been seen until Mark and Dave got hold of it and decided to go racing a couple of years ago with it, and it just looks as good as it always did.
Well, they've got it in a. The paint job on it is a homage to the original paint job on the car.
It looks well smart. It's really, really good.
Matt Peterson in the Lucas Oil Dragster, looking for a 758. He's currently your number 6 qualifier. I believe he was number 1 at some point.
He was indeed, yeah. That's how tough it is at the top. Looking for 758. Well, whatever the smoke was from Mark's car, number 1, it didn't affect the car going. Well done to the whole Turner team. Congratulations. A winter's worth of building was definitely nice when you go to get him, sure. As you were good, all of you. Well done.
Tyres just giving a little bit of a wall as he gets out to about 100 foot. I think he's lifted early.
I think he has. 806, 123, you're dead right. So, Super Pro Q5 is in the books. We are on with Super Comp. So, Paul Hudson with the pension pot. Runs big speed through the finish line, this car. Often quite sideways. All about running the 890 number. It's always interesting as well. people like sticking with the 90 classes instead of this is a Super Pro car all day long.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It's probably dip into the 7s actually if you run it flat
I think so. I think like Kieran Ashley's car, that was a Supercomp car before
it was a Wild Child car, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yeah.
Obviously, different engine and combination and stuff. Supercomp. Throttle stop hitting instantly, and it reaches about now. There we go. Let's see what mile an hour you can accrue at the finish line. It's going to be quite a lot.
169. 896 at 169. Do you know what? Years ago, around about, I'm trying to remember roughly when. But Indy, I think it was in about the 90s. The race was on for the first 200-mile-an-hour Supercomp dragster.
Yeah.
And what you did was you got top dragsters, which were 5-second top dragsters with blowers on, and they used to have to give them as much run-up as possible. What they did was they set the throttle stop like that instantly.
Yeah.
Right. They'd literally let go of the button, and the throttle stop would kill it right then, and then they'd have a nice.
It'd pretty much be on idle. I've seen a couple of videos, and the cars look like they're about to twist themselves in half with how aggressively the throttle stops come on.
The only issue, you're right, but the only issue I always think with a throttle stop coming back in that far down the track, especially if you've got that much horsepower, is it's like launching the car again.
Mm.
It's all very well launching it from the start line where everybody does, but launching it literally from 330 or half track is a whole different proposition, isn't it?
That's what some of the cars find. If you see like a newer style Supergas car or a new person coming to like Supercomp, you'll see them. They start like skating around when the throttle stop comes back in. But what most of them do is they actually click second gear while the throttle stop's engaged.
Yeah.
So when it launches again, they're not launching back in first. They're actually
right,
in
that makes
second
sense.
gear.
Yeah.
Because I know when Paul Marston ran the Monza in Super Street, so that was a 1090 index, but that was a Supercomp car. That could have run 890s.
Yeah.
And his throttle stop would come off about 1,000 foot.
Goodness me.
But it wasn't clicking into second gear, so it just could get out of control at the top end, and it wasn't until they clicked it in second gear during the throttle stop to run the 1090 that it actually sorted itself out a little bit.
Yeah, it just trundles its way down there a bit. We do have a little bit of sweeping to do in the Slick Tricks lane. I'm guessing that was from Mark, as he was the last one down there. Nitro FM for a couple of moments, won't be long. We've still got loads more stuff coming your way. We've got Street Eliminator again for Q5, not far off too. So, Nitro FM, take it away. We'll be back shortly. Thank you very much indeed to the folks at Nitro FM for being ever present as always. We're on with Supercomp, so this will be Richard Tunstall in the Roadster this time round.
It's the problem with cars double class, and it's hard to guess what class we're on.
Well, as long as you remember the number, it's not too bad. Plus, Jazz is actually standing over there by the barrier. That always helps.
Yeah, it's a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah, Richard gets some good help from Shorty himself, Jeg Guy, who hopefully will be out here trying to chase off that pesky Australian Anglia this summer. Yeah, very quick throttle stop for this car because it can run probably 860. It's just held back to 890. 909 at 147 that time. Well, too quick last time. I also love the look of this car as well. Steve Field's car. It's the very definition of a slingshot, or a catapult if you're English, with the driver sat right in the middle behind the engine. I mean, you're going to have this, but the thing that always gets me with these cars, and you obviously had it when you drove Mike Couch's car, is that basically your gentleman's area is sat on the axle, isn't it?
Yes. Yep. It's one of those things where don't think about it.
It's best not to, isn't it, really? Yeah.
Well, I did when I was in Mike's car. Obviously, you've got the drive shaft between your feet, and you've got a little protective cover that goes over it.
But not much.
Not much, and that broke off on one of the runs. Lovely light for Steve Field. Characteristic little bit of a wiggle as he tries to match himself with Steve Hudson, who ran an 8.90 last run.
74 for Steve. That could be one of Steve's quickest runs ever. I guess he probably decided to take it out the back door and see what it would do.
Yeah, I've ran it now.
I've ran it all out now.
So Steve Field did lift a little bit early. Ran himself a 9.2 as we look at Leah Kellett on the line now. Brother Joe runs the car in Super Pro, and it proves how fast this car actually is. As he's dialed this thing into 7.79 for Super Pro, but they're slowing it right down. Over a second slower now to run in the 890 class.
Just very quickly, sorry, could we have Outlaw Anglia for Q5, please, and Comp Bike. Outlaw Anglia and Competition Bike, please. Could we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Thank you very much indeed. So, so what a throttle stop does, you explained it very well yesterday. It effectively disengages the throttle for a period of time. That's set on a timer by the crew chief, whatever. And it's predetermined, if you like. So the driver's job is to leave as close to a green light as they can, which Leah did with an 033.
She gets past 60 foot before the throttle stop disengages itself. Oh! That's the second run now. She's run an 889. So close. But it's fine because she's already the number one qualifier. She's run an 8.902 previously.
Still oh so close. Oh so close. Just tell her to have a bigger lunch, Pete. That'll sort out about that 8 thousandths of a second, won't it? Right. Thank you very much indeed, Thomas. He's on down to help out some of the junior dragsters who are rolling around now for qualifying session number 5. We've got 2 more to go. We got it back now. Thank you. So if you missed that, Comp Bike, please, could we have you into the lanes as well as Outlaw Anglia? It's a lot of value for your racing bucks this weekend as well, especially if you're entered 6 qualifying sessions over 2 days, and then obviously eliminations tomorrow too. So the first of the Odyssey cars, with one of the Redshaw boys at the wheel. That's Harry over there from Darlington. He's in the Kestrel lane. Harry, though, currently number 30. 3-0. I think that's because the red. The top 16 dragster, 16th qualifier is 0.39 on the tree. They qualify based on reaction times. So that number is what you'll see flash up at the top of the scoreboard at the top end of the racetrack. Red light for Max Taylor. Oh, so close. 0-0 red for Max Taylor. Harry Redshaw moves up to number 23, probably because he went green, actually. 0.10 that time. So, Mackenzie Love and Chevy Checkett. Should have a quick chat with Dad Mick in the pairing lanes. Shook his hand and thanked him very heartily for a favour he did me recently. Great. They always look after you, so thank you very much indeed, Mick and Emma. And you're up in the grand. You are up there. Fabulous. I lot up to annoy you in a little while. right? They won't be having a fab time. See, it's 2 long years, this, isn't it? Unfortunately, 2 very, very. Dad, good job, Mum and Dad haven't bought you a car or anything yet. Chevy goes red. Oh, so close. 007 red for Chevy. Check it. An 042 for Mackenzie Love. That's not going to improve. He was number 10 anyway. So, the Coopers again. It was Jake, who is in the Slick Tricks lane, who took the number 1's qualifying spot and the perfect light money. Which is why all junior drag racers are absolutely killer when they move up into other classes. More often than not, the perfect reaction time money goes to a junior drag racer during qualifying. Jake at the moment is number 22. Jake's in the Kestrel lane. The boys on the money this weekend. Jake Cooper, I beg your pardon, Kai Cooper again with an 022.21 for Jake that time round. I was going to say no improvement. The boy was number 1. So, Emily Moore in the Kestrel lane with the hyperactive dragster. That cool little dragster has been around a long while in British drag racing. It's fostered some seriously good races as well over the years. Taking on young Ada Kasisi with the Cherry Bomb. That's Dad Steve on the roll cage. I'm sure Mum isn't too far away as well. So, Ada is number 17 at present, 29 for Emily Moore. They were both very even, but very snoozy that time. Can we have Super Gas into the lanes, please? Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please. Q5. Yeah, Emily was 0.28, 0.27 for Ada. They've done a lot better than that already this weekend. So, next up, Grace Smith. We have more and more beautifully turned out juniors. Tummy feeling better? Yeah? Tummy feeling better? Yeah. You still don't know who that is? No. Did you see Dan? Yeah, he did. Oh. It might. I don't know, didn't. Right, Richard Wilcox, 0.1. And a 0.1 for Grace Smith. No improvement at all. Richard Wilcox stays 2. Grace stays 13. So, Thomas Cookham with the X-Tominator. It's now the Black Magic Junior. I think Steve has actually got, Steve Taylor, his dad, has still got for sale supercharged dragster that was running Super Pro. It's a lone big Chevy in it. Very, very, very nice. So that car is for sale. Probably to help pay for his lads go racing at don't like that. Finley Fag, the Slick race. 0-1 red for Jack Taylor that time. And for Finley, an 0-3. He stays put at number 4. Harry Peters, Kestrel side of the track, he's number 28. That is a massive turnout of junior dragsters for the first race of the season. Going to be run on the 32 car ladder, I think. Let's have a look. How many have we got altogether? There are 30 altogether. That is absolutely terrific.
Well, considering when you a few of the drivers have moved out of the class now that are too old to race, it's fantastic that so many of them.
Red light for Teddy Sullivan, big red light as well, 0.11 actually. A 0.4 for Harry, that's not going to help.
The other thing is, as you know, Andy Fensom brings a lot of the juniors in, and with the Santa podcast, he is running 2 or 3 juniors every weekend at the moment, teaching them.
Wow.
It's quite staggering.
It's that sort of dedication that makes the difference, isn't it? It really is. Okay, once again, Steve's down there on the start line. Slick Trick side of the racetrack for Harley Corsell. Carly's number 9. Luke Mugridge, 22. Let's see if he can do what his brother did and jump into the top 10. Well, actually, I'm not sure whether he is he? In Nick Mugridge, I think he's probably about 15 or 16.
Yeah.
In Pro ET. That was good. 0.45. Will it move him up though, is the question. The answer is yes to 19. Harley Corsell stays put to number 9 with an 0.91. Pair of nice numbers though, if you look at that as well. 8 flat and 8.02. If that was a race.
Yeah, not a lot between them at the stripe, as you say.
The Dragon Slayer for Daniel Todd. I can only guess he's a fan of How to Train Your Dragon, the film. It's one of the most excellent kids' films I've ever seen. Because I'm a big kid. It's very funny.
Yeah, plus the fact you've got 3 of them that watch young telly.
You bet. Do you know what was so bad about it? One thing no one tells you about being a parent of little kids is that every song that you hear go, oh, that's in that film. Oh, that's in that film. It's like, I was spin class the other morning. Something coming and going, oh, this is the music from Wreck-It Ralph. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, Daniel goes 08.1 for Damien again. I don't think anyone's going to move. Could we have ET Bike into the lanes, please, for Q2? ET Bike to the lanes, please, for Q2.
Yeah. So you get the message again. Yeah. Junior Dragsters were scheduled 5 to 1.
Well, both deep stage. That's Emily Cromwell and Ellie Mae Brown. Red light one side of the racetrack. 0.24 for Ellie. Afternoon to Trace if you're watching in. Lee's looking handsome as ever. Just kidding. I'm sure you love him. So the Bartlett sisters side, Laura currently number 5 in the Kestrel lane and in the Slick Tricks lane with Mum down there on the start line looking on. Suzanne should have been running the top fuel car here this weekend. However, that's been postponed for 3 weeks.
Look at this, like Laura number 5, Jacqueline number 6, 02 plays an 03.
Yeah. That's how nuts close it is, really.
Well, on the ET when they dial them in.
way too early for Jacqueline that time round. 0.12 red. That's what's called anticipating, I think, isn't it? Lara stays put at number 5 with an 09. Up next, Daniel Ware and Lola Bell-Kent. I think Lola's got a new engine in that car for this season. I know, yeah, they've stepped it up to run 890, obviously because she's got older. Very good afternoon to Shelley and Frankie, who I'm sure are watching in. They are, because I'm looking at them. Sitting up over there. Dad Kevin on the start line with Grandad Tony, bringing Lola into stage. So Lola at the moment, actually, number 11. Daniel Weir, 21. .15 red for Lola, 02 green for Daniel Weir. That might help. Yeah. That just makes it even tougher at the top.
It's going to go number 5, I think. Yeah, nicely done, Daniel. Neve Deavy and Teddy Howe, next pair. Now Teddy has already been 033. Oh, Neve goes red, and I think that could have put Terry off a bit. Teddy, sorry. That's such a big red for Neve. So they stay put. 26 and a 15.
So Tom Peters and Liam McDonald all the way from Ireland. I love the way the McDonalds go racing. Take the car completely to bits, stick it in a Skoda estate. Is that right?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, helps with travel costs and everything. Well, it also makes it a lot easier. The only trouble is fitting people in the car probably becomes a bit tiresome after that. But I think the engine and everything behind the driver goes in the car.
That's right, yeah.
And the rest of it goes on the top, doesn't it? It goes on the roof.
Yep.
But there's some serious dedication to racing.
Well, the thing is that it's a money thing, because if you take a van or a trailer, it's double the cost on a ferry. By having the drag strip on the roof of the car, it keeps the wheelbase short, so it goes as a car. It saves a lot of money.
039 for Liam. He stays 9. Tom stays number 17. Pretty good light though. It was no 8 that time round. Yeah, I mean, it's a good cost-effective way of getting about. I mean, one of the reasons that bikes are a great thing to race is that you can just put it in a long wheelbase van or something like that, can't you? Or one of the more ingenious solutions that I've ever seen. They don't use it anymore, unfortunately. Back in the 90s. The Beast Top Fuel team from Sweden. They had a little door at the back of the caravan, and the bike rolled in the back of the caravan, and then they put that. So they'd have their accommodation when they got there, when they got to the track, and it was an easy method of getting it all there. Really clever, really clever. And also, caravans don't come under the same restrictions as trailers and all that sort of stuff there too. So Craig Wright, J Rowe. Craig trying to turn it down enough not to break out. See if they got it right this time.
Has he?
8.50 with a 9. Craig Wright goes to number 2 with that one. Breakout on the other side of the racetrack with an 8.43.
All that pain just for that little moment.
All that
makes it all worthwhile.
Sitting in traffic as well.
Yeah. All right, Johnny Hines. Johnny sent me a photograph of his freshly polished boots.
Nice.
So looking very, very sharp.
They made him run too quick in the run before.
Yeah, and again, 8.32. 8.51 for Joe Elliott, though. 7 up to number 3 with that one.
That is a superb run for Joe Elliott as well.
Number 7 is on an 8:53 now.
That's
Dear, oh
mad,
dear.
isn't it?
It's number 11 on an 8:96. Critch is number 4 on an 8:51 with the 2.
I think a lot of it has to do with they know they've got 6 runs to nail it down, so they just try and get it right on the money every time. Sportsman ET into the lanes, please. Sportsman ET, can we have you back, please? 48 with a 5 for Critch. He's right, 987. So the only person on the property that would trust Boyce to build a bike and tune it, Stacey Reid, of course. He is her dad, so it's fair enough. In the Slick Tricks lane, she's currently number 13, with her only run the right side of the number.
It's a bit like Craig was doing before, actually. His only run was the right side in the 20s, but see if Stace can follow suit.
Against Patrick Rawnsley. Stace going to back off again. She does. She's actually backing off.
Not enough.
Oh, close. 8:46. Patrick.
Look at the speed drop. 130 at the stripe. Still way too quick compared to Patrick at 167.
Well, Patrick actually moved up a spot with that one, with that 8:59. So that means the top 8 are in the 8:50s.
Yeah.
Amazing. Also, the number 1 guy is number 10 with an 8:69 from last season. That has to be said.
All right, Gary Malone and Brad Head. 8:78.53 for Brad. No movement for Brad, but another good run.
Didn't improve with an 8:53.
Oh, no.
It's got to hurt, isn't it? Right, Martin Hallett, who is currently number 1 with an 8:50. Kestrel Lane against number 1 from last season. In his first ever season racing anything as well, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
That makes it even more astounding. Dan Diaz.
Oh, big wheelie there for Martin Hallett. Brings it back down, keeps the throttle wide open. Still goes 8:46 and breaks out, even with the wheelie. 8:47 breakout for Dan. So no help for either of those two.
Unreal. That's what I said, they're just trying to nail it down, aren't they? That is amazing.
Look at the difference in 60 foot though. 139 for Dan, 129 for Martin.
So, track sprayer means only one thing. We have our street tyre classes coming up next. Super Street Bike are going to be around first, I think. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. And then Street Eliminator. Top Speed Automated Street Eliminator for Q5. I think we've seen Mark Sheridan so far today, actually.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. We hope you're enjoying your Easter Saturday here with us at the Springspeed Nationals. Obviously due to be the regular Easter weekend. However, if anyone's ventured close to a field, you know why that's a bad idea. But 3 weeks' time, we'll all be back here doing it again with all of our Pro Cars, jets and everything else as well that goes with it. The event has just been rescheduled, obviously. I said to Thomas earlier, is we could really do with days like this. Like I'd like one of these days in the middle of January or something like that, just to get you through winter. You know what I mean? Because it's just too long.
It is. But it's funny now we're back. It's like, oh, we're back, and it's like, did the off season really happen? Was that 7 months ago that we were last up here together? It just seems odd.
It's like those comfy slippers thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah.
It's really funny the other day, people posting on Facebook, just hearing the noises they used to hear. It's a lovely comfort thing. That's what racing people do. Super Street Bike, qualifying session number 5. Top 4 are in the 6s. Number 1 being Daniel Lentz at 682. It's 682. Al Morrison number 2 at 683. However, Al Morrison, when he ran that 683, he deep staged. So he took a chunk out of the 60 foot when he did that. Yeah, there could be a first 6-7 out there for him today. However, could be in actually doing it are two totally different things, as we know. So, Ross Morrison, Kestrel Lane, against our friend from Hungary, Daniel Lentz, with Europe's quickest and fastest super street bike. So currently Ross Morrison is number 5. 775 is what he's run. Well, I can see something sliding down the track after Daniel's bike. That's why it quit. Oh, look at that one for Ross Morrison. 735 at 201 miles an hour. Big improvement in ET, not in position. Something fell off Daniel's bike, and I think it's still over there by the fence. Yeah, someone's on the scooter off to get it. Fingers crossed for Margot Schmidt this time round. Hopefully she gets a nice, good, clean run from start line to finish line. Even if it's not a terrific ET, just a nice smooth run just helps all the confidence. Alan Morrison, Knox Jr. 786, Alan's best time at the moment in the Kestrel Lane. Same problem again for Margot, makes it to about 60 foot and the bike just quits. Oh, it's started up again. 773 for Al Morrison, that's not going to improve, but still at 184. Margot makes it over the stripe with a 1282 at 93 miles an hour. They won it about 5 seconds quicker than that. I'm sure these two just match race each other all weekend, and we just don't realise. Jake Michelle, Kestrel side of the racetrack. Both of these two well capable of running in the 6.7s. Jake's best this weekend is a 6.94. He had issues on his last run. Steve Venables put in a strong run, but it wasn't quite as quick.
120, 60 foot.
That's
so 122.
amazing.
Look at these numbers.
Oh, number 1 qualifier, and the speed, 225 miles an hour for Steve Venables. I have a feeling that's the fastest he's ever been, and it may well be a new ACU record as well, or a leg up on one. Jake goes 685 at 210. Steve Venables 680 at 225.64. Hope you got that, Angie.
685, only good enough for number 4.
The other thing that's amazing as well about these numbers is Jake was 400ths quicker than Steve. That being to do, it off like an out the back door, but what a side-by-side run.
That was outstanding.
So Al Morrison Jr., the new number at the top of the board is 80. 6-7.
118.
That's between this run and the last one. This could be a 6-7, and it is! 678, 218 miles an hour. Wow. There you go. I told you the difference last time was he deep staged and he took a few hundredths off the ET by deep staging. That's what it was going to do before. What a session for Super Street Bike.
I've still got one more.
Gentlemen and ladies at the top end, dip your hat. So excellent stuff. 678 that was for Al Morrison Jr. And again, Angie, I hope we read all those out right, because you're going to have a whole bunch of excited, squeaky Super Street riders up there.
Yeah. 685 for Jake, 680 for Ben, and then 678. Oh boy, what a session. Outstanding.
Quick timing system reboot and possibly commentator reboot after that one as well. That was that was good. Do you know what's really nice to see as well is all the other guys and tuners have just gone over to congratulate Rick Stubbins as well. That's the first time that Rick has tuned a bike into the 6.7s, and so well deserved.
Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, Q5 for them. They have one more qualifying session later on, and then they'll go out on their cruise for a little jaunt around the Northamptonshire countryside.
Which is way too quiet on race weekends, that's why they do it.
26 miles, petrol station stop, and then they stop in Wellingborough, do what we call a hot start. And when the first car comes back, the last one needs to be back within 5 minutes of the first. So Nick and Ricky, 1060, 1098, they stay put but consistent.
We get lots of photos like that.
Oh, the Ford boys. This is Tony Higgs and Ash Cooper. Well, fair to say that Tony Higgs has calmed the Capri down. It's not as doesn't go as vertical as it did before, which is really good.
Say it.
No, they've adjusted the car so it shouldn't do that again. But he has got bigger turbos on that. I can only assume they're a little bit heavier as well. Ash Cooper, obviously he's running new turbos as well.
It's still hot. Well, whatever the popping and banging is, it's not slowing him down. Into the 7s again for that man. 790, 179. Has he been 180 yet?
Yes, he has, about 184, I think.
Ash went 10 flat, 140 miles an hour. Sorry, Colin. Go.
Yeah, I was saying, Tony very late with his parachute on that one. But, he's A-OK. Well, we were saying about Mark Sheridan. Here he is.
Good. Yeah, Tony Cooper's probably thinking, wee, that was how it's supposed to work. So, Rob Slater, not only street driven, but driven from here as well. From Stoke-on-Trent all the way down the M6, down the M1. When you're stuck in traffic, imagine the fuel bill with one of them. Certainly worth it, though.
But the cool points outweigh the fuel bills. Well, here comes the top-end charge for Mark Sheridan. 180 plus, I would imagine. 197!
That is the most ridiculous ET I have ever seen with that speed. 10.05 at 197 miles an hour. And yeah, it looks like he had the brakes on before the finish line as well. Rob goes 14 flat in the other lane.
Look at that. He put on 61 mile an hour on the back half. No, boy, oh boy. 136 at the 8th, and he looked like he had the handbrake on. But my goodness me, 197 at the stripe, that was hauling.
Those numbers just don't make any sense whatsoever, right? None whatsoever. I just realised as well, see Elliot and Dave down there on the start line.
I called them out earlier on, and it's a shame they're not running this weekend, but I'm sure at some stage we will see Elliot. How you doing, mate?
How you doing,
Good
all right?
to see you. Next round, come up for colour commentary, Elliot. Thank you. I'll have a chat with him, see what's occurring with him. Right, Al Williamson and, well, should have been Joe.
Well, we haven't...
He's there, he's in the burnout box.
Yeah? Okay.
Send Al on his way, I think. Oh no, Joe's been pushed back. Oh, what a shame. Not part of the plan. So Al Williamson gets a solo. He's back in the 8s. The mission in due course will be to get this into the 7s. He's been 8-0 before.
See if he shakes the tyres again, going past the tree. Seems rather comical saying that about a street-driven truck, but this thing has got a lot of power. There we go.
It does, yeah. Pulls over to the side and stops. It's a little bit of a concern there. It was interesting that Jed goes straight up and just has a look at those tyre marks, so he can get an understanding of what just happened.
Normally that sort of instant shake happens when it dead hooks.
Well, we said to Elliot,
Right.
come up and have a chat. I didn't expect it to get that quick, but here he is.
He's always good on reaction times, that boy. That's what it is. There we go.
Well, we're here.
Here I
Good
am.
to see you, mate.
Thank you
But
very much.
where's the car?
Well, the car's at home. Yeah, it's doing all right actually. We've just pulled the head off of it, checking all the engine stuff, just doing a little refresh of it, making it all good, and should be out like mid-June, we think. So I'm just doing a few exams at the moment, so getting that underway. And then what I like to say is that I'm giving them all a head start, and then I'm going to come up a bit later.
Racer talk. Don't you just love it? Don't you
Like
love
a
it?
true racer as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, sometimes you educate.
Absolutely.
A politically correct thing to say, but in other words, it's complete BS. But there we go. No, I wish you all the best on. Okay, so to take care of, but everything else with the car, okay?
Yeah, everything's good. We've moved house recently, so we're getting that underway. The Willis is all, and just love it from there. So other than that, it should be all good.
Brilliant stuff.
Fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant.
Hope to see Bruce in the class as well, Colin.
One day. Yeah, I'll be propping up the back of the class, but
I paid him to say that.
oh, did you?
No,
Yeah.
I didn't actually. That was a good man. Well done. more like that, please, sir.
It will. It's on the bucket list, as you well know.
Absolutely.
But it's the bizarre thing is every single round that you guys race at, I'm up here. But yeah, I'll do it eventually. I'm only due to race once this year, which will be Dragstalgia. But you never know. It may happen. We shall see. But it won't be going as quick as yours, so you will be safe. I will have to out-psych you some other way.
Hopefully this year we seem to have maybe got an insurance deal on the Willis as well.
Oh, so you can do the cruise?
Fingers crossed. I found a good insurance company that I've had a talk to about it, and they seem pretty keen on the idea.
Oh, good.
Which good to do, like drive the thing on the track. And
Yeah.
then
So
on
how
the
old are
road.
you now?
So I'm 18 now.
Yeah.
And then yeah, in June when I come, should be able to go on the cruise as well with the insurance. The thing I've got a quote is about 70 quid a
Quid a day.
Jesus. Hang on. 70.
It's 300 a week.
So that's best part of 18 grand. Roughly. Very, very. Dear me. Yeah, so that's the right idea.
Very good, yeah.
Based on that, yeah. Yeah, well, obviously we've been talking. What do they say? One of the coolest things. Stop. Not only is it's a twin car, it's also really turned out car too. What do your friends think of it? Because typically we think of teenagers as not really being into, we find.
Yeah.
What do they think?
I've got a few friends and stuff.
That's the problem, yeah.
And I've just sent them a bit who show me show burnout, and then
That's Daddy.
But yeah. Well, you see all these memes and stuff on Facebook saying, people look at they go, oh yeah, I've got one like that in the garage. No, you haven't. You've got nothing like that. Nothing like that goes that quickly. Don't want to say regular teenagers do this or do that, because obviously they're a lot more into electronics and all that sort of stuff. I'm sure you are too.
Yeah.
But the fact that you do this and you've done it with your dad for years as well must
Absolutely.
be just the coolest thing
I
in the
think
world.
doing it together is really nice as well.
Yeah, it's good, mate. I mean, the funny thing is, I know you appreciate it now. Sorry, this is going to sound like a total dad now, but whatever. The older the older you get, the more you'll appreciate what you did and what you do and what you've done, because
it's just making memories, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mate. Yeah, it really is. And the fact that you not only get to race, but you get to race like an 8-second street car and stuff like that as well.
Absolutely.
Cooler than Penguin P, I think is the phrase.
Well, the other thing, of course, Elliot's been around drag racing for a long, long time, but you never ever raced in the juniors, did you?
No, never. I wanted to skip it. I respect the juniors, and I think what they do is absolutely amazing. But for me, I found if I waited a little bit until I was 16 and got in a door car, that's what was kind of my cup of tea, if you will.
Because, as you said, we've seen so many of the juniors entering the classes and doing great, but a totally different approach.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've been there with your dad all the way through with the Roadster, but yeah, what you're doing now is great. And I bet your dad is sort of quite pleased in a funny sort of way that you couldn't find insurance at moments. At least he gets to still be part of Street Eliminator, not running on the track.
Yeah, and one thing is, I've really got to ask you this one too. Was it? This is another horrible age thing that I'm going to show. Oh dear. You had a tot rod as well, didn't you?
I did.
Oh dear,
I did.
I forgot. when he was little and we started doing this job. Yeah, you had a really, really cool tot rod that your dad built for you as well.
My dad's, Dad had his 34 Roadster.
Yeah.
And then he made me. He spent 6 months on it. Painted it all himself, and it was like a miniature version of that Roadster. And what I used to do when I was younger, I used to put it in reverse, floor it, and then rack it into drive, and the thing used to pit the wheels up in the pits.
See, destined for great things. Just lastly on that, how old were you when you had that? Roughly
2 or 3.
Seriously.
Oh,
Dearie me.
And then the bizarre thing is, if they still got the top rod, David stand more chance getting in it now than you.
Very, very good point. But the other thing, just before we get back to racing in Street Eliminator in a couple of moments, the one thing I want to add is that the only thing that's always a real shame when you're in the car is you don't get to see the reaction of your crew, and especially your dad.
Yeah.
Right? Because I tell you what, if a man could ever burst with pride or joy, it would be your dad just about every single time you ran, mate. Honestly. Just to see the look on his face every time you go out run an 8 or whatever it is really, really cool to see. And it's good that you do it. It's good that you do it together.
Lovely words, Darryl.
Yeah, no, it's true. I totally echo that. It's absolutely spot on.
Yeah, it's always that is the only bit that sucks being a driver.
Yeah,
is that everyone's down here celebrating, you're on your Jack Jones up there, you know.
Yeah.
And
you got Ange at the top end. Always
that
give
makes
her,
up for it completely.
Always give her a toot on the horn, and
definitely.
she's loving life.
Yes, definitely that. So we've got a few more cars to go in Street Eliminator. While you're here, favourite competitor have you got? For anyone you really like racing?
I always have a good race with Almac.
Yeah.
Always Almac. It's always really nice, respectful race. Play the game right. A few characters in the class with racing and what they like to do, different games they'll play. I think we've got Rob Carson now. Or is it? It's Joe Stevens.
So that's Joe. I mean, again, talking about characters, Joe's definitely one of them, in a good way, obviously. But Joe, what Joe does with what he has is quite amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
And the wheelbase on the thing's immense.
Immense in a tiny version,
absolutely.
Isn't it? Yeah. Well, I would say that it's like it's an engine that's got a small car attached to it. It's not, you know. I'm sure Hillman, when they designed this thing, never ever thought it would be knocking on the door of 180.
What's interesting is the engine on that Ash's van and the Willis is all the same kind of blow-through turbo system, and we're all kind of working with the same carb.
Okay.
They're all carb guy. Our carb guy in California, it all seems to be going pretty well.
Well, Joe running in the new combination. So what's he actually changed on it, Elliot? Do you know?
He was a 540 big block Chevy, but I think he's gone up to 632 now.
Oh,
and I think he's also put bigger turbos on it.
No wonder it hangs out the hood even more than it did. 921, 148, just running in. Also, word about James Murray too, because again, it's a great hot rod tradition to shove an engine in something that's not supposed to have it in there, isn't it?
And what's interesting, he's went from, I think it was nitrous fuel, now he's put a turbo on it as well with the LS. And
so both of these are actually turbo LS cars,
absolutely,
yeah. Without giving too much away, is there a chance that James could run as quick? I mean, Rob runs mid-8, so is there any chance James could be that quick, or is it still a way off?
Well, I think we'll just see what he's got in the bag.
Okay. Don't want to drop you in it. It's all right. Don't worry. So, Rob Carter with the Passat. 8:45 was what you ran yesterday. 10:46 for James Murray. Well, Rob's definitely get there first. 8:83 at 161 and 11:04 for James, 128. They still seem quite happy with that. Also, before our next pair, which is Al Mack, the man you were talking about, and Andy Bond. What's it like racing Andy Bond as well, knowing you've got an absolute, literal, you know, the quickest street legal car in Europe in the other lane?
It's incredible.
Yeah,
absolutely incredible. If you tree Andy and then you're ahead, the thing just moves like a train when you're going next to him, which is insane. What the interesting one is Mark Sheridan is often at the moment they seem to have got, I mean, you just saw 197 miles an hour come from it there.
Yeah.
When you're 330 foot and he's coming behind you, you just hear it and then you see it just go, and it's just incredible, that car.
Andy Bond and Al Mack then, last pair. Both of them hook up well, actually.
I think Al's in front.
Yeah, Al Mack's in front. He's still in front until then.
7.
Look at that though for Al Mack, 766 at 175, nudging on his quickest run ever. My goodness me, Colin, thank you. And number 2 qualified by only 100th of a second. 771 at 198 for Andy Bond.
That was a good session.
That was great. If you can, please come back for the last session later.
Open invitation,
insight.
come on up.
Yeah, you bet.
Anyway, lovely to see you guys.
All the time you're not racing for Street Eliminator, if you wouldn't mind, that would be fabulous. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Not only that, he comes across so mature as well. It's just insane. Well, I mean, thank you.
Well,
Right.
he's racing in Street Eliminator. Why wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Seriously, why?
Well, he's the only one that does.
Well,
So
out of
mature,
all
I
of them.
mean, that is.
Out of all of them, yeah.
Oh, dear.
So, Funny Bike Q5. This is Dave Peters with the Rigabuti Stress Days. Had a number of really, really good runs this weekend.
So he's on a 736 at the moment.
That won't be another 7. I'm glad I'm not there. Dave just rolls across the finish lane at 24 miles an hour.
Right, update from the Storm Drag Bike team, and a massive thanks to the team for this, because I know you get it, but I didn't 100% understand how the compound turbo works, but the team have explained it, and this is really, really good. The compound system on that bike takes in a large volume of air through the big turbo first. It then compresses it into a smaller volume, obviously at higher pressure, and puts it through the small turbo. So there's me thinking it'd be a small turbo into a big turbo into the bike. It's not, it's the other way around. It would work the other way around. So basically, it wouldn't work the other way around, as a small turbo would restrict the flow capacity of the big one. So it's a parallel arrangement, not serial. A very, very clever combination indeed. So thanks to the Storm Drag Bike team for the information.
It's also, while you're on that subject, I think it's the only one. I'm sure there are others out there, especially other people that are a lot better versed in bike racing than I am. I think it's one of the only ones in the world. That's why a lot of it is trial and error. That's okay. Well, at least you qualified this time, and you got a couple of good runs.
Number 1 qualifier as well.
So my colleague, unfortunately, Martin Zalstra is being towed away again. He still hasn't got a timed run in after 5 sessions, unfortunately.
So 7:16 at the moment for Mike. Oh, that left the line 107.
That's going to be good. That's going to be knocking on the door of a 6. Oh,
7.4.
194 miles an hour. My goodness me. He stays number 2 because the man at the up front is running the 6s, but that is a terrific run. Nice and clean. Even Steve French looked happy. Thinking about it as well, while we're on the subject of, well, we're on funny bikes and Dutch funny bikes. Do you remember Carls van der Belt?
Yes.
That very wicked little Honda. We haven't seen him over here for a while. He used to be knocking on the doors of the 6-second zone for a long, long time. So, Outlaw Anglia, I think we've got comp bike not far afterwards.
Oh, John Webster's made it. Good. Probably didn't see John earlier on. Obviously, we saw his run yesterday, and it didn't work out the way he wanted it to. Had a problem with the yoke, of all things. And not many people have got spare yokes. Right. But we found one. And Nick Williams had one back at the workshop, so John and Nick shot off there this morning, picked up the part, bring it back to the track and get John running again. So obviously it needs to be a specific type for that. But no, Nick had one.
Probably session if you go to the lanes 6. Thank you very much.
Oh, hang on.
So, Outlaw Anglia, Dougie McClure and Ben Kennedy. Pretty good looking run, actually. Dougie McClure looks like he's out in front. Beats an 11.27 on the racetrack. 120 miles. They don't in their quiet positions. So, John Webster with Fast Company number 2, taking on Wayne Power in the Slick Tricks lane. One car as well. Now the Anglias are running, and I'm sure there's lots of people tuned in watching them. I do wonder how the other one of the Pfeiffer's cars getting on, the one that had the mega motor in it.
Oh, Scotty.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Scotty's actually tuned in, as we know.
Okay.
With Charlotte and Mum at home watching the coverage. So
I remember a couple of years ago the engine was being shoehorned in.
Yeah. Maybe the shoehorn got stuck.
Something like that. The engine got stuck, who knows. Let's see what John Webster can do this time round. We really want to see a full run from Johnny, because it'll be a super one if it does.
102 to 60. Oh, drifting towards the centre line again.
Still goes 7.51 at 1:52. Expertly handled, sir. 10.53 at 1:27 for Wayne Power. Yeah, John Webster's numbers. Look at that. 102 to 60 foot. Feathering the throttle at half track. 450 at 1:52. And over the stripe at 7.51.
Rob Stone has finally made it out onto the track. This is Q5 and this is his first qualifier. You know, when we had we'd like taking it turns up brakes, I went and had a chat with Rob and the problems that he's had. 2 weeks ago he took his lorry in for a pre-MOT and the air suspension bags were not up to scratch, so they couldn't drive the vehicle. Then they got one of them fixed, but his foot brake was not working, so they basically said, no, you can't take that out of the yard. Managed to get it fixed, then it got the car here to start prepping it for the season because it was stuck in the trailer.
The car was in the trailer.
The car was in the back of the lorry
when it went for MOT.
Yeah. It was supposed
couldn't
to
make it up, and he goes to number 2 after all the grief. That's a great run as well.
Rob, he's been up it, so the whole day yesterday was prepping the car for the season, which should have been done because the lorry went in for pre-MOT check, would have come back, and they had 2 weeks to sort it.
That's cracking.
Oh, well done, Rob and the team. That was fantastic.
The moral of the story there, kids, is don't send your race car in your truck when it gets MOT'd or pre-MOT'd even.
But the problem happened, the bag problem happened at the place. It wasn't, it was all right driving there, but you couldn't drive it back.
You couldn't make it
No,
up,
you couldn't. Oh.
I had a similar thing when I came to sell one of my cars recently. Like there was a fault. It was an Audi, a known Audi fault with the baffles in the heater, and it clicks. Right, but it hadn't done it for over a year until the person that was coming to buy it got in the car and pressed the heater button.
No. Just looking at this, Andrew Christophe qualified 7.93 on his last run. That was his first ever 7, so it's obviously a PB for him. The bike is working brilliantly. He went like 8.03, 8.01, but he's got into the 7s now. 7.93. Let's hope we can stay there. Maybe, just maybe, go a little bit quicker.
Up against Aswin and Noble, who did win, I think, Pro Stock Bike back at the main event last year. Andrew's long gone.
7.86, it's another PB for Andrew. Oh boy, that team is coming on strong now. They found, what, 3/10 this weekend so far? Well done to them.
9.02 at 1:47 for Aswin and Noble. Actually only moved him up to 14. Combike this weekend is tough. So Mark Dainty is currently number 1. 7.16 was what he ran earlier. The speed was slightly down on that run, so you never know. You never ever know. His long-awaited 6-second run might be just, well, 6.9 seconds away. Up against Paul Hambidge. Slick Tricks Lane. The number you see on the board at the end is not a dial-in. That's the bump spot for the 16-bike Combike field. Don't think that's going to be any quicker at all for 7.33 at 200 mile an hour for Paul Hambidge. Moves him up to number 4. Mark Dainty falls off pace to an 8.14. 163.
Need to have a look at that. I think that's Paul's first 200 mile an hour run. I'm not 100%, but
bit
there's a lot of smoke in the shutdown area. Turn the corner, okay.
Sean Mills with the big CC machine in the Kestrel lane. Sean, very surprisingly, down in number 10 with a 7.97. He can go way quicker than that. Against John McLean, who's having a whale of a weekend. 7.73 earlier today. Here goes Shaw Mills with the big horsepower. 7.28 at a booming 200 mile an hour for Shaw Mills, and a fabulous run for John McLean. 7.61. It's not 314 miles an hour.
No,
the block got blown off course, didn't it?
Yeah,
by
the block's
Shaw Mills.
over. Yeah.
Well, actually, saying that might not then be his number. It's the block. Block's being replaced. That could get the ET in the other lane.
Yeah. Frame that timing slip, though. 4 mile an hour.
I'll do that, yeah. Predictable.
Eric hasn't even gone that quick. Yeah.
My whatever. Mick Wynyard, Paget. Then he's 15. He did what Tom said he was going to do. Got the stocker out the trailer. No, stay 10 and 15.
All right, Jasmine Cordell on the X. Mark Smith, and Anasasia.
Jazz running nitrous engine on. Made, I think, her quickest run ever at 8.33 earlier on today, and there's still a lot more there. So when they get hang of that, it's going to be a lot, very, very competitive bike indeed, and Jazz can definitely ride.
Well, she, well, I'm not going to go into full details, but she certainly needs a better weekend than the way it started, that's for sure. Didn't read a social media post, and sorry to read the first part of your weekend. That's better. Slightly towards the centre line, but corrected that. And still going. 8:31, 160.
If that goes straight, it will be a 7-second bike.
Yeah.
8:78 for Anna. Stays 13.
Right, Sigmara Profas with the Hayabusa from Amsterdam, going alongside Graham Dance. Graham going well, 7:32. Sigmara 7:73 at the moment.
So what can Sigmaro do this time? Big puff of smoke at the top end. 760 at 162 for Graham Dance. 752 at 193 for Sigmaro. Hope Graham's bike is okay. Normally when you get a puff of smoke like that at the top end on a bike, it's not a good thing. Track crew are going to go out and do a bit of a check. Danny Cockrell is up next to run.
Yeah, obviously the spotters will be having a look on the track, and obviously the turnout crew will have a look at the top end as well, just to make sure. I still find it odd looking through the binoculars. You can see all those people camped at the other side of the field over there. The binoculars do fall short in that distance. That's about, what, half a mile, 3/4 mile from beyond the end of the strip?
It's quite a way, yeah. If you go down,
it just looks odd.
So Danny Cockrell gets given the thumbs up. Dan actually, it wasn't my imagination, he entered in 850, didn't he? And then switched to running in
yes,
this weekend.
yeah.
Look at the name of the entry as well. I'm quite impressed with that. Bit too much up and not enough forward for Danny on the launch. Still a really strong run though. 759 at 172. A little bit too much boost off the start line. Not enough hamburgers for lunch, so keeping it down.
Yeah, I know. Right, Super Gas. What a tough crowd this is. The top 10 are covered by 5/100ths of a second. There's only 13 of them in total. Only one of them is the wrong side of index.
So up first is Tim Moore and Andy Dibley.
Good battle for third. Look at that between Andy Harrison and Andy Dibley. Thomas is back with us as well.
Hi, you alright?
We're good, mate. We're good.
Cracking on through the day well. So far, I'm not going to say anything like that. That's a silly thing.
Big old wheel stand there for Andy Dibley.
Do you know what? I am not surprised they both broke out. They're identical. Their reaction times are identical. They were pacing each other, and they thought, well, if you can cross the line, I know you're good, and I can cross the line, I know you're good. Yeah. But they both broke out. All right, Andy Harrison and Mark Huxley. Huxley's been very, very busy this weekend, especially sorting out Brian.
They had Mark had a problem on his last run. Didn't make it more than about 60 foot under power, right. So it obviously wasn't as serious as it might have seemed. They've just closed the door on Andy's car. 003. 993 at only 121. Who would ever have thought that Mark Huxley would have to back off to 120 miles an hour to not break out?
No, it's working well.
It's great.
He's up to number 3 and he's just gone in front of Andy Dibley and Andy Harrison with that one.
Well, the good thing is now he's got 9.7s. Even when the weather gets warmer, he's probably still got enough race car.
Yes.
Just enough race car to run the number, which can only be good news. Dan Page, Wayne Hiscock. Dan is number 13 at the moment. Wayne is 11 with the really cool grey Chevelle.
Well, Dan's problem is he keeps going too quick. 006 off the line for Dan.
How do you say you got it sussed without saying it out loud? If
Well,
you know
let's
what
see
I
if
mean.
he's got the strike cut.
Look at the difference.
The speed difference as well.
Yeah.
996 for Wayne Hiscock at 99 miles an hour. We just had Mark Sheridan run a 10-0 at 197. That's like kind of the absolute opposite of that, wasn't it?
Yeah. But a 996, that puts him into... Well, there's 11 of them now covered by 500ths of a second. You've got
Amazing.
Dan Page is the only one that's managed to do 5 qualifiers and go under index on every single one of them. And who's got the 1379? Kieran Turner. Oh, we haven't seen Kieran for a while.
Bob needs to get on the brakes heavily and doesn't. 974 at only 119 miles an hour. 986 at 139 for Miss Fulton. Too quick and too quick. We've had lots of that in this
Too
session.
quick and way too quick, yeah.
Yeah, we've had too quick and behave. That was, I think. Okay, Simon Fulton and Stu Morris.
Right, so give you an update on Simon Fulton. This is the car that Tim Adam and John Giles shared. John Giles then bought out Tim Adam. John Giles then sold the car to Dave Fulton. And Simon has borrowed it off Dave. Right?
Meanwhile, his Falcon's up for sale anyway. That's fine. Yeah.
Break out help.
It's going to be killer on race day. Those kind of reaction times. Going to get around.
Yeah.
Great to see as well. Kieran Turner joining in.
Oh, he's back.
That's actually for sale, Kieran's car. It was for sale at the end of last year. I don't know where he's still selling it, but it's great to
Oh,
see
we're glad he's not.
join in Supergas. Yeah, absolutely. Against Stu Doiney, another name returning to Supergas. It's good to see the class numbers filling out as well.
Big old throttle stop for Stu. Still breaks out. Kieran goes 12-12, 74.
I don't know if you saw what Mark Turner ran earlier, by the way.
Oh, I did.
7.3.
7.3. Oh, 7.6, yeah. I was sat up there and I
It was
looked up and went, "Whoa."
billowing smoke all the way down,
Yeah.
but it was very impressive. So, Jasmine Tunstall.
Just waiting for Kieran to clear the track. Oh, Kieran and Stu, actually. When I was listening to it then, I didn't hear Kieran go up on the two-step. I think he's foot braking that off the line.
I think it's a car he built just kind of for fun, and he's ended up in Supergas, if that makes any sense. He hasn't. It's not been built as a Supergas car, I think is the right way of putting it. I'm sure they'll tell me different. Well done, Jasmine. 995 with the 3.
And an 04 light. It's good ingredients for a good run.
Number 8 qualified too.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sportsman. What is it? Sportsman bike as it used to be, now 950. They called it Supergas bike up there in Scandinavia. Rob Stanley in the Kestrel lane. Dad still has at home, I believe, the family Grand Am that's been running in Comp Eliminator more often than not recently. Against Dave Hall.
003 light for Rob Stanley. That is crazy impressive to do that on a bike.
That's not. 944 at 122 and 47 in the other lane. By that I meant breakout. Look at that finish line camera. That is spectacularly good.
Super high def as well.
Yeah, Barney came up here earlier and said he was rather chuffed with that one. Barney is the tech guy responsible for all of the coverage and does a fabulous job of it. Thank you to the whole team. And I'm sure everybody out there in viewing land will think the same thing too. So Rick Sawatsky and Zoe Hallett this time round. Both looking for 950. Rick has already done it.
Super Pro ET into the lanes, please. Super Pro ET, can I have you in the lanes?
So Rick stays number one but goes too quick. Zoe goes about half an hour too quick, I think that is. 9:22 at 1:46. So can we ever run the right side of the number? The only guy left to try and do it is the only guy that hasn't run the right side of the number yet. Do you remember what I said about whole class breaking out?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
This could be it. So Carl Thomas, the slowest run he's made is at 9:48.
It's not backing off. Now there we go.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is official. 950 bike. .950 bike, the whole class under the index in one session. ET bike, Scott Collier taking on Jake Bowden. Slick trick side of the racetrack for Jake with the very upright machine. Taking on Scott on the bike he used to race in Junior Drag Bike, I think, in the Castellane. Dials 955 again. I think he went 57 earlier today. That is the whole Collier family down there on the start line. Mum, dad, sister and brother. It'll be the same combination, just a slightly different driver later in the season. So Scott's number 5, Jake's number 3. Scott goes to number 1. 9:55 with a 2. He will be your number 1 qualifier. Now that's a dad dance you don't mind seeing, is it? 11:65 for Jake Bowden. Yeah, I know, that's a proper dad dance. Well done. Nice one. Nice one, Jerry. Do you know what? When I went round to see him yesterday, I said to Scott, I'll be round to annoy your dad later. She said, oh good, I'll join you. Or I'll help, I think was what she said. So Charlie Anasagasti, there we go, and Michael Gooding. I apologise, I forgot to say it's a breakout in the other lane for Jake Bowden. .10.22, 10.27. They stay 7 and 11.
Yeah, Michael Gooding's bike gave it a little bit bogged down on the line. She still went through at 154 mile an hour though.
So Casey Holgate and Liam Holgate. 12:50 for Casey, 9:58 for Liam.
Fortunately, Liam trying to struggle to find a gear. I think Casey's backed up as well. Oh no! 12:60.1 off her dial-in. Moves her up to 8.
Nice move for Casey. Yep, it's all about running number. Doesn't matter how quick you go today. So Dave Grundy, Phil Pratt. Phil's qualified number 3. Phil can win from any position, let's face it. Looking for 902, which I think was the number he ran the run before. Two measly 100 second. Number 8 with a 10 0 and a 10.40 with a 0.
Will ever run an 8?
Yeah, only when almost that bike.
Yeah.
Very conditions. Where he tried to run. I think he did, but yeah, it doesn't quite have the oomph. Rob Dobby. 5 makes to move up to 12. Pete Harrison stays put with a 10.87 on a 10.78. He was number 5. And he stays number 5.
Oh, we've got a heads-up race then. Both bikes on the start line dialing 8.70. We've got Gary Hester on the Saint in the Kestrel Beer lane and Rowan Davidson on the Funny bike. That's in the Slick Tricks lane.
I wonder who's going to use who as a pacemaker.
Yeah.
Well, it sort of happens when you run the same number, doesn't it?
Of course,
when you have the same
yeah.
dialing, yeah.
Either that or you become stubborn about 1,000 foot and go, no, I know I'm right.
That felt too good.
I had to walk down the pits and I saw the top fuel bike in the pit, and that was lovely.
That's Phil Costy's bike. Phil's actually down there on the start line helping out Ryan. That is his old Funny bike that's been in the low 7s. Problems for Gary, and too quick. He needed that pacemaker. Ryan Davidson, I think that's his quickest run, but it's nice and consistent though.
Now the other Hester. So you've just seen the Saint go down the track, and this is the Rebel, ridden by Carl Hester, dialing a 10.75 up against Chris Venn on the big red machine V-twin style bike, trying to run a 9.75. Getting quite close to the centre line. He's got it held.
10.22. I think that's what he ran before, actually. No help for either. 17 and 10, they stay. Anyone who comes out on top of the field in ET Bike this weekend is going to be a very deserving winner. It's very, very tough. So, Blake King down there.
Ridden that thing down to a 9.13. He's not, obviously it's a brand new bike to him, but he's just figuring out the combination. It seems to be wheel spinning quite a bit off the line, but I think when that thing grips and goes, it's going to be quite a quick bike.
Yeah, dialing a 9 flat, that doesn't hang about at all. He rolled back out of stage, unfortunately, and then hopped his way past 60 foot.
John McGill in the other lane is looking to run a 10.90. Let's see if Blade does get a time at 11.0, but he was stationary for some of that.
Yeah, 146 miles an hour too. 13.37, no help for John McGill.
On to Sportsman ET then.
So, Steph with the family BMW, that's Stephanie Pateman. No Brian racing this weekend, actually. I've just realised that. Yeah. In the Kestrel lane, 13.78. And a 15 flat for Liam Sturman. I apologise, Liam.
It's funny, I mentioned this yesterday. The Jag of Liam Sturman was built to basically mimic the Pro Stocker that Dave Smith's got. But obviously he's then gone and bought himself a Pro mod.
Gotta love teammates. Still seems to run out of legs at the top end though. 13.75 for Steph, breaks out by 3 measly hundredths of a second. 15.27 though, even though it ran out of steam, that was quite a good run.
Next up then we've got Chris Creswell in the Fiesta ST. He's currently your #1 qualifier. Up against Gary Lake in the Arabian Night Trans Am. And this class has proven that it doesn't matter what you run, because Chris Creswell in the Fiesta has dialed in a 15.2 and he is currently your #1 qualifier. Up against Gary Lake, who has dialed in a 14.18. So it's all about consistency in this class. Again, this is an entry-level class, so if you've got a daily driver at home and you fancy coming and having a bit of competitive racing, this is the class you can race that in. And in fact, you'll see some of the cars in this class are just actually some of these people's daily drivers. Ooh, good reaction time there for Chris Cresswell. He's going to be good on race day with an 0.2 light. Obviously your number 1 qualifier. Gary Lakes with a 0.1. Oh, breaks out, goes 14.13. So no improvement for him. Chris Cresswell goes 15.54 and is 15.2. So no improvement for him either. Matt Marshall then in the Moonshine Escort, and I've noticed that his Dipex has come off. So where it did say Hotmans before, it's obviously reading something else now. Stephen Giles in the Subtle Indifference Subaru Forester. He's out in the 13.50. Getting up to the finish line now. 3-1. I'll move him up the order a little bit. Gina Racing against Ford. Yeah, blew the other one up quite spectacularly. So this one has not got a V8 in it, unfortunately, but he still knows how to drive it very well. Seasoned racer is Brian. He's been around for years. Usually races the Dark Horse Mustang, driven currently in Super Pro by his son Lee Huxley. So he's going on down now, looking for an 18.41. Georgina with a good 01 light there, looking for a 15.62. Oh, 15.65 moves her up to the number 11 spot. No improvement for Brian. Here we are then, the Walters. Holly Walters in the Mustang, trying to run a 15.30. Not to be outdone by her brother in the Kestrel B lane. Usually running a Super Pro dragster, and in fact he had written on his back window yesterday that apparently this car is a Super Pro dragster, according to him. It's not. It's a Mercedes. So he's looking for a 15.00. Bragging rights there for Holly as she trees him on the line, so he's going to have to try and run her down a little bit. I think he's caught her by the 8th. .34 for Holly, moves her up to the number 13 spot. No improvement there for Pete as he runs a 15.2 on his 15 flat dialing.
Well, Darryl and I have just had a chat, and we've both decided that we're going to go and have the afternoon off and go sunbathing, and leave you to it, mate, because you're doing so well. Oh, dear. All right, Debbie Taylor with the Mustang, and it is, of course, the dual-fuel racing Tesla of Kyle. What's he got for us? He's in the number 8 spot at the moment. Debbie is number 20.
I'm trying to read what he's written on the back of that.
It will take you a while because they used a lot of green marker pen on that car. Well, it's all over it.
Well, apparently it's a Ford Focus. That's what we do know.
All right, Debbie Dials 1328, Carl 1576. Debbie gets a 1349, stays 20. Carl 1581, only 500 off, but he stays number 5.
I'm glad that Jago Stokes is stuck with his dialing because it means we get to keep mentioning that. So he's trying to look for a 13.20.
I saw that car in the pairing lanes. Really tidy looking car. Very tidy indeed. Do like that.
Up against Simon Swarbrick, in the Ford Pot. 347 inch or something cubic inch engine in that. Looking for a 12.11. Both the drivers there bang shifting the manual transmissions as they go up the track. 12.44 for Simon, so no improvement, and the 13.13 breakout for Jago Stokes.
Tell you what, whilst I've got binoculars and Steve Mellors isn't moving, I'll try and read everything on the back of that car. Sportsman T19, identify as Hulk MX5, PB 13.87, Hulk broken, diff and shaft, don't worry, Hulk will be faster. FX12. No, sorry, that's number plate. Oh dear.
So that is correctly Steve Mellors in not an MX-5. That's an Audi. Against Jane McReady in Ben's van. Looking for a 16.96. Seasoned racer is Jane. How long has she been racing now? It's going to be a long old while.
Hang on a minute. I think I need to double check.
So a little bit of a wait going on. It was a correction on Jane's dial-in.
I was going to say, because I thought, now that can't be right. Her previous run, the van ran his first ever 14. And that's what I was looking for on social media. When I saw 15, I thought, that can't be right. She ran her first ever 14. So congratulations to the Clueless Racing team. Obviously not clueless, because
they've dialed that. So I'm assuming it'll be if they break out for that. Probably
take fame again. Oh, another Ben's van. Oh, fantastic. What a start to the... he goes 14.06 on a 13.82. But, well done to Jane. Another breakout. Another PB.
Right, so Kirsty's asking for the right side of a 12, please.
That's how much she's put. Yeah.
Up against Michael Franklin in the Range Rover. See, I wasn't lying earlier when I said that these are some of these people's daily drivers that they've come to race this weekend.
I did the dialing day of my daily driver all those years ago. Do you remember that? I had a red Audi A4. And I didn't have a clue what it was going to run. So I guessed 17 and a half and it went 16.3. Like, whoops, got that wrong. Eventually managed to get the hang of it. But cost me a fortune that dialing day.
Making bets with people by any chance?
No, just about God knows how many thousands later. And
you've bought a Bruce now.
Yeah, it's the dialing day that was responsible for that.
Kirsty Tram over the line, goes 12.02.
Yeah, got another one on the right side.
She's run 12.00 before.
Yeah, and that's when she dialed it as well, so very good for her.
17.39 for the Range Rover of Michael Franklin.
Ash Simons with the Dream Wrecker Skyline. Alongside Jack McClure with Goldilocks, the 100E. It's a lovely looking little car, that.
It wouldn't be out of place in the modified E challenge that you get at some of the lifestyle events.
Well, when he really starts getting a handle on the tune, this car's going to go a fair bit quicker, you know. Well, Ash didn't build up the same amount of boost as he normally did.
In fact, these two cars' dial-ins are pretty close. 13.26 looking for that for the GTR, and a 13.25 for Goldilocks. A little bit of a way off for the pair of them. Obviously, Ashley bogged on the line. Don't know what happened to John in that one. Couple of good friends now coming up to the line. You've got Felicity Gibbs with a Little Miss Rampage Mustang, looking for a 17.02. And Ashley Clark looking for an 18.10 in her Golf. Nice light there for Felicity Gibb.
Fair to say that these two do socialise well together. Yeah. Oh dear. Love to see photographs of nights out with both of these young ladies. 17.14 for Flick. Ashley goes through with a 20.68. Not entirely what she wanted there.
Well, another Volkswagen now. Just a little older vintage. Driven by Caitlin Wilson in the Havoc Beetle. Up against Richard Palmer in the Doobie Scooby. Looking for a 14.66. Caitlin looking for a 17 flat. I know when this...
That's a big move. 17.
Well, they were trying to dip into the 16s yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
She's running into 17.02 as her
Yeah,
best run currently.
1702. Yeah, you're right.
I know when this first car came, when this car first reappeared with Morgan behind the wheel, they'd actually put the motor from their VW camper bus
Oh, right.
in
No,
it.
I didn't realise that.
It's had a little bit of work since then, but it's still the same engine, so it's actually out of a bus.
So 1466 for the Subaru Impreza in the Kestrel Relay. And of course, let's see if Caitlin can hit that 17.
Reaches the finish line, looking for... Ooh, a little bit of a breakout. 14.64 there on his 14.66 dial-in, and a 17.05 on the 17 flat for Caitlin Wilson.
Yeah, 500's off and in number 14 spot. Everyone was doing really well this weekend. Troy Attree with the Blue Temptation Camaro Z28, 1285. And Susie McClure, who has calmed the wheel spin down a heck of a lot, 1580 the dial-in for the Dodge Ram.
You couldn't imagine that something that big would actually struggle with the wheel spin, but it's not all about
Yeah, but it's
weight
also
in
weight
there.
where
Yeah.
it is on the vehicle.
all over the front end.
1304, 1593. Well, Susie getting close to dial-in. Goes up 2 spots. 24 to 22. Troy stays at number 10. Bill Wilson with the Graffiti Racing F100. 12.40, the target number for him. Absolutely glorious day once again. Just absolutely fantastic. Well, nice move up the border there for Bill. Goes 12.43 on that 40. 21 to 13. Nicely done, sir. And that's the end of Sportsman ET for Q5. On now to Junior Drag Bike. Good to see a good, strong entry. 12 of them here this weekend.
No
Timing
dial-ins
system
as of yet.
reboot, and we'll be back with you.
Just noticed that Jackson's not actually facing straight. I think he's facing just slightly towards the wall, but I'm sure he'll be able to pull that back before he reaches 60 foot. It's nice to see our friends from the Netherlands back over. With a nuke in the Kestrel beer lane. Still waiting for the timings, but should be up any second now. There we go. So Nuke looking for a 13.20 and Jackson looking for a 13.36.
The size difference between the two outfits as such.
But Jackson seems to get away really quickly, but I think Nuke's caught him at the finish line. Oh, he goes 13.20 and Nuke goes 13.74. So breakout and a little bit further.
Yeah, the wrong
than he-
1320 was in the wrong lane. In
Yeah.
effect.
Ollie King then. Looking for a 9.50 in the Slick Tricks lane. And Maggie Smallman on her Kawasaki looking for a 19.57. So it should be a good close race. Of course, we're not actually racing, but should be nice and side by side all the way up the track.
Oh, Maggie Smallman goes to number 1 with that one. She was like less than 200s off there. 9.57 was the dive. She goes 9.58 with an 8. And not to be outdone by a move up from number 6 to number 5 for Holly King. She goes 9.63.
Another one from the Rugrat Racing stable then in Lyra Humber. Dialing in a 15.55 against Harry Isaacs, looking for a 12.90. I think that's actually the fastest he can dial as well.
.43, that's a bit of a breakout for Lyra. And yeah, no help for Harry either. Well, it does, but well, the one qualifier is Leicester, just been dropped to number 2 to see if that number 1 spot. One. Inch forward.
One then, Pollen, number 9, and a 13.19 breakout for Alia Leicester.
I think the Pollen team are just happy that they've got the bike from A to B because they've had a few issues this weekend, fair to say. But that was a full run under power, A to B. Not as quick as they wanted, but nevertheless a full pass, so well done to them.
You can actually see coming into play now the junior categories moving out of the groove.
Yeah.
As we get stickier and stickier into, we move on into the evening and to the afternoon. So then, Brad Morrison looking for a 14.85 on the, pardon me, Morrison Racing junior bike in the Slicktrix lane. And Richard Wilcox, fresh from his wheel standing launch earlier on today, looking for a 9.51.
That launched really hard actually for Richard. 184,
right.
60 foot. That's not hanging about for a junior drag bike.
And it breaks out.
Yeah, well, there's the end result. Launched so well.
14.76 breakout as well in the other lane for Brad Morrison. So he stays number 4, Richard stays number 3. Now, there's either a car running in the background or Faith Morrison's bike sounds really good right now.
Can I just quickly put this one out there actually whilst we've got junior drag bike running? Somebody very kindly dropped some funds up to me in the tower. But unfortunately, I wasn't here. I don't know who dropped it up. So if someone can message me and let me know. I'm not going to say how much it was, but I need to know because bizarrely, I've got 3 people that it could be from. So if you can message me and let me know, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed.
So Liam Morrison gets away well. Faith Morrison doing her characteristic runaway start. Ooh. What was that? 11.38 breakout for Leah.
A 10th and some change, I think that is.
Whoa.
Oh, double breakout.
That's a breakout by over a second. That's the fastest she's been all weekend. 18.1.
1 1/4 second breakout. Love it. Well, the Morrisons are all going quick this weekend, be it on Super Street Bike, be it in Junior Drag Bike. They're all going quick. Right. Q6 for Pro ET.
Is this the last set of qualifying, or have we got one more after this?
It'll be awesome to get another one in, but goodness me. No, let's see. Let's see. What's the time now? 20 to 3. Well, I think we just got to see how this session goes. So, yeah, Pro ET will be followed by Super Pro ET. Laura Bain. Of course, the last session we had of Pro ET was just bonkers.
Oh, ridiculous.
The order was shuffling around. The bump spot kept getting lower. People in the show, people out of the show. I'm going to have a good look at this because we're not going to get the top 32 until the first pair have gone through.
Just a little bit of glue going down on the start line. Ian's just set off running. I think he's going to grab the track up. So probably a little bit of track prep just before this next session of qualifying starts.
Right, just getting the... Right, okay, so as we stand at the moment, 40 people have put qualifying runs in Pro ET. The bump spot is 082, which is held by Lee Morris. One place ahead is Simon Innes on a 079 off his dial. Dave Fulton's 076, Dave Crowhurst 073, Don Scott 072. The reason I pick on those 5 because there is 8 people that haven't qualified that could get into the show. Ronnie Mercer is on the outside looking in. He is in the number 33 spot. Marie Mills, 34. Dan Fulton, 35. Darren Law, 36. Darren Huxley, 37. Dave Cherritt, 38. Now, Bailey Ashdown, they did have the gasket go. They have replaced it, but there was an issue with the car on the last run. Hopefully the team have managed to get it sorted so she can get a full pass in. We haven't seen Jake Fronda for quite a while with the Golf. So I don't know if he's going to make it down for this one. I really hope he does, because that'll be really cool to see everybody there. So if you assume, well, let's just say all 8 of them came down and managed to improve. The only person that is totally safe is, believe it or not, Paul Marston. So everybody behind Paul Marston needs to improve to guarantee that they are here, depending on what the 8 that haven't qualified done yet. And what would that make the bump if everybody improved? 039. So let's just see how this one pans out. Obviously, as each car goes through, we will know who's guaranteed to be in for race day.
Yeah.
So we'll look at it that way.
There are a number of ifs in that.
Oh,
though.
there's so many. Because then we got like people that are broken that might not make eliminations, then the alternates come in. Let's just see how it pans out. But this is brilliant when you get a bump spot, because it's great for commentary. Love
and it makes it such a fun watch. It really does. We hope all you folks out there are enjoying yourselves. Thank you very much indeed for coming along this weekend to spend it with us on the banking and in the grandstands. Hope you made a good choice. Hope the kids are loving it.
Yeah, hope you got a little bit of sunblock, not too much, but Podface could be a thing this weekend.
It will be, definitely. It's just nice to be in bright weather. Definitely that. So we're, I think, is this the last session? I think it will be, won't it? Yeah. From looking at the run order, it's very unlikely to start another cycle, because this is the start of the last qualifying cycle, if you will. Well, Farmer Marshall's out there doing his thing with the tractor. We'll hand back to Nitro FM just for a couple of moments. Everyone is ready to go, and the reason I'm handing back to Nitro FM is because as soon as I do that, they'll come round, won't they? Right, see you in a minute. What nudged him back in this direction?
This Mustang, and well, I think we say he bought it at a very good price and thought, yeah, I'm going to come back and have a go. The user work on it. Interesting quirk of fact. And I said, he goes, right, give me. So, and then he said, oh, you know, I copied black, and now he said, oh, no, no. Oh, right, it's okay. Anything, but not. Well, Laura Bainton was on the bump for a while, then she got 27 or 26, 13 up to number 12.
Top fuel bike into the pairing lanes, please. Could we have top fuel bike for the last session into the lanes, Pearlies? Thank you.
A couple of little dragsters now onto the start line. You've got Darren Law with the Wicked Lady with a 454 Chevy V8, I believe, is in that, or it might be a Ford actually. I can't see where the thing is.
They just got the headers upside down to fool you.
Yeah.
Against Will Clark. Now the thing, Darren Law's not in this run or no racing tomorrow. Now they keep dialing in 9-0, and it doesn't run them. 9:58 doesn't improve, unfortunately. He will be outside the show. He will be an alternate. Will Clark goes 9.70. Stays where he was. Thank you, sir.
So he sticks himself at the number 13 spot. There's Warren Watts with the Camaro, looking for a 9.06. He's currently in the show, and he's currently number 22. So I think he's safe at the minute, as well as Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb. He's currently a number 14 qualifier, looking for a 10.84. As they just bump themselves into stage, the tree's going to roll down. Big breakout there for Warren Watts as he runs a 9.02. Jason Pickett stays in the number 14 spot as he runs a 10.92 on his 1084 dial-in. Next pair then, Jess Bishop, currently your number 1 qualifier. She was 1/10,000th off a second of her dial-in on the, that was actually in Q2 that she got that, and she's still your number 1 qualifier now. She changed the dial-in from a 9.11 to a 9.10 against John Bean with the Shotgun Mustang, looking for a 9.56. He's currently your number 5 qualifier, so these are both safely in the show. Just looking up the track now. Both cars are fully staged, but there's obviously
something turning off. There we go. Turning left, right now. There we go.
Just his first red light in the class. John Bean went 0.79.
Big breakout as well, 9.06. John Bean goes 9.60, 400ths off.
So Dave Wright, who is comfortably in at number 3, hasn't had such a good day today on the track. By not as good, I mean he hasn't been quite as close to his number. He's still been very good. Against Chloe Wilkins. Chloe is number 4. Getting into the swing of things early in the season.
I think that's going to be a better run for Dave Rudd.
Well, 68 and a 66, that'll work. 0.27 reaction time, not one of his better ones, but it don't matter.
Yep, 17 for Chloe on a 25, bit of a breakout. Right, one of them that aren't in the show at the moment, Marie Mills. Dan Holloway totally safe at number 9, but Marie Mills needs to get into the show. She is currently 0.9 off dial. She needs to go 0.07 would be good, but 06 would be better. So she dials in 10.57. Anything north of that up to about 10.63 would do.
Dan Holloway dialing in what he ran last time, and in fact he dialed it in last time as well, so he's got your number one. He's in the number 9 spot, and he went bang on last time. Slows a little bit.
Big breakout for Marie Mills, 10.49 on a 57, 800ths too quick on that one. So Marie is an alternate at the moment at number 34.
Fuel funny car racers go bracket racing. There we go.
Right, let's see if Darren Huxley can get in. The nervous one at the moment is Lee Morris. He is on the bump. Right, Darren Huxley dials 1190. So he needs 1190 to 1196 on his timing slip. Tom K, totally safe. 1016 is his dial.
That was a much better launch for Darren then. Usually he has a little bit of a wheel spin, seeing as it is a drift car.
Probably means it runs too quick.
Five. And safely
Out on
he
the
has,
field.
yeah.
Who's the new bump now then?
Simon Innes is on the bump.
So a bit of a breakout there for Tom K as he goes about a 10th too quick. He dials runs a 10.06.
At least he's running consistently now. Which probably isn't in show currently. Scott's not really safe at 29. In the big Plymouth.
Right, interesting. Bailey's gone straight to stage before Don was in pre, but Don's saying, yeah, okay, fair enough. It is qualifying. Well, I think they fixed the gasket problem.
Well, she's number 38. 9.59 for Don. No help. More important, day 29. I think with who's left to run, he probably will be safe now.
For the time being.
Ronnie Mercer then with the no nitrous this weekend, Anglia. Looking for a 10.56. He's currently outside the show as well. Alfie Ratton, I think he was outside the show before the last one, but he's in now. That was 9.05.
He's safe with Majuli.
Whoa! 8.99
He's got
for
it
Alfie
into the
Ratton.
And Ronnie Mercer is a DNQ at the moment. Okay. You say that because okay.
Yeah, we just got to see how it pans out. Might get another shot. Mark Huxley, Adrian Portelli, they are safe. But yeah, Ronnie Mercer goes 10.42 on the field. That's a big old breakout. Car really is moving better than he thought. 11 cars, 00 on their darling. Fantastic.
You can really see how much Mark Huxley has to lift when he runs in super gas. As he's dialed 0.2 faster than that with a 9.77, goes to 0.70.
Knocking on the door of the
boy.
9.6s.
Well done, Mark.
No improvement for Adrian Portelli as he's still number 2 qualifier, running a 10.81.
Right, 2 nervous campers then. Simon Innes, he's on the bump. Dave Crowhurst only 2 spots ahead of him.
Simon Innes, though, has really been trying to nail it down every run. He's been so close. Just the wrong side each time.
Well, he's only had 1 run with the right side of his darling.
Oh, he's done it again!
Oh, 10.58 with a 5 on a 59 dial breakout. But how about Dave Crowhurst? 9.15 with the Camaro.
He wasn't kidding with that.
No, he
920
wasn't.
dialing.
Wow. It's the gift that just keeps on giving. Pro ET. Mason Griffiths. Do you know what? I thought he was going to dial an 8.99. He's not. He's stuck with a 9 flat. Dan Fulton, not in the show at the moment. He dials 10.28. When we say not in the show, only the top 32 will go into race day.
005.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the race car. Oh, double break. You know what? If Mason dialed 8.99, he'd have still broken out. He went 97. Dan Fulton breaks out 10.17. Oh, funny old day this. But we are loving the entertainment that these guys and girls are giving us. Neil Watkins, Stevie Gates.
I'm loving the metal flake on the roof of that Duster. I haven't seen it, but I haven't spotted it before. But obviously now the sun's out, it's looking gorgeous. And Neil Watkins in... Well, it's called the Little Purple Express, but it's not that little. Big Dodge truck looking for an 1122.
And the man who used to own that car sitting up there watching. James Forster.
Yeah.
$9.56 for the Duster. Bob Molden then, with the white noise Peugeot, dialing in at 9.42, currently your number 21 qualifier, so he is safely in. Brett Featherstone, your number 19 qualifier, and your reigning Pro ET champion. Don't let the number 2025 fool you, he just likes that number.
Well, he didn't want to spend the money on changing the number on the back window, basically, because that'd be new graphics.
Yeah, but if there's ever a time to fork out, it's when you got to replace it with a 1.
Yeah.
.46 and a 45 breakout for Brett. Bob stays 21. And no help for Bob Molden.
Tell you what, that finish line camera is going to be really, really fun to watch tomorrow when you've got the eliminations going along.
Oh, yeah.
Especially to see how unbelievably close it is at, like you said, different speeds and all that. It's also whether to take the finish line or not. That's the other thing. That's the other really interesting
You do
thing.
see that quite a bit where you'll see cars get to about to speed block and then just dip the nose to let the other guy take it if they think they're going to break out. A lot of tactics.
So, Tom Watkins safe at the moment, 27. Simon Ripwood in at 6. I don't think there's anyone else left actually to bump in at the moment.
Lee Morris hasn't run yet.
Okay. Ah, sorry.
Nice big wheelie then for Tom. Looking for an 893. 892 from the Dodge. So he breaks out
with an 8. So Dave Cherritt and Nick Muggeridge. Nick was a bit nervous last round of qualifying, however, got that sussed. Dave is nowhere near. Dave's 7 spots away from the bump.
Side, Ronnie's run, Dan's run down. Left that can bump Simon out for this session. Oh, he's here. Oh,
get in the field. Nick Muggeridge looking at 10.10. He's looking for 9.9.
And just broke out again.
Point, I think 08 then. So he broke out as well, but I think he's safely in the field.
All right, Amy Watkins and Pete Dodd. Amy 9:41, Pete 9:13. Well, looking at the form book, the way everybody is breaking out at the moment, what are we saying then? 9:40 or not even 9:39 for Amy possibly. Pete will probably go 9:10. And if they do, I'm going to go and hide. Quite simply. But let's see how they go on.
Well, Amy moves up to number 10 with a 9:41.9 on a 9:41. That means I think the top 11 are 00.
Yeah.
However, I think
I'm going to go and hide from Pete Dodd because he did run the 9:10. Oh no!
That noise was Jake Fronder's VW. Unfortunately, everyone's sprinting towards it with buckets and all sorts. Jake's fine. Jake's still in the car, but obviously split something, I think.
Yeah, and the rags have come out as well. What a shame. New car debut not going entirely to plan there for Jake. I know they've been flat out trying to work on this car. Top Fuel Carl's been up there as well. Luke's been up there. Everybody's been trying to get this all working well, but unfortunately not to be.
I love the fact they're taking the wing off just to make it go that bit quicker. Well, it doesn't seem to be leaking anything at the moment.
No.
well, there was a little bit of puddle of oil that they're just cleaning up now.
Those V-dub boys don't know when to quit, do they? Which is a good thing. So yeah, just a little bit of clean up down there. We've still got a number of cars to run. Actually, Lee Morris as well. Is Lee on the bump?
Yeah, he is on the bump. Oh, we lost Rich.
I think he's 33, isn't he? I think Simon Innes is on the bump at the minute.
Oh, that's right. Yes, yes, you are.
Because he got bumped out.
Yep.
So there's only 3 more cars to go in Pro ET. And I think Lee Morris is probably going to be the last one of them.
Well, I'll tell you what. Are we going to get... I can't see actually what's directly below us in the tower. It's one of those things where do we hand over? And then
yes, we do, because then we'll be back quicker.
Yeah, okay.
That's the way it always works.
Oh, then Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves just for a moment, and we'll be back shortly. Thanks so much indeed.
Nice straight launch there for Mark. Dave Russell with a characteristic little move. 8.27 then for Mark. Moved him up to the number 7 spot. 9 again for...
Oh, I'll say 002 like for Stu, but Kieran Astley 0001. 8.51 and 8.64. Stu moves back up, but Kieran Astley, second perfect light of the day.
Oh my day. Full stage, and he's starting to bring the car up on the boost. Alan Didwell, sorry, rolls it in. Nice launch there for the Black Pearl Camaro. And Alan Didwell crosses the line to a 7.59.9 and an 8.30 for Andrew Thetford. I think that's a new PB for the car.
Okay, so we are back with Kiwi himself, Stuart Thompson with the Duster. Dial-in of 9.69. He's number 11. on the qualified order at the moment. He's already run his dial in, so it's just a case of shaving off the thousandths now, not the hundredths. Of course, former champion in Nostalgia Superstock. Having fun in Pro ET. A little bit of wheel spin off the line there. Good hard charging pass though. 985, 141, just dropped off a little bit on performance. Stays number 11.
Well, whatever Jake's problem was, the car still moves.
Yeah.
Which is a bonus. When someone runs with run over lots of rags to clear stuff up.
All right, Dave Fulton, he's in the number 31 spot. Would like to get a bit further up if he could. Don't forget, Dave was one of those in with the shout of the title last year, because it all came down to the final rounds of eliminations, and Dave was right up there. As we know, the title went to Brett.
Well, it was another Nova, so he couldn't be upset.
Yeah.
He's going to probably want to improve a little. He's currently a number 31 qualifier.
Well, 9:45 to 9:48 would be ideal. Lovely launch. Hundredths under instead of 300ths over, so Dave will stay 31. Right. Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes.
So, I was wrong. We've got 4 cars left, or we had 4 cars left, now only 2.
One of them's not in the show at the moment, which is Lee Morris. So if he can get a good run in here, he could bump out Simon Innes. Paul Marston, 8.97 for Grumpy's Dodge. And 10.10 the target for Lee Morris. $8.97 with a 6. 10.01 for Lee Morris. So Paul Marston goes up number 9. Lee Morris, 10.01. That is a quick run. Right, Super Pro ET. Fresh from a fantastic PB on his last run. This time, good to last pass. And now we got more of a tailwind. I think the air is getting better. The track's still got plenty of heat in it. Pretty much perfect. Right, Tom 8. Two.
See, this is where, especially when you come down to the final qualifiers, tactics do get involved, because obviously these guys are safe, the number 2 and 3 qualifier, but if you're outside the field, you might even hang back just a little bit, let a few cars go before you, just so you can see what everyone else is doing. So if you see everyone else is breaking out, you might adjust your dial in just a little bit.
Triple 07 red for Joe. But let's have a look at the ETs, that's what's more important here. 780, 836, they stay put.
A lot of smoke out of Joe's car though, as he goes over the line.
That is most unusual. That thing's normally like absolute clockwork, hence the fact it double classes. Just want to say a big hi as well to Laura Turbeville and Ian and everybody out there in Nottingham. And sorry you're not racing anymore. Laura, if anybody wants a turnkey, incredibly competitive Super Pro or Super Comp dragster, get in touch with Ian, because that car is for sale.
Right, they're both being pushed back, so I can only assume we've got a little bit of fluid at the top end.
Nice.
How are we doing, Keith?
Right, yeah, we just got a bit of a check going on up at the top end, ladies and gentlemen. No one's moving away very quickly. So once again, for a moment, Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind taking over, we'll be back ASAP. Thank you. He's currently number 1. Looking for 870. 922. Lost half a second somewhere. And too quick for Carl in Pete Harrison. 1080 on the other side in the Slick Tricks racing lane. .903, just a nip too quick for Phil Pratt. No improvement, stays number 2. Also breakout for Pete Harrison, 2/100ths of a second. So Phil's been around, sort of nailing it in ET bike for a long, long time. Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin in the Slick Tricks lane. And John McGill. Breakouts both sides. In the Netherlands, nice place. Taking on Blade King. Again, Blade is another one that used to be in junior drag bike for a long while. 921. But Charlie goes to number 7 with a 1004 on a 9.95. Very much so, but then that's because they go faster than they are generally.
That's quite a low dialing for that bike, isn't it? 975.
It's pretty good.
I've not seen it that low this weekend, I don't think.
Might even get close. 1025, 130. Actually moves up to number 17.
Junior drag bike. And then you've got 10 to 13, you can go up to 890, and you can see Holly King there dialing 9.40. And then you've got JBP, which is Junior Bike Pro, and you can go all the way up to 790.
So Brad Morrison in the other lane. They qualify based on ETs.
As he moves up to number 3 with that.
Yeah, Brad actually goes up to number 3. Brad Morrison, congratulations. Morrison's having a great day out here so far. Congratulations to all of them.
I've noticed Alia Lester's changed her dialing from 1320 to a 1324. She's currently your number 1 qualifier.
And way out in front as well. I don't think Lyra's going to run a 15-second run. 13.21 with a 4. That's what you call trying to nail it down. Actually, 15.89 for Lyra. That wasn't too far off. You can spot an ex-junior racer because they absolutely kill the tree because they've been used to doing it for so long.
Wheels up launch then for Richard Wilcox. He actually did a little wheelie then as he moves off trying to run a 964.
Oh, 52, just a bit too quick. And a 10.12 for Maggie.
Yeah, so she stays at number 7. Richard Wilcox stays number 2. He was your number 1 qualifier before Alia Lester overtook him. Harry Isaacs then in the Slick Tricks lane. Actually, they've both dialed in a 13.00. So let's see who can do the better job of running the number. Harry Isaacs is a little bit ahead as you get to the finish line. It's way too quick. 12.3.
Jackson, though, moves up to number 8 with a 13.39 on a 13 flat. Well done to him. Super Pro ET, could we have you into the lanes, please? Down there in Yeovil. 20 seconds.
7, 9. Start. Rob's last run in the slingshot was all over the shop. He must have done half a mile. He really, it was just like absolutely. Darlings, 7.99 for Kieran. They are.
few upgrades over the winter, and they're obviously paying off. It's getting way more power than... there we go.
That's
Look at
better.
that. Lovely and straight. And Kieran Astley is gone. Oh, I think he's actually slowing down at the top end, unfortunately.
8:38 for Rob Brown. Oh, my word. Oh, that's working. That's working. 8:72 off the gas at the stripe for Kieran Astley, but 8:38 below the 160. That car is capable of... Got there too quick to build up any speed.
Yep.
Well done.
I think that's getting close to the PB of the car now, because I think Pete's got the PB in the car in the 830s, and it did it once, and obviously they had to back it down because the chassis tag wasn't there, but obviously they've done some upgrades to the chassis now, so they can run that, and I think that is
well, everything's come together now.
Oh, yes.
Excellent. Well done.
Unfortunately, they did break their dial in, though. Dial a tenth slower than that, but they didn't really mind.
They are racers. And you can just see the fist pumping coming from the teams. Yes! I thought he was keeping pace with Kieran. I thought, hang on a minute, where's this going? Excellent stuff. Right, next pair, Lee Huxley, Barry Giles.
Two of the racers on the property have probably been racing the longest. Of course, Barry Giles, one of the founding members of Super Pro itself. Imported this car from the States a long time ago, and it's changed very little since then. A little bit of a bigger engine now, but...
Here's a trivia question. Which is older, the car or Daniel? There we go. It's just a work of art, that car. Well, both drifting a little bit left. We've got a bit of a tailwind at the moment. So, Barry Giles goes 7:31 with a 6. 8:71 break out for Lee Huxley. But Barry showing his form to number 3. Right, we got the Black Pearl of Andy Thetford.
Having a career weekend, I think.
Yeah.
Well, with this car anyway.
Going alongside Dave Russell. So Andy Thetford, number 6, with an 880. Dials 829. Yep, surprise, surprise, the dial-ins moved around a bit. Dave Russell, the man with no name, 859.
You can see how Andy Thetford's progressed over the weekend, because he's currently qualified 13th, and he ran an 863 on that, and the dial-ins dropped 3/10 since then.
Well, it will go in the 7s, but one step at a time.
Very, very timid launch from Andy. Only 1.49 to 60, but off and running.
They stay put.
Well, that's a couple of really good 8-second runs for Andy Thetford after all the grief he's had with that car over the years. Certainly deserves it. Well done, sir. So was that the was that the Mara's quickest ever run, or one of them?
No, one of them. The car has been in the
Rob's
8.3s
PB.
before. Rob's PB, but Pete's been in the 8.3s already. But after all the, shall we say, entertainment from them this weekend, nice to get a straight run in.
That's what happens when you go the shortest distance between two places.
All right, the Morris boys, and it is Stuart Morris behind the wheel of Camaro this weekend.
Dial-ins dropped from them from it was about an 869 before, wasn't it? Although he has qualified with an 864. And Mark Cassell sticking with his 825 dial-in. I've also just noticed they've got new crew shirts as well.
Same old beard. Just kidding, Steve. It does look mint, doesn't it? It looks really, really good. It's not so nice to have a car that you know and love a certain way, have a revamp, and that's a really, really cool retro look. It looks ever so good. I'm running down into the 8.2s again. 8.25 this time for Mark is what he's looking for. Is he running the whole Super Pro Championship? Because I think they're running all the dragsters at the same time, aren't they?
Yep. So, red light start from both of them, and a big red from Mark. Yeah, so I think he's not doing wild bunch this season. He's just going to focus on the Super Pro.
Oh,
Number 3 for Stu Morris, though. 863 with a 6 on an 863.
I think Mark's going to like his position, though, because he's Super Pro 88, he drives the ball breaker of number 8, and he's 8th qualifier.
That's not bad. So, a couple of dragsters going at it this time. The Softail dragster of Alan Dibwell in the Kestrel Lane. I think they're both Softails,
They're both
actually.
Softails,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, by Softail, what I mean is normally dragster chassis are completely wheel to so, what a difference, fellas. I don't, it's a consistency thing, I think.
Yeah, so basically, because the set up in the drag, like you see in most cars now, the door. And what it allows you to tune for conditions, for if it's a bit for. It's mainly for like track to track.
Yeah.
And things like that. What we used to do in the UK when Shakespeare County Raceway was open, but obviously we're only one here now at Centre Point Raceway.
So it is Alan Dibwell and Matt Peters. 760 with a 6 on a 61. They both break out. Actually, 756, 200s. Quick for Matt Peters. So it's time for the bells to ring simultaneously. I'll get my coat.
I'm surprised you didn't put it on before you said that, actually.
Well, I was looking for a way to go home early, and that's it, I think.
Oh, dear.
So Ashley and a Seabell, although Ashley hasn't done his burnout yet, actually, after I've just said that.
When I was walking past the pits earlier, I saw them putting some new tyres on the Chevelle. I don't know if they're having a couple of issues. Is there smoke coming out of the car like he's done a burnout? No, I think
lost
it's
fire.
Yeah.
And once again, I didn't quite get it out earlier. Thank you very much indeed to for Ian Turboville for getting in touch, Ian. Hope you're doing okay, mate. I hope everybody's well. Wishing Laura well in her retirement too, from racing, obviously, not life. And if you want a very wicked, quick Super Pro car, get in touch with Ian. Very reasonable amount of money. You could be joining everybody here in Super Pro.
Solo then for AC Bell, as his dad's car is having a little bit of issues. The breakout, 867 for AC in the Firebird.
Cast your mind back a few years ago. Changing the subject. Remember that day when I was calling Mike Lacey's numbers and we got every one of them run right apart from one, and he was asking me to dial the car in?
You're joking.
Pete Dodd has just messaged me.
So pack it in.
It's the same guy. Can I do his dialing tomorrow? Oh no. Oh god, that is a rather bizarre twist of fate.
That's just because you're that cool, mate. There's got to be something said, because we watch more runs than anybody, but we also cock more things up than anyone else as well, by default, actually. So, Alf Schofield with the altered. Not sure I saw that earlier, actually.
No, he's been doing lots of welding, actually.
Oh, did he break something? Is that why it went sideways? Oh, that's a lot more like it. And then it doesn't shift. It did, but after.
934, 147.
Well, it went straighter than it ever has, though, which is always a good sign. It's just in environments where you can't contain them.
So a solo then for Scott Hauser in the Bang Tidy Dragster. His dial is 729.
Yeah, he's there to move the dial in a little bit because the pesky thing just finds that little bit more than what they think it's going to do. And it's a bit of a head scratcher for Jeff because he's normally bang on.
And as you very adeptly pointed out, Colin, when things change around to being a tailwind, it does make a bit of difference.
Yeah.
As, you know, that's another couple of hundreds.
Yeah, breeze is, well, it's, instead of it being a whisper there, it's become a little breeze now. The flags have started to stick out a bit. And 33. Oh, well, Jeff, back to the drawing board.
Stays at number 10.
The typical, that was a shrug.
Right.
Oh, dear.
Well, it looks like Ashley was going to be having another go. Very quickly and unprofessionally. Very good afternoon, ladies, down there at the foot of the bank. Evie, Kaya, Elodie, good afternoon. Colin's waving at you too.
I can see you down there.
Yes, you. I can see you. I can see you all from here. So.
And Mummy.
Well, yeah, and Mummy, and Nanny. And they all don't look that frazzled from this distance, which is quite unbelievable.
We like the new radio-controlled cars, by the way. They look fun.
Yeah, Colin loves your pink wheels, Evie. You've had it.
First time up front directing the traffic for this one. Unfortunately, as we know, Chris is out for the weekend.
Against Dave Swift with the AMX.
Now the question is he going to use both nitrous kits on this one?
Well-meaning burnout for him, as well from Kev Jenkins in the Fraudster.
Thing is, I think chatting to Chris that Kev's got a new ECU, and it's learning all the new parameters with it, and it's just trying to get around that at the moment.
Making it behave itself.
Yes.
These are actually two very evenly matched cars as well. Their personal best ETs are very, very similar, I think. In the 7.3s, as Kev dipped into the 7.2s actually.
Yeah.
I think he might have done.
Yeah, I think he has. Not often you think the two-cylinder, four-cylinder car is, or 2-litre four-cylinder car is the quicker one, but
it's quite amazing. It's one job I always have explaining to people when they say, "Oh, they've got huge engines, they must run fast." I said, "Well, yeah, they do, but you get tiny engines with big turbos that run just as fast, if not faster as well sometimes too." So Dave Swift doing it for the big block gang in the Kestrel Lane. His index is 7.700. Sorry. Kev Jenkins hasn't had a clean run all weekend with the Fraudster. That would be a good time.
little purge from Dave Swift there.
108 to 60 foot for Dave Swift, disappearing into the distance. 7:27, 189, his quickest of the weekend. Very nicely done indeed.
That looks a lot of fun. They really have. He really has stepped that up quite well.
Right, Terry Newton with Europe's quickest front-wheel drive Ford.
Oh wow!
There
Is
we
that
go.
right?
Yep. Just catching up on the Luke's posts from earlier on. So 9:14 is where he's at. Nick Williams, index of 1040.
And the R has gone from the back window.
What fuel is Terry Newton running? Because I could smell a bit of methanol.
Yeah, he has.
Is it?
Yeah.
There might be a bit of a closing speed going on here. Oh, even quicker for Nick Williams. 9:50, 1:36. Another really good run for Terry Newton as well. 9:18 at 1:54. Wow. Nick Williams just puts it even further out of reach.
That was outstanding. That's a PB for the car. They should have left the R on it. There we go.
No, maybe that was the jinx. Maybe
yeah.
that was it.
Right, Spencer Tram, Steve Lloyd. Both running under the Williams Brothers banner. Spencer number 2 on 11.14. Steve number 5, 11.32. Oh, good looking run for Steve. Front wheels lifted there. Oh, Steve bang on the index. Spencer at 11.26. Yeah, he's dropping a tenth from what he ran earlier. Steve Lloyd with his best run of the weekend so far.
Shame for him, it's not bracket racing.
Yeah.
Right, for all you small people out there, you know the ones I mean. Fingers in your ears time. Very much so. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. It's the only time that they ever might listen. And if they don't listen, it's your own fault this time. Absolutely. So, Top Fuel Bike qualifying session number 5, 6, I think.
5.
We're up to 5 are we up to, yeah. No Al Smith this time, unfortunately. Also, I have to mention, we had Jules Boag entered this weekend too. Haven't seen Jules out on track as of now. I'm not sure whether the bike's here or he's here. He did have the bike on display at Melbourne Raceway a few weeks back. It would have been really good to see him out here. However, hope we will do soon. Top Fuel Bike hunting.
No, that is very an unusual sound. We do like it though.
That's all right. Quick tweak on the injector. I always say, imagine doing that in any other form of racing. You can actually tweak the setup of what you're riding or driving while you're on it or looking at it, you know.
It still amazes me that most of these bikes don't even have any cover over the engine, which of course they're lying over.
Yeah, they're just a bit nuts.
Yeah, they do have to wear chest plates though. And as we've seen a few bikes
going for the wall, unfortunately.
That was a shame.
Tyre shaker around about 100 foot. You can see that as well, but he kept going through it, trying to pick it up a little. 104 to 60 foot is one of his quicker ones. 411 to the 8th at only 152 because he was drifting towards the wall. Thought better off staying with it. We've also got Super Street Bike. We've got Street Eliminator coming up too. We've also got the second quickest fuel bike on the planet. Neil Midgley on board against Rene van der Berg. Now, both of these bikes were built, I think I'm right in saying, they were built in the same workshop actually, over in Holland. So at the moment, number 1 is still Steve Willett with a 6:28. And number 2 currently is Neil Midgley with a 6:38. However, if Neil keeps it planted all the way through the quarter, well, what are the bets, folks?
5 something.
Yeah, definitely a 5 something. So Neil Midgley done something that only Steve Willett has done for the past few years recently. Won the ACU Top Fuel Bike Championship.
Rene van der Berg with his parachute mounted again. Obviously it came off of the last run.
Yeah, the whole pack sort of came off.
Yeah.
The
Really
whole
weird.
thing came off. Right, it looks like Neil Midgley's pointing a little to the left, but a quick tail wag will sort that out. Go on, Neil, keep going. Just lifts before the finish line and still goes 6:20. 21. 184 miles an hour. Incrementals for all those that love that kind of thing. 1 flat to 60 foot, 3.91 at 201 miles an hour by the 8th. You heard that right. 200 miles an hour in under 4 seconds on a bike.
Shows you how far and how slow that thing went over the finish line. If it was doing 200 miles an hour at the 8th. Dropped 20 miles an hour between the 8th and the quarter mile and still took #1 qualifier.
Right, just a timing system reboot, and then when we come back, it will be Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, and it's unusual for a teenager to do what they've been told, but no, other way round. That's it. I mean that in the nicest way. As I say, unusual for a teenager to do what he's told, but I asked young Elliot to come back up and join us for Street Eliminator, and lo and behold, bang on time, here he is.
Here I am.
Any news from the teams after the last round before
I think Al Williamson's done a bit of damage in the axle after what we saw. Other than that, I think we're ready to go.
Good stuff. Right, Ricky Hale with the postcode on wheels, the Chevy pickup truck, and Ash Cooper with the Transit.
As you would say, Colin the Transit God.
Well, he's, I think Thomas has got a new name for him now.
Yeah, he's the sensei now. We've elevated him. This has got to be the heaviest 10-second race you probably see anywhere.
Yeah, both of them together.
Yeah.
Well, Ash has gone into the 9s with that one. 9.79 with a 9, and 10.46 for Ricky. 132, nicely done. I think that's PB for Ricky.
Yeah.
It's not for the trucks, I know.
Nigel's gone
10.3.
Yeah.
But no, well done, Ricky. And good to see that the Transit back into the 9s again. It obviously needs to go into the 9.4s to improve on the old turbos, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Hale and Rob Slater. Cruise later on tonight, eh?
Absolutely, yeah. The route for the cruise has changed for tonight. The old petrol station has been, I don't know if it's been demolished or it's certainly been
what, the
knocked
BP
down.
station?
Yeah.
Oh, right, I didn't know that.
Amazing what launch for Rob. So I think everyone's going to Top Speed tonight. That's the place to destination.
Yeah.
971.
Okay, and we got 1064. It might get another round in though before we go. Have to wait and see.
So where's the Willis then?
The Willis is at home in the garage. And having a bit of engine work at the moment. Yeah, but concentrating on exams at the moment.
Right.
What are you studying for, actually?
Law.
Oh, right. Okay. So is that if the officer pulls you over, you've got the right answers? Hang on a minute, let me phone my lawyer. I'll have a word with myself, yeah. Right, James Murray, Tony Higgs.
Bumping him. Amazing launch. Arrow straight.
Huffing and puffing. Is he going to blow the house down? Not quite. 8.52, 134. James Murray, though, 10.41. That's his best of the weekend so far, and he moves up from 12 to 11.
One thing you notice as well with Tony Higgs' car is the way that he's got his falling set up. He's got it set up extremely aggressively. So as soon as he drops the button on the trans brake and he launches, the rear end of the car actually physically stands up.
You've got massive separation on it, yeah.
Which is better than the other option that you used to have where the front
got one from the other.
Front had separation from the tarmac and tried to go vertical. Right, Andy Bond and Al Mack, your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Now, the number 1 could change hands here. If Al Mack goes quicker than he went before by 100th, then Andy Bond doesn't improve. But Andy Bond doesn't like people too close to him, so he may have turned the wick up a little bit here. Let's see what happens. Good looking runs.
He's out in front. Al Mack is still out in front.
Lovely
I think Andy
straight.
Bond's going to get him at the finish line.
Well, Al Mack did improve. He went to 761 at 184, but Andy Bond 749 at 202.
Oh, look, you see the purge there for Graham. Look at that.
That's
better.
a proper purge.
So that's a 200 shot in there right now.
Right.
This should be interesting. So I think it was 908 they were on the motor. Let's see what they do with 200 shot.
Rob Carter, another one of these with the aggressive falling setup. So if you want to know what we're talking about, as soon as you see this Passat launch, if you just watch the rear end of the car, you look at the rear wheel and see how much the bodywork comes away from the wheel. That's actually the suspension pushing the tyres into the floor. You might not see it on Graham Smith's car because his falling setup is a little less aggressive.
And it's
Still
very
squats
well
very
hidden as
nicely.
well.
Oh yeah.
Double bulb.
Yeah, it's unusual, but be a different story in eliminations, though. Oh, that didn't quite work for Graham, so it's all about Rob.
As you go past the 8, you can see the rear end properly stood up on the car.
845 previously, 868 on that 167. So Rob stays 4. And fingers crossed for Graham. The car isn't wounded. Well, yeah, the car being pushed back, so maybe driveline issue somewhere along the line. Good news is, though, no telltale of any fluid down there, so that is a relief. Not so much for the track crew, but especially for the team, because that's the last thing you want is be mopping stuff up.
Absolutely.
Because not only that, it gets everywhere, doesn't it?
I wonder if he had a small backfire.
Yeah, it could be with the nitrous in it now.
Well, I think that's the last of Street Eliminator in this session. Beautiful car, though. I mean, my goodness me. I mean, we know when Graham bought the car, obviously the ex-Rufus toy car.
Yes.
But original Rufus toy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's totally transformed it. I don't know if there's much of the original left, but it is stunning looking car.
I think the inspiration's from the Evil Twin from Jet.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's why Graham goes to SEMA.
Yeah.
You know, the son going there with the circ, it's all about, oh, can I see Jeff? Right, oh dear, Super Street Bike, what a class this has been this weekend.
It's nice to have the street class and the actual bike street class back to back. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's the same kind of logic throughout both, but I mean the numbers these guys are pushing is just insane.
All right, Alan Morrison, Ross Morrison, they are 6 and 5 at the moment, both in the 7s. Both out of the hole very nicely indeed.
Little bit of spin for Ross Morrison as he gets about 100 foot out.
706 for Ross. Excellent run. Alan Morrison, 768, both with their quickest runs of the weekend. A game on. Right. Well, the starter was delicious. Let's see what we got for main course. Steve Venables and Jake Michelle, they are numbers 2 and 4. 680 from Ven at the moment, 685 from Jake. Thanks ever so much to Elliot once again. We'll hopefully see him again, because he's good. We like him up here. Hoofing. It is me 6.66 125 miles. The balls with 83. JL 666 beast 225.
Woo! The mile an hour has been saying that bike's capable of it for a while, but to actually get it done, and get it done in the first meeting of the year, don't forget.
Oh,
wow.
120 to 60 foot, 447 at 173 at the 8th. And those numbers at the stripe, my goodness me. I mean, he dipped his toe in the 6.7s and he's just gone 6.66. Right. Margot Schmidt, please Margot, let's have a run. Yes, she's getting off the line better. Come on, come on. Oh, he's not quite going there.
Al
Right,
Morrison
Alan
Jr.'s
Morrison,
gone.
where's he going? 676 at 223. Another quick run at the speeds that these guys are running. 223 at the stripe. And the wind's died down a bit as well, so they're not getting much help from the tailwind. Boy, what a session for Super Street Bike. Steve Venables, outstanding. Could get our breath back after that. Thomas has just left the tower for a breather. That was too much for him. But, oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, that was absolutely outstanding. Right, we move on to Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. This is Richard Wilcox. He's your number 2 qualifier, 002. This is best so far, going alongside Dan Weir. He's at an 020. So just want Richard to go in stage. Well, no help for either of them two actually, because they both went red in the end. So they stay put. Next up, Chevy Check It. Number 8, Harry Redshaw, number 24. Chev goes red by 0-1, just a little bit too quick there. Harry Redshaw, 0.11. So Chev stays number 8. Harry stays 24. Next pair then, Freddie Taylor and Ellie Mae Brown. Freddie is number 7, Ellie Mae is number 3. So Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster qualifying session number 6. Oh, good lights for the pair of them there. Freddie Taylor with an 030. Unbelievably, he's not going to improve on that. Stays number 7. And Ellie Mae with an 09. Do a few favours here when they get ready for elimination, so they can cut O lights. Then very, very good news indeed. All right, Neve Deavy and Jake Cooper. Oh, Neve really did try and cut a light there. It was only a 0-1 red. Jake Cooper, though, 05 the right side. Might move him up a little bit from 27. It does to 23. That is a tough, tough crowd. 05 only gets you 23. Right, next pairing then, it's Harry Peters with the Raptor. Currently number 28, Grace Smith. Currently number 14 with the Boost Monkey. Green lights once again, and it's a 0-1 for Grace Smith. That's going to move her up very nicely indeed to the number 3 spot. Well done, Grace. Harry Peters with an 07. He moves up from 28 to 24. Right, caller into the pairing lanes, please. Let's have a Super Comp. I think they could be on their way down already, but can I please have Comp Bike as well, please? So Super Comp and Comp Bike into the lanes, please. Right, your number 1 qualifier and the man who took the perfect reaction time money from Eurodragster.com and Bad Habit Racing, that of course, Kai Cooper. Well done to him, took the 50 quid. Going alongside Lola Bell Kent. Currently number 13 spot with an 028. Not too shabby, but it is a very tight bunch this weekend. And they both tried hard. It was a 0 lights, but unfortunately a little bit too quick. So no improvements for either of them. They stay where they are, which is number 1 for Kai and 13 for Bell. For Lola Bell, sorry. Lara Bartlett for the Slick Tricks Racing junior team. And Max Taylor with the Black Magic Junior. So Lara currently number 7. She's had an 020. And Max currently number 27. They all get qualified. And it's what we call an all-run field. So doesn't matter where they end up, they will be here on race day. And an 027 for Lara. She's already gone 020. Max with a 0.18. So Lara will stay at number 7. And Max will stay at 27. Oh, here comes Jacqueline with the other of the Slick Tricks Junior Dragsters, going alongside Ted Sullivan with the Bulldog machine. Now, these are both what we call JMAs, which are Junior Modified Advanced. These can go as quick as 7.90 when it comes to eliminations. And actually, they shouldn't go quicker than that in qualifying either. So the age range, age 8 to 11 is 1190, which is junior stock. 11 to 14 is junior modified, which has 890 as the quickest they're allowed to go. Then obviously 14 years up to 18, 790, which is JMA. And the scoreboards, I'm not dialing, it tells you what the index for a particular car is. So it'll either say 790, 890 or 1190. So a red for Jacqueline. So no improvement. Ted goes 0.14. So Jacqueline stays 17. Ted stays 21. Finley Fagg and Damien Redshaw. Can I please have 850 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 850 bike. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. As we look down on Damien Redshaw, Finley Fagg. As they bring their junior dragsters up to the line. Chris and Stuart, the two dads, looking on. Both went deep, actually. Finley left way before the green was even close, and Damien with a 0.1, so no help for either of those two. Right, Harry Peters and Emily Moore. So Harry just waiting there patiently as Emily comes up to the line. And then Harry didn't actually roll into complete stage before Emily went into pre, but there we go. Emily goes into pre-stage. A few inches further forward. She goes into stage, the tree counts down, and we have a red one side for Emily, a little bit too quick, and a green the other side for Harry. But they're going to stay put. Emily at 29, Harry at 24. Mackenzie Love with the Mad Max Junior Dragster, and Ada Cassisi with Cherry Bomb. Mackenzie settling in nicely into the new car now. Getting to feel comfortable with it. 0.27 is his best reaction time so far, so the car is starting to work for him. Ada Cassisi with Cherry Bomb. Junior modified. She started in junior stock, so she's had this car, what, this will be her 4th season, I think. Time flies. Oh, Mackenzie Love, that's another cracking light for him. 0.35. 7.98 on the ET. So Mackenzie stays 12, Ada stays number 18. All right, Daniel Todd and Luke Mugridge. So the Dragon Slayer and the Velocidragster. Double 0.2 for Daniel, really did try. Luke Mugridge though, an 0.25, that's going to move him up a little bit. To put him in at number 12 for Luke. Well done, Luke. 8 place improvement. Double 0.2 red for Daniel. Oh, so close. Emily Crundwell with the Violet Hayes car in the Kestrel Beer Lane, currently number 15. Harley Crusell, Bandit 1, currently number 11. Marky Turton out front, bringing Harley forward, and of course Steve Cassisi doing the final adjustments there. So Emmy Crundwell, a new entrant into Junior Dragster this year, and a welcome addition as well.
Well, now I've come up to the tower, I think Harley's probably going to go red again.
I bet you miss racing him first thing in the morning, don't you? When you do
Oh,
your first pairing. Well, that's not a good sign. Graham Smith being towed back to the pits, so wherever it was, it's preventing him from driving back. So Emmy goes 7, so help the Holly stays 11.
Fortunately, Jack onto the but put a small slide in the clutch, missing it, so instead to go ahead because you run it like usual. If you run, you probably weld the clutch.
Right, Liam. As you say, the video stuff that Graham's put online of Liam's exploits in Ireland recently, where he was taking on these so-called wannabes, I think is the right word. That was the first time a junior dragster had run in earnest in Ireland.
Yes.
And he basically blew everybody away. Fantastic performance from Liam, from Graham, and of course represented junior dragster in Ireland. Well done. Teddy Howe with the Howe Motorsports car. He's looking for better run this time, and it's not working quite right. It's not the first time it's done that this weekend. Liam 072, he's not going to improve on his number 10 spot, but gathering data every single run. That's why they probably run it all the way through each time, because obviously they're not dialing in.
No.
They are just doing reaction time running, but when it comes to eliminations, it's a dial in. And they've got to have that information that you can work from, so you know where you're going to dial the car in.
Well, what it also helps with is running the cars in all sorts of conditions. For example, if it's this weather tomorrow, you're going to be sweet because you know exactly what you run the day before or what sort of time of day. Like this morning was pretty similar to yesterday morning.
It was, yes, you're right, yeah.
And I told, I had a safe bet with Jack, obviously running my old car. And I said, I think you're going to run an 816. And he went, I'm going to run an 817. So that was what he ran the day before, and he ran an 816.
It's a good job it's a reaction class, not a dialing class.
Yep.
Because if he'd have dialed 817 and ran an 816, he'd be going, oh, I broke out. Right, we move on to Outlaw Anglia. Going to be John Webster with Fast Company 2. Colin Miller in South Africa is going, Lid, they're on. So, yeah, Colin Miller tuned in from down south. And John Willard, his car is now on a boat on its way to the UK shores, so that's really good. So the global interest in Outlaw Anglia continues.
Bit of popping and banging come from Wayne's car. Seems to be all A-OK, he's moving forward. A couple of wheelie bar adjustments on John Webster's car. This car has the quickest 60 foot times of any car in the class. 1:01 at 60 foot is what he did yesterday. But as these cars are so short and the aerodynamics are not the best on these, as they're not really designed to go drag racing, John's car tends to get a little bit leery as it gets to about half track.
Going entirely to plan though for John.
Vicious tyre shake from the hit. Wayne Power goes through with a 10.38, which moves him up to the number 5 spot. Ben Kennedy then is your number 4 qualifier against Doug McClure, who's just been pushed down to number 6.
Right, can I please have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET.
Ben Kennedy from Essex. Doug McClure from Wisbeck. Japanese power plant in. The publish, you see him bumping into stage. Doug McClure drives up. Ooh, popping and banging there from Ben Kennedy's car. But Doug McClure goes 10.54. No improvement for him. Ben Kennedy, no improvement for him either, as he's been 10.07. Your current number 2 qualifier is Rob Stone. As you can see him here in the head rush. Ford Anglia. But he's been down into the deep 8s, 8.29. So he came 3rd in the Outlaw Anglia Championship last year, even though there are several cars that have gone faster than him. But he kills them with consistency every weekend. As he feathers it a little bit, as he goes past half track, 880, 153, so again, no improvement.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't want more of your issues this weekend. Absolutely no issues with the car, it's just with the truck getting here. But yeah, good to see him having a race weekend now, because it wasn't liking it yesterday. But a good day at the track, nevertheless, getting the car ready for today, so good news for them. Right, move on to Funny Bike. Need 2 things, please. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a glorious Santa Pod man happy this week is Roger Moore. He's 2 PB so far. Knocking on the door. It is. In the side here, I can get run a 6 to enter top fuel bike for FIA, because it has to, if it's a funny bike, you have to have run a 6 to be allowed to take part in that class. I don't think that's on his mind, but nevertheless, just a point of interest.
Well, he's not far off.
No. I mean, it just launched. Mind you, Roger Moore is on an absolute flyer as well. Roger goes 7:37. He's improved yet again. 7:45 for Mike Ollie. But I'll tell you what, Roger Moore got a good bike that's working well, and thumbs up as well. Yes, excellent stuff. It's just going so well. You can see the grin on the faces, which means they haven't got a mountain of work to be doing when they get the bike back to the pits. Great news for them, because they've been through the mill.
Oh yeah,
without a shadow of a doubt. They've taken like bin liners and put parts in it and taken it home. Right, the compound turbo bike of Lorcan Parnell, #1 qualifier at the moment. 6.94 is where he's at. Can I please have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please.
Another attempt as well from Martin Zylstra, but
he's not going to move just for a second. They're holding him because Lorcan has already done his burnout, etc., etc.
Lovely run from Lorcan Parnell.
Dead straight. Yeah, 791.38. It just wasn't, piling on the coals towards the top end, unfortunately. But it was good. We know there's more. And I say, thanks for the info, guys, as well, actually. Really appreciate that. I've got an understanding of how it works now. So we really appreciate that, the information coming from the team.
Fortunately, Martin being pushed back.
If you're going to have gremlins, just get them all out of the way in one event.
So unfortunately he's not qualified at the minute, but it's not for a lack of trying.
No, and the frustrating thing is you can't really test it anywhere else.
No.
You've got to bring it to the track. You've got to do that. Yes, you can do run with your brung days and things like that. But if you want to get the best out of it, you want to be on a track that's well rubbered in. You've got to get a good understanding of what's going on. But it will come good. It will happen. And that one sweet run banishes all those memories of when it wasn't going well. Dave Peters with the Rigger Boots Express. He is on a 7:36 at the moment. The bike's lost fire, so I want to get the starter pack. There it comes. I know, I don't know if you remember this, but Dave Batchelor got in touch, messaged us saying wishing everybody all the best. But I don't know if you remember when Dave Batchelor was on the start or in the burnout box and the bike lost fire, and he beckoned over to the starter to bring the battery box. She came running over, but David deliberately shut the bike off, undid his leathers, pulled out a bunch of flowers, an engagement ring, and proposed. That was a brilliant moment, that. Well, Dave coasting through to a 12:05 at 69 miles an hour. So, funny bike done for this session. We move on to Super Comp. And it's the Brogy Roadsters. Or Brogy style Roadsters, because Ted's toy was built just outside Watford. So Richard Tunstall with Ted's Toys. Stu Doherty. Oh, still going for a wobble there. Richard Tunstall 902 at 142. Stu backing out that.
Now this is going to be tough for Steve because obviously he's one of these drivers without the throttle stop. So he although he has got his lifting point on the track, he can rely on the other person to see whereabouts an 890 looks like. However, Paul Hudson has got one of the fastest Supercomp dragsters in the UK at the minute. So you'll probably find Steve Field's going to vanish off in front of Paul. And then Paul's going to come barreling on by at the top end.
So in other words, there is no way that Steve Field can emulate what Paul can do.
Well, not unless he's looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, but even if he stayed pace with him, the top end charge on Paul, which means that Steve will be left behind.
Oh, yes. Steve's done a couple of 9.2s up to now. Paul's done an 8.92, and I think that was with a bit of a wobble at the top end as well, but he knows what he's doing. This car does that quite a bit. You feel off in front. Paul Hudson has a bit of a one.
All the way to 923 140, 932 139. No help for either of them. Steve Hudson. This action.
It's obviously tough driving it in slow, if you remember.
Yeah. Not too bad.
No, hopefully that'll be back out. So Steve Hudson, no relation to Paul Hudson in the intravenous. Hard move to the right. It gathers back up nicely. He's going to run it all the way out the back door.
Yeah, 930. Yeah, the pedal slowed him down there. 930, 145. All right, so that is Super Comp. Next up is Comp Bike, I think. It is, yep. So, got Sportsman ET and ET Bike, the two of the classes just called into the lanes.
Jasmine Cordell then on the new to her Pro Stock style comp bike. In fact, it is an ex-Pro Stock bike, but she's put quite a big nitrous motor in it for this weekend. Against Aswin Lenoble in the... I think this is Pro Stock legal, isn't it?
Yep.
Yet to make a run for him. Jasmine Cordell is currently qualified with an 8:31. Oh no, Aswin Lenoble has made a run. He's currently number 14 at 9:02, so not representative of what that bike is capable of. Two gorgeous bikes though. I was going to say it was a better launch for Jasmine, but she made quite a bit of a move through the wall. Still goes 8:36 with a 9. The 9:07 for Aswin.
It's like when these Pro Stock bikes launch, obviously slicks and wheelie bars, so they hook and go, unlike a street tyre bike, which you can't hit as aggressively. It's like, you know, you're gripping onto the handlebars, it's like your arms want to be ripped out of their sockets, don't it? Because it's like, boom! Really insane. Can I please have Supergas into the pairing lanes, please? Supergas, can we have you into the lanes as we look down on John McLean and Mick Wynyard, your next pair?
Big wheelie then from Mick, but he controlled it nicely. 7:89 for John McLean. It stays at number 7. Mick Wynyard stays in number 9.
Yeah, 887, nowhere near what he's run previously. All right, Danny Cockrell, number 3. And Chris Neary, number 6. Both in the 7s. Obviously, Danny, number 3 with a 733. Chris, number 6 with a 761.
I spoke to Danny in the pairing lane just a second ago then, and I went, so, was it just you got bored of going slowly? Then went, yep. He's like, was it that easy to notice?
Simple. Well, it's Chris Neary on the fly. Oh, 761 again. Bracket bike. 761 with a 1 compared to a 761 with a 1 he'd run previously. It was identical. Danny 855 at 169. Sigmara Profus with his Busa. He's currently number 5 on a 752. And Anna Sasiak, number 13.
Also proves that with Chris Neary's bike, you don't have to be the fastest one to be competitive, as he currently runs number 1 on the bike, but he's 6th fastest qualifier.
.843 and an 886. Yeah, no improvements from either of those two. They stay put. Sigmara 5 and 13.
Sigmara was off at the top end. You can see 8th mile numbers was a 5.12 at 143, and he's only did a 137 at the finish line.
Lenny Paget and Mark Dainty. Len switched bikes. He's now on his on a pro stock style bike, and Mark Dainty having a good weekend. 716. .121 60 foot for Mark. That is absolutely stout. 720 192. 865 at 147 for Lenny. Moves up from 213 from number 15. Mark Dainty solidifying that number 1 spot. Goes 8 flat. Look at the speed though. 89 miles an hour. Well done, Chris. A little bit more. He has run quicker earlier, but it was just the way the bike picked up speed there. Knocking on the door, 190 mile an hour on that pass. Right, 850 bike. It is Dan Dieth, the side chick machine. And it's Patrick Rawnsley. Right, junior drag bike, please, and 950 bike into the lanes as we look at Dan and Patrick. So, 850 bike, the name of the game here. 841 breakout. Patrick too quick. Dan 868. He stays at number 10. That was his best run, believe it or not. He's just a little bit off where he needs to be. Keith Wright, Gary Malone. Well, Gary Malone disappearing into the distance. 8.61 at 1.35. No help for him, he stays number 7. Keith Wright not entirely going the way he planned it. 14.15 at 71. The freshly polished boots of Johnny Hines. Going alongside Martin Hallett, who is your number 1 qualifier. He's held on to that for quite a while now. Johnny on an 8.60. If you can find a 10th, happy days. .844, big breakout for Johnny. Martin Hallett, the right side, 8.58, but no help, so they stay put. Johnny for 9, Martin, number 1. Ian Critchlow, the fossil fuelers Busa, number 4. Goes alongside Stacey Reed. Can we have one north of 8.50 this time, please, Underpower? This is her 6th run. 4 of them have been breakouts. One of them trickled across the line at 25.16. Same again. 8.38. It's consistent. Boys don't seem to be bothered. That's the funny thing about it. 8.64. They're all staying put at the moment. No big moves yet. Right, Joe Elliott, number 3. Craig Wright, number 2. Well, one of them can only go 2 places better. One of them can only improve by 1. Craig out the hole first. He gets 8.63. Joe goes 9.12. No help. They stay put. Jay Rowe and Brad Head, your next pair. Jay, number 5. Brad, number 6. That's an 8.57 and an 8.62, and they stay put. Jay Rowe stays number 5, Brad stays number 6. Right, move on to Sportsman ET. Kirsty Tram, your number 2 qualifier, has run a 12 flat. She's run a 12.02. She sticks with the 12 flat dial-in. And I don't think Stephen Giles is going to be dialing in 50 seconds. That's a bit of an error. 13.85 is the dial-in. 13.85 dial-in, right, mate. It's showing 50 seconds. So Kirsty looking for that 12 flat again. She gets a 12.09, and it's a 13.88 on a 13.65. So Stephen Giles goes through there. Right, a 10th adjustment. They've got 13.10 for Jago Stokes. And Debbie Taylor wants a 13.48. Jago currently number 6, Debbie for 21. Jago goes 13.04. Break. He just the dialing, and he needed to go a bit further than that. Oh, Debbie Taylor, 13.47 with a 6 on a 48. Oh, so close. Yeah, shrug of the shoulders. It's just one of those things. Right, let's have a look then. Matt Halsall and Susie McClure with the Dodge Ram 1587. $16.01 for Susie, Matt 15.96. They stay put, 22 and 5. Oh, Carl Magera has found some more green marker pen and has changed the dial-in to 12.0. As quick as you can go in Sportsman ET, so he's obviously going to turn the wick up a bit. Going alongside Jane McCready, 14.94. Ben's van is getting quicker. 2 runs in the 14s this weekend, PB after PB. Both away well. 0 lights, that's what we like to see. So Carl goes 12.09. Nice run there for Carl. And Jane 15.04. That's only a 10th off, so Carl stays 8, Jane stays 17. Next up, Gary Lake with the Arabian Night, and Caitlin Wilson with the that lovely little Beetle. Right, can we please have Street Eliminator back into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator for your last qualifier. 05 red for Caitlin, 04 the right side for Gary, but it's all about the dial-ins. 17.03 for Caitlin, but getting there first will be Gary Lake. He wants a 14.03, sorry, 14.13. He gets a 14.17. Caitlin gets a 17.10. I'll tell you what, not bad runs. They've no improvement, but set themselves up nicely for eliminations. They've still got one more qualifier to go, but nevertheless, always good to get some good runs in. Liam Sturman with the Powerflow XK8 Jaguar. It's 15.21. And it's the Doobie of Richard Palmer. 14.61 his dial-in. $14.42 breakout for Richard. Guess what? Breakout on the other side of the racetrack as well, but a big breakout by nearly half a second. 14.77 on a 15.21. So you've heard it before. No help. Right. The Focus of Brian Huxley, but not the one he started the weekend off with. Dial-in of 18.46, and he's currently number 19. And it is Steve Mellors with the Audi, dialing in 13.82. Oh, look at Brian move before the tree even got close to being completely run. Net end result there, cracking reaction time of 0.11. But it's going to be Steve that gets there first. Goes breakout 13.70, too quick. Brian wants 18.46. Oh no! 3/10,000ths of a breakout. 18.45.97. That was almost bang on, just a little bit of the wrong side. If he had gone 3/10,000ths to the other side, that would have been a perfect ET, but just that little bit too quick. Steph Pateman and Georgina Smith, the next pair. Steph, currently number 9. 13.75 is what she thinks she can run this time round. Georgina, the Supra, is getting quicker these days. Used to be resolutely stuck in the 15.9s, occasionally 15.8, but 15.6. So Supra really going well now. Well, needless to say, Steph will get to the top end first. But can she do it in 13.75, or is it going to be a little bit off? 13.71, she breaks out a little bit too quick. Georgina, 15.67, she's the right side, 500ths off. But no improvement from number 11, so that's where she's going to stay. Michael Franklin with the Range Rover, 17.39. And Holly Walters wants 15.32 with the Walters Motorsport Mustang. Been campaigning this car for a few seasons now, does very well with it. Oh, 01 light from Holly. 06, not too shabby for Michael. So the finish line then, 15.34, 200ths off for Holly. That should move her up, indeed it does, to number 10 from 14. Michael goes 700ths too quick, 17.32 on that 39 dial-in. So a bit too quick there for Michael, he stays put, but good move from Holly. All right, Chris Cresswell, he's had that number 1 spot pretty much all the way through qualifying with the Fiesta ST dialing in 15.20, and Troy Attree, he's at 28 Camaro, 13 flat. Tree counts them down, and Chris just puts a cherry on the tree there. As I say, it doesn't matter in qualifying. Obviously, come eliminations, he would hand the win to his opponent. You see more red lights in qualifying than you do in eliminations. Troy goes 13.23, no help, and Chris Creswell, guess what? Breaks out 400ths. So no help from him. Ashley Simons then, what's he got? The Dream Wrecker Skyline, 13.00 on the dial-in. Builds up the boost and launches the car. Just a little bit of a bobble off the line, but car soon picks up. So heading towards the stripe, 13.66 at 110. Stays number 24. Jack McClure, Simon Swarbrick. 13.25 and 12.39. Well, 0.30 light there for Simon. Setting himself up nicely for eliminations. Now if he can run bang on his dial or close to, oh dear, that is way quicker. A quarter of a second quicker than he wanted to be, and unfortunately Jack lost a second on his, so no change in positions for those two. Next up, Ashley Clark and Bill Wilson. 1810 plays 1242. Six red. You can see Ashley move before the tree had fully run, and trying to cut a good light. Good practice though to do it in qualifying, not eliminations. 12:36 breakout for Bill. And 1874 the right side for Ashley, but again no help for her. So they stay where they were. Felicity Gibbs and Pete Walters. Mustang and the Mercedes. 1712, 1510. Off they go. O lights both sides. See the experienced racers coming through there. So Pete Walters then, 1510, how close could he get? Currently number 25, he gets 1526. Flick wants 1712, goes 1705, breakout too quick for Felicity. Pete improves by 1 spot, 25 to 24. Right, we move on to ET Bike. First pair, Michael Gooding and Justin Moulton. Right, 882 the dial in for Michael. Justin is 10 flat. Michael gets an 887, moves up from 13 to 8, but Justin Moulton though, 1001 on a 10 flat. 14 up to number 2. Great run for him. That's the way to do it. Right, Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin. 992 his darling. Peter Harrison on the Ducati, 1078. Again, Robbie to the stripe first. Gets, 991. He breaks out by 100th. Peter Harrison also breaks out, this time by 600ths of a second. So you've heard it before, you're going to hear it again many more times, but no help for those two. They stay put. Right, your number 4 qualifier at the moment, Phil Pratt. 1 place ahead though. Number 3 spot is Gary Hester. 898 for Phil, 870 for Gary. So Phil in the Kestrel Beers lane, Gary Hester in the Slick Tricks lane. .870 with an 8. Gary Hester moves up from 3 to 2, hits his darling and moves up 1 spot. Phil Pratt goes 9 flat on a 9 on 898. If that was a race, Phil would have lost that one. Had better reaction time on the other side of the racetrack, but nicely done from Gary. Next pair, Casey Holgate, Liam Holgate, the Rugrat Racers. Liam, 961, gets a 975. And 1262 on a 52. So Casey stays 11 and Liam stays number 7. How about your next pair? Dave Grundy on the Triumph, 10.40. And Jake Bowden, 11.7. 10 and 4, sorry, 10 and 5 is where you'll find these two. Dave goes 11.07. No help for him, and a breakout for Jake. Goes over a tenth too quick. So Dave stays 10, Jake stays 5. Carl Hester and Charlie. And the Sagasti goes 9.95 on the dial, goes 10.22. And Carl Hester, 10.80 on the dial, 11 flat, no help for them. So again, they stay put. John McGill, Ryan Davidson. So Ryan looking for an 870, John 1090. Well, Ryan on a great looking pass here. It looked too good. 853. The boy's getting used to that one. 158 mile an hour. 1252. Not quite what John McGill was looking for. Stay put. Right. Chris Venn and Blade King, your next pair. Can I please have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So Blade looking for an 8.95. Good looking run. 9.02. He moves up from 13 to 9. Getting there, boys. Well done. Well done, Ollie and the gang down there. So unfortunately, Chris having a bit of an issue with the big red machine down there. It will come good. Right, so a little bit of prep as head of the lanes at the moment is the Stranger Things Camaro. So just a little bit of track prep and we will be back with you shortly. And time for Nitro FM 96.2 to take the airwaves. As I say, we'll be back, but don't go anywhere. It's going to be getting fast and loud.
I had to walk down the pits and I saw the top fuel bike in the pit, and that was lovely.
That's Phil Costy's bike. Phil's actually down there on the start line helping out Ryan. That is his old funny bike that's been in the low sevens. Problems for Gary, and too quick. He needed that pacemaker. Ryan Davidson, I think that's his quickest run, but it's nice and consistent though.
Trying to run a 9.75. Getting quite close to the centre line. He's got it held.
10.22. I think that's where he ran before, actually. No help for either. 17 and 10, they stay.
When that thing grips and goes, it's going to be quite a quick bike.
Yeah, Darling, a 9 flat, that doesn't make him out at all. He rolled back out of stage, unfortunately. And then hopped his way past 60 foot.
John McGill in the other lane is looking to run a 10.90. Let's see if Blade does get a time, an 11.0, but he was stationary for some of that.
Yeah, 146 miles an hour too. 13.37, no help for John McGill.
The Jag of Liam Sturman was built to basically mimic the pro stocker that Dave Smith's got. But obviously he's then gone and bought himself a pro mod.
Gotta love teammates. Still seems to run out of legs at the top end though. 13.75 for Steph, breaks out by 3 measly hundredths of a second. 15.27 though, even though it ran out of steam.
And in fact, you'll see some of the cars in this class are just actually some of these people's daily drivers. Oh, good reaction time there for Chris Cresswell. He's going to be good on race day with an 0.2 light. Also your number 1 qualifier. Gary Lake with a 0.1. Oh, breaks out, goes 14.13, so no improvement for him. Chris Cresswell goes 15.54 and is 15.2, so no improvement for him either. 15.50. Getting up to the finish line now. 3-1. He's looking for a 15.00. Bragging rights there for Holly as she trees him on the line, so he's going to have to try and run her down a little bit. I think he's caught her by the 8th. $15.34 for Holly, moves her up to the number 13 spot. No improvement there for Pete as he runs a 15.2 on his 15 flat dialing.
It will take you a while because they're using the spot. Of course, this is the defence of Andy Dibley's Super Gas Championship starting here this weekend, so he's the one with a big target on his back. Zero lights a pair. Makes this class so competitive. 995, a 7, 919.5 with a 7 for both of them. How about that? That's how tight this is. No improvement. So Mark Huxley, 993, his mark at the moment. He's in number 3. Tim Moore, 994 with an 8. You notice they are all killer on the tree as well. Very, very tough. Whoever wins this class this weekend well and truly earns it, that's for sure. Again, zero lights for both of them. Let's have a look at these Ds. A double breakout. 9.77. Tim with a 9.87. Next pair, the Fulton boys. Dave Fulton, 990. Simon Fulton, 990. They would love those numbers to appear on their timing slips, but can they do it? Surprisingly, despite all these 9.9s, nobody's gone 990 yet. It may just happen. I I thought you said they're all stunt riders and everything, the juniors. You starting to tell them the truth now. Right, Dave Fulton, Simon Fulton. Dave currently number 9, Simon number 11. Both on 996s. Both, whoops, Simon going a little bit wayward. Oh, 989 with a 9 for Dave Fulton. Oh, so close. 10 flat for Simon.
Just another cup of tea in between rounds, and that would have been that.
Killer lights as well. That was almost perfect there for Dave. Right, Wayne Hiscock, 996. Now then, Dan Page, come on, we need a run the right side of index. He's had 5 goes at this, and everyone's been a breakout. Stage deeper. Oh no, he can't stage. He can't deep stage. That's a fact. Oh no, he can in qualifying. Just put more weight in the car.
He did actually stage quite deep then.
Oh, too light. Wayne Hiscock goes to number 1, 991 with a 2, excellent run, and guess what? Dan Page breaks out again, 987.
Speed for Wayne Hiscock.
Oh, right.
Possibly
97.
the
Look at the difference.
slowest ever speed for a number 1 qualifier in Supergas. 97 miles an hour.
Unreal.
Verging
Right.
on not funny.
Bob Molden, number 2. Stu Morris, number 3. They were 1 and 2 coming in to this session, but they've both been dropped. .92, 10.13. Oh, mind you, Bob dropped to 99 there.
I was going to say Bob going for the 99 mile an hour 990 club.
Yeah.
That's a cool name for a club in Supergas, isn't it? 99 miles an hour, or 90 miles an hour 990 club. So Kieran Turner with the pickup truck. I just had a quick chat with Mark Turner down there, and that run in the Supra, as bang on as it was, unfortunately they've done a bit of damage. Oh, they did kill it. It looked ill all the way down, and Mark went, oh, he got to the other end and looked at his feet and they're covered in oil. Andy Harrison, Andy's number 5. Kieran is number 12 with the best run of 12.12.
Andy pointed left though. Soon straightened out though. Good run for Bob.
Oh, Kieran just misses with an 87. So does Andy Harrison with an 86. So what do you reckon? Stu Doiney's saving it till the last session.
Oh, what, to do what he used to do?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
to go number 1.
Well, there is space. But then you've got one more session after this, don't forget.
Much straighter run for Stu Doiney.
Yeah, but then the throttle stop comes off. Oh no, good looking run. Very good looking run. 986 breakout too quick. 158 at the stripe.
This is going to be just a quick silly question. Do you think you'd be double classing with that? Because that is a super comp type speed. So I'm presuming it could be.
Well, you saw the length of the throttle stop. I didn't think he was going to lift. You know, I mean, he was gone past 330 when that throttle stop lifted.
So run number 3-4 in the weekend coming up for Dave Smith with the Stranger Thing 55 Chevy.
Now we think he needs his full passes now. I think he went for it the last one, but the car did head left towards the centre line, so he backed out of the run.
I wonder on a scale of 1 to 1,000 how much he's enjoying it.
You need a bigger scale.
I think anyone who drives the door car would love to have a go in one of these.
Oh yeah.
Well, there you go. Big licence tick for the burnout. Nice and straight.
It's the second time it's blown off Matt Wright's hat as well.
Cool. Extra cool points for that then. And all the crew have stupidly got hats on.
It's branding, mate. It's branding.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
very strong.
I was going to say to you that the reason the series was made was just to make this car even cooler.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what it's all about. So Dave has driven a number of door cars. Did he start in Street Eliminator, didn't he?
Yeah, with the purple Dodge.
For a little while. His first in, I think he he ran.
Didn't run the Honda.
Yeah, then he the Jag.
Yeah.
And now
Sold the Pontiac to Jeff Cowley.
really?
Yeah,
Is that
so
good?
Jeff will be bringing that car out later on this year. Very good
Fantastic.
afternoon, Jeff, actually. I know he's been tuned into the coverage, so good afternoon to you, mate. Yeah, as you say, then the Jag.
I think the Jag is still up for sale, isn't it, actually?
I think so, yeah.
All right in thinking so? Well, I think he was going to do something rather extraordinary with the Pontiac, and then this this car was born, and that was the end of this, that was the end of that, really. So what we're looking for, hopefully, is a nice, good, straight, strong run for Dave Smith. I've no doubt that he'll keep it nailed all the way through the quarter mile. Trouble is with the problem is with licensing in Pro Mods. Yeah, the problem with licensing in Pro Mod is you've got to do two things at the same time, which is set up a completely new to them car and a completely new to the class driver. Now if you got in Andy Robinson's car, they'd set it up like they normally do, and there's a good chance it will go down the track. But they've got, like I said, two things to do: license a driver and set the car up. So very best of luck to Dave Smith. Hopefully a full-ish run. Well, expertly lifted. That was a much quicker 60-foot 102, but he shook the tyres going past the tree. That turned the car towards the wall. And, well, you saw what came next.
I tell you what, there's nothing wrong with his reactions at all. I mean, the moment that started to step out, he was off it.
Yeah.
Because if you'd have stuck with that for another 2/10 or even a 10th, that could have been a totally different story. So
Indeed. Well, I mean, he's got plenty of experience driving quick door cars.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's exactly what I was talking about, is two things to sort out. Setting up new car, setting up new driver is kind of hard to do at the same time. But they're doing well at it, and Dave definitely got hold of that.
Right, junior drag bike, Jackson King and Harry Isaacs.
Now, fortunately or unfortunately, I've just been having a stroll with my kids around the junior drag bike pits, and they're going, "Oh, I like that one, I like that one, I like that one, I like that one." Do you know the really funny thing was, though, is we got up to junior dragsters, and Letty Checkett actually had some dolls, and that was the end of that. Dolls. Which was fine by me.
A lot cheaper alternative there.
You bet.
But didn't Letty show them around her car first?
She genuinely did.
Oh,
that's the really funny
unusual.
part. Absolutely. Breakout that time in the Slick Tricks lane at 13.30 on the other side. So, Anouk Bergering, Kestrel side of the track.
Right, Holly wants a 958, currently number 6. Anouk wants a 1343, currently number 10. That's a 956 breakout for Holly, a little bit too quick. And a 1516, so no movements from those two.
So, Maggie Smallman, currently your number 1 qualifier in junior drag bike in the Kestrel lane against Alia Lester. Yeah, cracking message from my wife. I can actually make use of that. Keep plugging for sponsors. That's a good idea. I can do that the whole time, can't I? Thank you very much indeed. Terrific idea.
So this is actually your number 1 and 2 qualifier. Maggie Smallman is currently your number 1, and she'll obviously stay there for now. And Ali Lester stays number 2.
Yeah, breakout for Maggie that time. 13.22 on a 13.18. Nice run for Alia Lester, though. Well done. Hey.
Liam Morrison then. Currently number 8 qualifier. There's only 12 of them here this weekend, but that is a good number for the class. Against Richard Wilcox in... It's actually quite a hard launching little bike, that.
That really does push hard off the line. You're dead right.
Needs the wheelie bars.
Well, it wheelied on one of the runs this morning. So Richard Wilcox looking for a 9.41. Liam Morrison looking for an 11.35.
That's because you said it wheelies. You learn. That's another thing to learn. Is that as soon as you say something's going to happen.
Right, Leah goes. Whoa,
To the
that could be number one
spot.
actually.
35 with an 8. I think it might be number 2, depending on what that number. Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is one.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Well done, Leah. Hit her dial in, bang on.
Richard's got his bike restarted, so he's going to give it another attempt.
Oh, just lost fire.
Nah. Fortunately, it's lost fire again.
Oh. One more go. Right, Faith Morrison.
The fastest of her dial-ins this weekend with an 18.00. She had a 19 on the last run, so obviously think they're going to go a little bit faster again.
Brad dials a 1460. So Brad number 6 at the moment, Faith number 12.
Brad finished last at 15.30. Bit off the pace.
Can I please have please and into pairing Lyra Grace Pollen, like currently Grace Pollen 10. The dial-ins. 15.79, 15.40. Stays number 8, but a good run nevertheless.
Good to see the original member of the Pollen count down there as well. Mr. Dave Pollen is down there on the start line too. Dave had numerous very, very fast door cars. Last of which I'd love to know where it went. Do you remember the Mustang, the 6-second Mustang he had? Now, that was run a couple of times. It hasn't been seen for like 15 odd years, I don't think.
Right, 9.50 bike. Dave Hall and Rick Sawatsky. Dave number 2, Rick number 1. Rick, no surprise, he's already run a 9.50. Can you fine-tune it just that little bit more?
I hope someone's given all of these riders a stern talking to after that last session, as every single one of them went too quick.
They did.
They were going
central.
I told you they were going for the record amount of breakouts in one qualifying session. As in All of them.
Well, Dave Hall's not going to break out on this one. Wheel spin off the line. 956 and 1281. All right, Zoe Hallett and Rob Stanley.
Now, Rob Stanley's reaction time in the last round was, well, outstanding. It's very, very hard to go double O on a Pro Tree in anything, let alone on a bike.
Unless obviously you have an itchy left hand, or clutch hand if you like, I suppose. So Zoe Hallett was way under, way under, I think, earlier on. I think it was about a 9.2 she ran. Lifting at the top end for Rob. Not.
Where's Zoe? Well, he moved up a spot, 961. Zoe breaks out again, 937.
It's nicely timed as well. You could actually clearly see when he lifted. Because his elbow went up in the air. Got to say as well, how about that session of Super Street Bike?
Oh.
Jaw-dropping.
Sorry, 666 from Venn. Wow.
225. Oh, I need to tell you quick before I go as well. Just quickly, Carl Thomas out there. Hopefully the right side of the number this time. He's not had one run the right side. Daniel Lentz, obviously, it looks like he broke an engine. No, does it again, 937. And yeah, they had the engine crate out in the pits for Daniel Lentz's bike, changing motors. So they did blow it up, unfortunately. That looks like they're having
Right, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. And the news from Street Eliminator is that Graham Smith ended up with 2 flat batteries in his car and got in touch with Billy over at Top Speed. Top Speed are closed today, but Billy went in there, got 2 new batteries out and brought them to the track. How's that for customer service? Well done, Billy. And well done, Billy. Really appreciated. And top bloke. So Ricky Hale and Ash Cooper. Ricky, PB on speed and ET now this weekend.
Fortunately, Ashley Cooper rolls through stage and a wheel spinning start there for Ricky Hale. A lot of horsepower in that truck and in that van. I think them two have been lining up on purpose, you know.
Yeah. All right, Ricky Hale and Al Mack. After this, it will be, well, it could be Comp, or it could be Pro AT. Yeah, it's going to be Pro AT. I can see them coming forward for their 7th qualifiers. We're getting 7 rounds in. Not all of them.
No.
But we will be going for 7. Nick Hale and Al Mack, our number 2 with the the whole line action time as well. 1 got first time 7.3 at 1 and a 57 128 for Nick. But Al Mack, that just went. He was at the 8th in under 5 seconds and hit 148 mile an hour for a street car. Don't you just love it? Rob Carter and Joe Stevens. Rob currently number 4, 8:45. Joe number 8, admittedly just here for testing this weekend, just getting used to the even bigger engine he's managed to shoehorn into that tiny engine bay.
It must be a TARDIS. It's got to be. There's no way. You can't actually fit that engine in that car.
Oh, Rob Carter on a great looking run here. Can he go quicker than 8:45? He does. 8:44. He finds 100th. Joe Stevens, 9:34. God, I've really stepped up Street Eliminator. James Murray. Turbo LS power. Currently on a 10:41. Can we please have a Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, let's have you, please. Let's have a look. 10:30 for James Murray. We like that a lot. That's an improvement. Well done. Yes. And that's it for Street Eliminator this time round. So unfortunately we haven't seen Andy Bond. We didn't see Mark Sheridan. And obviously we didn't see Graham Smith or the Code Red Xavier Rob Slater. Right, Pro ET, this is the final qualifying session. So once again, we need to check in to see who is where.
Well, Simon Innes is your bump spot currently. He's number 32. He's going to want to move up just a little bit, try and get himself safely in the show, as this is last chance saloon for a lot of these races. Dave Rudd's comfortably in at number 3. He's looking for a 9.65. Now, you are right. Simon Innes has put quite a safe dial in at 10.56. Hopefully he won't go faster than that. Goes 10.63.
Oh, he stays 32nd. Dave Rudd breaks out by 200ths. Right, Roy Walker with the 50 Shades of Grey Mustang. Sorry, 60 Shades of Grey. And Nick Mugridge. Yeah, Nick totally safe. Roy should be alright, but we'll see how it pans out. But then Roy, if he can get like a 9.6 to a 9.10, would be happy days.
So roughly a second between these two cars. Nick looking for a 10.07. Roy looking for a 9.06.
Well, no help for Roy. 9.31. Tim Mugridge only 200ths over, but he stays put. All right, Dave Crowhurst adjusts the dial-in down to 9.12. Warren Watts looking for 9.04.
Two completely different ways of racing your 69 Camaro.
Best race cars in the world, mate.
Ooh. Although I suppose you're probably slightly biased. Although you have you raced in Pro ET with it? You're
yes,
legal.
I have. Yeah, I have. I lost in round 1. My only appearance. Dave Cherrett. Oh, problems there for Dave Crowhurst. Pulls it over to the left-hand side immediately. So Warren Watts, 9.04. His target gets 9.03 with a 3. As well, so he was already off the gas.
There's a little bit of smoke coming out of the right side bank. Dave Crowhurst is out the car.
Years ago, but fingers crossed it's nothing too major, but you stopped the car very, very quickly indeed, and get that back to the pits, and got plenty of time to go through it. I'll just take the bonnet off, or the hood I should say, in an American car.
I suppose one thing that's unfortunate about having a fiberglass front end, it's not quite as easy to take the or lift the bonnet as it is on a street car.
Yeah, but it's a lot lighter.
Oh yes.
So, just to let you know, folks, what's going on. We're going into qualifying session number 7. Not all classes will be appearing in this session because we do have a little bit of time tomorrow morning. So the classes that are going to be running this afternoon is obviously Street Eliminator have just gone through, Pro ET, Super Pro, Junior Dragster, Sportsman ET, 850 bike, Comp bike, Junior bike, Super Gas and ET bike. All the other classes will get their last qualifier tomorrow morning. We've also got Comp Eliminator on their way down, which means Top Fuel Bike, well, it's there as well. Good to see Al Smith has made it down for this session as well, so looks like he's ready to go. Alright, Laura Bainton, and it's going to be Bailey Ashdown coming forward in the next run. So just moving Dave's car to one side. So Laura Bainton then, 10.26, the dial in.
Safely in at number 14 at the minute.
Well, if you remember last time she broke out by less than 100th, so...
Yeah.
But Dad and crew chief Paul certainly knows what he's doing. He's been Pro ET champion a couple of times before. He knows what it's all about, especially with this car. Oh, 7 on the tree. Well, the shortest distance from A to B is a straight line, and that's exactly what Laura's just done. Oh, but she breaks out. 200ths this time. Just when you think you got it sussed, car decides otherwise, and it goes a couple of hundreds quicker. So John Bean dialing in 9.58 with a gorgeous Mustang. And it's Bailey Ashdown with the Banks Nightclub Dragster.
She's one of these drivers on the outside looking in. She's currently number 38. John Bean's very safely in the number 5 position.
Yeah, but don't forget the top 11 are 00 on their dial.
Oh, it's just ridiculous.
Look at the reaction time for John Bean, all the ones. Against the 9.54 breakout. And Bailey, he's going to be a spectator tomorrow, unfortunately. 10 flat at 135. All right, Neil Watkins and Dave Fulton. Dave Fulton a little bit nervous in 31 position. Neil Watkins, no problem for him. He's number 16. Dave Fulton's last run in Super Gas, as you know, the index is 9.90. He went 9.8993.
Oh,
7/10,000ths of a second too quick.
obviously no on the outback.
He's, oh dear.
Oh, he's done it again.
9.41 with a 9. It's just it's a plague this weekend for Dave Fulton. He's breaking out by thousands or 10,000s. That time it was 7/10,000s in Super Gas. Kiwi. Kiwi's 7.
This is probably the top page the turbo.
Dragster to the pairing lanes, please. down. Wins and if the outside and they fall on the bump.
Top what?
Tell you what, he's on getting. No! Excellent job. 30-24. Fulton. Simon Innes. Yeah. So who else?
Is that 36?
Crowhurst. Yeah, it's Adrian Porty, light 300 off tomorrow. Right, other one outside looking in. Look at the glistening paintwork on the Dark Revenge. Dark 16.92. 9.0.
He's silent to a point where he doesn't think he can launch like that.
He gets Fulton out. And I think Dave dropped to 30. Ooh, reverse up. Give it a perfect tailwind. Time that runs 9 0. Stevie, go.
Then for these two, 9.52 for Stevie Gates. With a big old wheel stand, Simon Rickwood dials in at 9.58.
Oh, Stevie breaks out by less than 100th. And Simon Rickwood, although he had an 07 light, he was a little bit off on the dial. Right, Don Scott would like to get a bit safer if he could. 31 spot, 9.54. No worries for Jason Pickett. Having a great time this weekend. 10.84 with Simon Prest down as crewman this weekand. And we look forward to seeing Simon bringing the rocket up sometime in May. I think he's going to be here for the Star of Jeanette's. No help, And Jason slows to 11.2. So they stay put. Next up, Brett Featherstone, Bob Moulder. 9.43 and 9.45. Tell you what, whoever wins Pro ET this weekend has well and truly earned it.
Without a doubt. How many rounds is there with a 32 car? 5.
Yeah.
You've got to go through 5 rounds against people who are going 00 off their dial-ins, well, for fun.
Yeah. Good lights for both of them. 03 and 06. 46 for Brett, 49 for Bob, 300s off, 400s off. Right. Jess Bishop and Alfie ran. Alfie into the 8s. What a run that was. Now the dial-ins are in the 8s as well, 898. And Jess 909.
Jess being one of the only people who was, well, nothing really to worry about. She hit the number bang on in Q2 and she stayed there ever since. She hit a number within 1/10,000th of a second. Alfie Ratton looking to run what he ran earlier, an 898.
.468 cubic inch V8 squeezed into that little Corolla. Done it. Oh boy, he's done it. Alfie Ratton moves up to 21 to 12. He hits his ET, and I'll tell you what, Jess was only 100th off on hers. Ah, right, Pete Dodd dials in 909, which is exactly what I would have dialed him in at. No word of a lie. I should have written it down, but yeah, we concur on that. So Lee Morris, he's not in the show. He's number 35. 10.01 the dial-in for the Green with Envy Jaguar E-Type in Q7.
I can't believe how much speed that thing has picked up over the last few years.
Well, don't forget, he ran in Super Street.
Yeah, which is 1090, isn't it?
Yeah, but when he runs in Pro ET, he's normally 10.2s.
Right.
So, but having said that, it's still picking up.
Yeah. He's almost legal for Super Gas now. So he probably is legal for Super Gas, but he's almost running the numbers now for that.
Lee Morris gets in, hitting his dial-in bang on, and goes unbelievably to number 12. How many have we got 00 now? 16 of them. Half the field are 00 on their dial-in. That's ridiculous. That's rude.
That is.
That is absolutely incredible.
So what's the bump at now then?
07. But nevertheless, wow.
Paul Boston then in Grumpy's Dodge looking for an 896 against Amy Watkins looking for the 9.52 dial-in.
4.2.
What did I say?
5.2.
Ah, 4.2 then. Paul Marston bumping the car in. Amy doing the same.
Identical reaction times, 117. .966 and 940. Oh, breakout for Amy by 200ths. Nice one for Mr. Marston there, 966. Right, the Huxley boys. Darren in at 28. Mark running out of cars that.
So Darren's left.
The only one left, I think, is Darren Law if he makes this session.
I
don't think so, because this is the last pair.
Unless he's below us.
Oh, yeah. Well, the tractor's below us. So Mark Huxley, 977, gets a 974. 1207 for Darren. Mark Huxley, that car's getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Right, so that is a wrap for Pro ET. Just a little bit of track prep. Oh, good news, good news. Look at this. Going back to the pits under its own power. Really pleased to see that from Dave Crowhurst, which means that he should be able to make eliminations tomorrow. So,
is he qualified?
Oh yeah.
Was he bumped
in.
out?
No, he stayed in at. Oh no, he's bumped out. I do apologise. Yeah, 33. But we've got to see how everybody gets on ahead. I'm just looking now to see if
there will be an alternate, because I believe that Harley Darby is out.
Ah, right, okay.
So I think he will be in then. He'll be in at replacing. I think we'll be replacing Harley Darby. So he'll get the person in number 32, which is Don Scott.
I'm just looking at the names. I think they're all okay. So Dave Crowhurst will get in, as you say. Then it's hold on tight for Dave Fulton to see if anybody else can't make eliminations. But we're just looking at the names that didn't get in. Dave Crowhurst, Dave Fulton, Simon Innes, Ronnie Mercer, Marie Mills, Darren Law, Bailey Ashton. They're seasoned racers. I mean, I know Jake Fronda was basically here testing this weekend, but nevertheless, made the debut, got here, and now the fun really starts when he starts to work on the car to get it to run. But yeah, phenomenal from Pro ET this weekend. Let's have a look at the sharp end. Jess Bishop, your number 1 qualifier. Adrian Portelli, number 2. Dave Rudd, 3. Chloe Wilkins, 4. John Bean, 5. Simon Wickwood, 6. Tom Kay, Mark Huxley, Paul Marston, Dan Holloway, Neil Watkins, Lee Morris, Alfie Rann, Amy Watkins, Stuart Thompson and Harley J. The top 16, the top half of the field, were all 00 on their dial-in. That is just mental. The 01 club is Laura Bainton, Will Clark, Jason Pickett, and then the rest follow after that. Brilliant qualifying from Pro ET. Right, we have Comp Eliminator coming up. That will be followed by Super Pro ET Junior Dragster. And if they're not already in the lanes, please come on down. And then we'll have Sportsman ET, 850 bike, Comp bike, Junior Drag bike, Super Gas, and ET bike to round the day off. So, Comp Eliminator session number 6 coming around the corner, and it is going to be Steve Lloyd with the Blue Pearl. Going to be going alongside Europe's quickest front-wheel drive Ford. That, of course, Terry Newton with the Fat Pig. Cracking van, that. Oh, that's a shame. He's taken off the roof graphics. Everything else is still on there, but he's taken off one on the roof. After this, Top Fuel bike.
So in regards to Terry Newton, I've had word that basically he's at the edge of what his turbo can give him.
Right.
He's right on the edge of what that turbo can do. So I think he'll be investing in a bigger one shortly.
Such a nice guy as well,
Oh, yeah.
Terry. Always time for everybody. Many motorsport over the years. Now, getting pretty good now. Lovely launch there for Steve. Best run of the weekend for Steve Lloyd. It's getting quicker, 11:22, 1:17. Not entirely what Terry wanted though, 10:44, 151.
That was a lovely burnout there from Dave Swift in the AMC AMX, aptly named the AMX Express. And the Fraudster in the other lane, trying to learn a new ECU system.
Well, we know the car's got it in performance-wise.
Now, are we going to see two kits of nitrous on the Dave Swift's car? I don't think it was on last time. Don't get me wrong, it was still a stout run.
What's the speed? I mean, just as gnats on 190 mile an hour. Going really well. There's the purge. So the Fraudster then, Kev Jenkins. DD Alter Turbo, 780 index, and a nitrous altered index of 7 flat for Dave Swift.
Much better launch for the Fraudster, but there seems to be a leak of some kind out the back of
fluid
it.
coming out the bottom of it. 723, 190 mile an hour for Dave Swift. That's a new PB for him. Fantastic pass indeed, considering the car was moving around, but he stuck with it. And net end result there, 723, 190, stays number 6. But yeah, I bet he enjoyed that one in the car. Not so good, as you say there, for Kev Jenkins. Looks like there was fluid coming out from underneath the car. But fortunately, didn't get on the tyres. Otherwise, that could have been a different story. So literally plumb in the middle of the driveline. So yeah, back to the drawing board.
Look at the tyre marks from Dave Swift's car. Literally instantly went into tyre check and just drifted over toward the centre line, but we reeled it back expertly. 190 miles an hour is, well, stupid fast.
Now, I know the car's not Pro Mod legal, but those numbers would be Pro Mod legal on licensing.
Yeah.
But yeah, well done, Dave. Brilliant. So we are going to be down for a few minutes. It looks like it's just going to be a sled run. So that tells me it's water if they can send the sled out straight away. Tell you what, just a couple of adverts from Nitro FM 96.2, and we'll take it back in a moment. Thanks very much. Ready to go once again. Williams Brothers Racing represented here. It's going to be Nick Williams and Spencer Tram. Nick with his 69 Camaro, and Spencer Tram with his 69 Camaro. They are 1 and 2 in qualifying. They are going to end up 1 and 2 in qualifying. It's just which way round it is. I can't see Spencer going much quicker than where he's been at the moment. So I think Nick's pretty much cemented in number 1.
So what's different between these two cars? Because obviously
Engines for a start.
Is that what
You've
it
got
is?
427 against the 350.
Yeah. Spencer Tram is obviously F-SA and huge wheels down there for Nick. It is AA-SA 69 Camaro.
Let's have a look at the numbers.
That's going to be fast.
Oh, it's another PB, and it's a 9:47. Goodness me. Spencer finally gets a quicker run in, 11:04 at 1:16. But that is outstanding for Nick. I've got to check in with Dan, but that is on the verge of a class record in AASA. We're going to have to check on that. I'll check with Dan, but 9:47 AASA. We need to find out what the record is, but that was outstanding. 43 is the record, yeah? Right, okay. But, oh, boy. 9:47? You're 400s off what the Americans run.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Outstanding. And that car is totally NHRA legal.
Yes. Well, he proved it by going to racing in the HRA, didn't he?
Oh, wow. Do you know what? I bet when they get to the trailer tonight, they're going to be looking at costs straight away to freight that thing over to the States.
Yeah.
And go and take them on over there. Dan's car flies over, not flies it. Dan's car is so Oh, Al Smith got it all the way just to past 330, 103.60. Just coasts across the stripe. He's qualified. And that's the important thing there. With
He was the only top fuel bike of that session, so we're straight into Super Pro.
Yeah, so Dan's Nova lives in America.
Yeah.
Nick, I reckon, will now ship that one out there. I bet you know. I'll say that one. The problem is, though, with that, Nick, if he wins the event, he's going to be leading Comp Eliminator. Then it will leave him without a car to run at the moment because he hasn't got all the bits to get the Copo ready.
Yeah.
And the Chevelle hasn't got an engine.
No, he's hit the Camaro.
Oh dear. Problems to have, eh? Right, we are in Super Pro ET qualifying session number 7.
Yes.
Tom Atkinson and Alan Schofield. Your sponsors are, for the 2023 season, AJS Bodyworks, A Leak Roofing, Alders Automotive, another small F Limited, and that's why we haven't seen Sid here this weekend.
No,
with
that's
the
true.
The dragster. Look forward to seeing him at some stage. The Bath bloke again, Bob Doyle. Haven't seen Bob this weekend. He will normally come at probably the main event. BG Motors, Copy Print Depot, and Fenny Racing. Of course, Aaron, the Super Pro dragster, he will appear when the cars fixed. Well, Alan Schofield being entertained by that little altered. 8:28 the dial-in. 8:05? Wow! Look at that! 163 mile an hour. Tom goes 8:30. PB for Alan Schofield.
I don't think it went that fast with Dave Gibbons in it, did it?
I'm not sure. We will soon find out. Tony Morris will let us know if Dave doesn't. God, that was outstanding. Let's continue to get a couple more sponsors. Garage Thomas Haas. We normally see Thomas and Natalie at the main event when they come over to Switzerland. Giles and Hartley, of course, the team that have been here since day one. Giles Services Limited, Good Vibration Motorsports, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, of course, Jeff Hauser just up the road, Holly Walters Dental, Holly, of course, part of the Walters family, HR Racing, Hydro Hose, and JK Farzak Technic. We'll get some more out in a moment. Kieran Ashley, Lee Huxley, 799, plays 870.
Held it a little bit longer on the line there for Kieran Ashley. Spooling up the turbo a little bit more. Good looking run there for Lee Huxley. Bang on!
Oh, perfect ET for Lee Huxley. #1 qualifier, perfect ET. That's what, the third of the weekend now? Fair to say the new combination of that new engine working superbly, and they've got it tuned already. Didn't take them long, did it? Yeah, perfect ET. We do like that.
So a couple of nostalgic looking cars for you now. So believe it or not, Barry Giles' car when it came over from the US was cutting edge. Problem is that was about 30 years ago.
Yeah, but the driver and the team are still cutting edge.
Oh,
and
yes.
That's why they do so well. Right, call-outs, please. 850 bike and comp bike into the pairing lanes. More sponsors for you for the 2023 season in Super Pro. Joe Kellett Racing. Thanks, Joe, for stepping up and putting some funds in. MJC Property Solutions. Pateman Racing. Ah, good old Brian. Pete Walters, Race Design. Well, Pete, everybody knows. Plain Racing, Premier Rosettes. Rich Walters, Services and Custom Paint. SB Racing, Solo Precision, of course, that's Tom Atkinson. Swinney & Son, Team Time is Money, of course, that is the team for Tom Atkinson. Ultra Plastics and Windscreen Wizards, Nick Goods Company.
Now Rob Brown has dialed himself in at an 8.29. If he runs anywhere near that, it will be a PB for the car. Barry Giles, previous and multi-time champion in the class. Looking for a 7.31. I don't think Rob's going to get close to that 8.29 with a move he just made towards the wall.
7.32 and 8.78. Still the speed is there. Yeah, Barry only 100th off. 09 light. Things like the Maras are putting more power through everything now, and it's just stretching it now.
Yeah.
But they're having fun. Stuart Morris, what a return for him with the 69 Camaro, and not to be outdone by another 69 Camaro of Andy Thetford, the Black Pearl. 829 plays 864. Number 4 and 7 in the qualified order.
Two very different ways of building your 69 Camaro. NA 565 cubic inch engine in Stuart Morris's car. And a twin turbo combination of Andy Thetford. Looking for an 829.
He's looking good for that. 826, he breaks out. He'll take that. 866 for Stuart.
Look at the mile an hour, 173 from the Black Pearl.
Do you know what? Andy said to me, all I want to do is go fast. That's all he wants to do in drag racing. He just wants to go fast. And he's getting there. Well done, mate. Right, next pair. Going alongside Russell with no name. Lovely evening here at the pod. Well done to the Maras once again. I think in a funny sort of strange way, you understand where I'm coming from this, I think we should give the Maras the long distance award.
Well, it's because that's the longest distance. Yeah.
They're always taking the longest distance with 1 from 2 reference points.
Well, he's probably the only car in the class where you've got to dial yourself in over the 3/8 of a mile rather than the quarter.
Oh dear. Right, Matt Peters then with the Dragster. 756 is his dial. Dave Russell with the Marina van, 859. My first car was a Morris Marina way back in the day. Looked like that, but it had 4 doors and a boot on it.
With the same engine, yeah?
Yes, it did, actually.
Oh, really?
No, it was a 1.3 Super. It's my grandmother's old car, God rest her soul. Matt Peters, 003 off the line. 754 with a line. Dave Russell, though. Dave Russell moves up from 13 to 7 with that. 860 on 859, darling. And 03 light as well. Nice package. Well done, Joe. Good to see you, mate. Well, the hits just keep on coming. Alan did well. Number 2 qualifier. Great weekend for Alan. And it's Scott Hauser with a bang tidy dragster. Currently number 12. This is the last qualifying session for Super Pro, don't forget. He's
lowered the dial in again to a 733. Problem is, every time they change the dial in, the car runs what he ran previously.
Let's have a look at the conditions, right? Tailwind now, and it's picked up a little bit. The track has got heat. The air is getting better. More power. Tailwind. Great track. Perfect conditions. Quick times. But hopefully not too quick, otherwise they'll break out.
So Alan did well then, looking for a 758. I think that's also what he ran last time.
Oh, he's on a 763, so good move there for Alan if conditions go that way.
Well, on the last run, I think he dialed something like a 780. Look, a pair of good-looking runs.
Well, they did. They both broke out. 729, 757.
I hate to say it as well, but Scott ran what he dialed last time.
Yeah. But there we go. That's the conditions. Well, you can't get any better conditions than this late in the day. And just the cherry on top of the icing on the cake is that little bit of a tailwind. They're not driving into a headwind or a crosswind. It's a tailwind. Not much, but when you're doing 170 odd mile an hour, if you've got a 10 mile an hour tailwind, that makes it like equivalent of 180 instead of 160. So it's a force pushing you forward instead of force pushing you backwards.
So on the second attempt, the Bells are getting to race together. This is Ashley and AC Bell. Ashley driving the Teenage Dream, even though he's not the teenager.
It probably was his dream when he was a teenager.
Oh, yes.
The name, I would have thought.
And then AC, his son, driving the Limpy Slug in the Slick Tricks lane. 867 dialing for him. 899 for Ashley. And in fact, I think they're probably going to be pretty close.
876, 951.
But at least they got a run together.
Right, so that's Super Pro done. Junior Dragster coming around the corner now. After this, we'll have 850 bike and comp bike because they've been called into the lanes. And then all we have left is Sportsman ET, Junior Drag Bike, Super Gas and ET Bike. What a great day. Right, right, so this is the last session for Junior Dragster for Lucas Oils. A massive thanks to them once again for the support of the juniors. And also a big shout out to Lucas for supporting them at the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Awards as well. And for supporting so many drivers and teams here as well. She's currently number 5 on an 015. Richard Wilcox, number 2 on a 002. Now, if you're going to improve in this session, then massive well done. Richard goes in a little bit deep. And it goes red. Finley Fag, 05, but she's already had an 01. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't adjust your sets. The Easter Bunny has appeared down on the start line in the shape of Luke Fulton. So Luke helping out Chevy Checkit with Dad Mick down there as well, and Ted Sullivan. So Ted 1. 0.031 for Chev, Georgian low 2, and Ted with a 0.10. And they both stay put 9 and 21. Nice bunny ears, Luke. Well done, mate. Right, next up then, Ellie Mae Brown, the Mystic Junior Dragster, currently number 4. Really good weekend for her. Jack Taylor, well, he's already had no 3, and he's number 17. Tough crowd as usual in Junior Dragster. .027 for Ellie, 063 for Jack. But the good thing here is they're pulling 0 lights in the last session. Doesn't matter if they don't move up or not. They're setting themselves up nicely for eliminations, so they can continue putting those 0 lights into the knockout stages. Then definitely worthwhile. Lola Bell Kent and Neve Deevy, your next pair. Lola Bell already has a 02. Neve just enjoys driving this car so much. And Rich down there, good afternoon to you, mate. And of course Caitlin as well, nice to see her here as well. Oh, 022 for Lola Bell, and yeah, that's going to move her up actually. Going to put a number 9. Well done. From 14. Oh no, actually number 8. And Neve moves up as well. She had an 07, so well done to Neve. It's all moving around. Teddy Howe, currently number 16, 03. And Harry Redshaw. No help for either of those two. Unfortunately, Teddy's still having issues with the car. Not quite sure what's going on with it. That's not the first time it's sort of moved forward and hasn't progressed any further. All right, next up, Daniel Weir and Luke Mugridge. These two were really fighting hard for that championship last year with Luke Fulton. So considering how well they did last year, these two have got to be contenders, if you like, for the championship this year. Oh wow, Luke Mugridge finally shows his hand. He goes up to number 3 from 13, a 004 light. Very, very well done indeed. So he's up to number 3 with that one. Pushes Daniel down from 6 to 7. Saved the best to the last session, did young Luke. And he goes into the number 3 spot. Well done. Lara Bartlett, Jacqueline Bartlett, number 8 and number 18 qualifier. And yet there's only 1/100th of a second between them in qualifying. That shows how tight the whole of Junior Dragster is this weekend. Oh, 018 for Jacqueline. That's going to move her up to number 7 from 18. Lovely move there, which drops Lara from 8 to 9, and 08. Not moved run. Right, Ada 19. Freddie Taylor, number 11. .030 is the number 16 spot in Junior Dragster. And when I say .030 is number 16, that is what the reaction time light is for the number 16th placed driver. Oh, it's another one that's made a big move. Ada Cassisi, look at this. Ada Cassisi goes up to number 3. Fantastic run for her. Freddie Taylor dropped from 11 to 12. But Ada Cassisi, 00 into number 3. Just put Luke Mugridge down to number 4 with that one. Right, number 16 spot in Junior Dragster is an 027 reaction time now. And they're still coming through. Jake Cooper and Tom Peters. This has got to be one of the tightest Junior Dragster top 16s ever. Could be the tightest field. Unbelievable. Tom Peters, Jake Cooper. What can these two do? Oh, Jake certainly tried. Tom Peters, 0.13. No help for either of those two. Next up, Emily Moore with the Miss Hyperactive car and your number 1 qualifier, Kai Cooper. Took the Eurodragster.com Bad Habit Racing Perfect Light Award earlier on. No surprise to see that go to Junior Dragster. And of course the Eurodragster.com Twister Racing Perfect ET went to a former Junior Dragster racer who's stepped up to Pro ET this year. So well up to Jess Bishop. Emily Moore, Kai Cooper. Oh, they both tried. You could see they're both trying to cut that perfect light, but they both went red. 04 for Kai, 03 for Emily. So they stay put. Kai obviously can't improve on number 1. Emily stays 29. They'll all be racing tomorrow. Right, next up, Max Taylor, the Black Magic Junior. He's number 28. Liam McDonald, number 14. Right, 0506, no help for Liam. Let's see if Max moves up a couple of spots. Yes, he does. Moves up from 28 to 24 with that one. Well done. 06 light. Right, Harley Coulsell, Bandit 1. He has had a 024 reaction time. He resides in number 15 spot. Damien Redshaw. 06 for Harley, 05 for Damien. I don't think it's going to help. Well, certainly won't help Harley. Damien, no, he stays 22. But getting 0 lights in the last round of quali sets him up nicely for eliminations. Next up, Harry Peters and Emmy Crundwell. The Raptor taking on Violet Hayes. Both of these are junior modified, so 890 is as quick as they're allowed to go on the 8th mile. Well, we've got Sportsman ET lining up in the lanes to come round next. Unless it's 850, which are normally nearest. No, I think it's... oh, massive red light for Emmy there. And that almost triggered Harry as well, so 05 red for Harry. So those two stay put, 26 and 17. Mackenzie Love with Mad Max. Currently 16. Things like it's going to be tough to move up from there. He's already done an 027. The top 4 are on 00 lights. The next 4 on 01s. And the next 8 are all 02s. But new car to Mackenzie this year. And yeah, quite a big red actually. Uncharacteristically too quick there for Mackenzie. 27, 81 mile an hour. Well, next up, Daniel Todd with the Dragon Slayer, and it's Grace Smith, the Boost Monkey. Right, Daniel could do with a good 0 light. Oh, goes red again, 04, he's certainly trying. Grace goes 0.12, so they're going to stay put, 27 and 5. We're now switching to Sportsman ET. To follow that, we got 850 bike, comp bike, junior drag bike, super gas, and ET bike. So still plenty of qualifying to come at you. Then of course tomorrow it's eliminations. Really do look forward to that. Our first race meeting of the year. So just having a look in the lanes. Oh, track's ready, track crew ready. Just having a look to see who's going to come round. Being told to come forward. It's the Subaru Forest going to be into the Kestrel Beer Lane. The car is called Subtle Indifference. We do like the Ford pickup immensely. So, Sportsman ET, sponsored by Hutchinson and Dibley. This is the last qualifying session for them. They'll go into eliminations tomorrow morning. We still will have some qualifying tomorrow morning. These are the classes that aren't putting their last ones in this evening. But that's basically the ones that have a smaller field of entries. Also, Street Eliminator have already run. They were the first to get their last qualifier this evening, as they'll be going out on their cruise in the not too distant future. So best of luck to them, and hopefully they'll all make it back. Right then, let's have a look. Stephen Giles dials at 1385 with the Subaru, 1233 for Bill Wilson. He's currently in the number 14 spot with that Ford F100 pickup. .12.32 with a 7. Oh, minuscule breakout. Oh, so close. So he stays 14. Stephen Giles breaks out as well, 13.60. That's by quarter of a second, though. That's a big breakout. So he stays number 27. And next up, it is going to be the Powerflow exhaust car. That's Liam Sturman going alongside Steve Mullers in the Audi. The Darlings then, Liam at 12 flat. And Steve dialing in at 13.7. The lights go green. Liam should get to the other end first. Looking for a 12 flat, gets a 14.43, 14.20. We did get to the top end first due to the quicker reaction time. Steve Mellor's 14.2. Steve's got real problems ahead of him as the car, the ETs are all over the place. So it'll be a lot of hard work for him tomorrow. Troy Attree and Jack McClure. Troy with the Z28 Camaro wants 13.25, and it's Jack wanting 14.20. Do like that 100E Goldilocks, as it's been called. Troy goes 12.99. Big breakout there. Jack, the right side, 14.56, but no movement for either of those two, so they stay put. As we look down on the track to already see Matt Horshaw with the Mark II Escort coming up to the line, dialing in 15.30, and Caitlin Wilson with the Misdemeanor Beetle, or the Havoc Beetle, the whole lot, looking for 17.03. As soon as this run takes place, going to be Dan Diaz sprinting back to get his 850 bike. He's in the next class coming round. $15.35 and a 16.97. Great. Well, a breakout. I don't care. The Beetle is in the 16s at last. Congratulations. Well done. That's going to cause a bit of a concern when it comes to trying to dial the car in tomorrow. They're probably going to stick with a 1696 or something like that. But as I say, the conditions are absolutely perfect at the moment. Right, Georgina Smith and Richard Palmer. The Subaru Impreza wagon, 1442 Darlin, and the Toyota Supra, 1562. $14.51, 7. But 12. How about Pop, 1209. And Steph Pateman with the 4 Series BMW. Currently in number 9, she dials 1374. 1261 and a breakout 1371 on a 1374 dial in for Steph, so she stays 9 and Simon stays number 18. Next up, Felicity Gibbs with the Mustang, 1698 dial in, and Susie McClure 1587. So Felicity currently number 7, Susie 22. All right, Susie gets there first with a 1583 breakout, just that little bit too quick. And Felicity goes through 1704 and a 1698, just 600ths off, stays number 7. Holly Walters, and of course Jane McCready. Holly dialing in a 1532, Jane 1494. I don't know what they've done to Ben's van, but it's really stepped up a little bit this year. Absolutely glistening in the sun. Beautiful looking vehicle, so well looked after. .007 light there for Holly. Should be Jane to the stripe first. 15 flat. And Holly goes 1530, breaks out by 200ths. Jane 600ths the right side. And still they keep coming around the corner. Mike Franklin and Gary Lake, your next pair. The dial-ins then. Michael Franklin dials 1739 with the Range Rover. That's what he's with. Lake 1460. 40 well off so far. Alright, what's Gary got for us? 1416 the target, gets a 1418, nicely done Gary. And 1730 breakout there for Michael, so he stays put, but move up to number 7 for Gary Lake. Nicely done. Right, Pete Walters with the Mercedes. Going alongside Kirsty Tram. Kirsty going great this weekend. 12.0s, 12.02s. Another one of them would be very, very nice indeed. Well, Pete Walters also gets a 00 light to match Holly's. Kirsty gets there with an 1198. Pete goes 1533. So Pete actually moves up 2 spots from 24 to 22. Next up, Brian Huxley, runner-up in the National Championship last year, going alongside Ashley Clark. So 1845, the dial in for Brian, 1850 for Ashley. Brian gets there first, 1841 breakout, 1940 the right side, but a little bit off for Ashley. So they stay put, Brian 19, Ashley stays 24. Peek round the corner in the lanes again to see Debbie Taylor underneath the tower. Still plenty more sports, well no actually, 2 more Sportsman ET cars in the lanes. And it's the 2 Skylines, Jago Stokes and Ashley Simons. So it's going to be Mr. Creswell, your number 1 qualifier in the Slick Tricks lane. Chris has basically held that all the way through qualifying. Nobody has managed to get close to it. Debbie Taylor, number 21, broke out by less than 100th in qualifying runs. See if she can get one less than 100th the right side. So Debbie Taylor off and running. 13:45 is the target. 13:56, it's the right side, stays 21. Chris goes 15:20 on the 15. Obviously going to stay in that number 1 spot. Could stay there for the rest of the session. And if he does, he will end up number 1 qualifier. Right, 2 Skylines for you. Ash Darling in 13:50, Jago Darling in 12:95. Alright, so Jago looking for that 12.95. He's currently number 6. Ash currently number 25. He's going to stay there. But monstrous breakout there. 13.18 on the 13.50. Jago goes a 10th over. He's going to stay in that number 6 spot. And that is Sportsman ET done. As we get ready, and a little bit of sledding. It's going to be 850 bike up next. And it's going to be followed by Comp Bike, Junior Bike, Super Gas, and then ET Bike, and we are then done for the day. So around about, what, 3/4 an hour of racing, yeah. Yeah, just had a message from Carson and also Justine, and they said there is a beeping noise coming from the caravan. Didn't actually know. We think it's the CO2 alarm going off inside there, or it could be that the battery's gone flat in it and it's letting us know. But yeah, thanks ever so much to people in the pits letting me know, and we will we'll get that sorted. But thanks to Carson and Justine and a couple of others that had let me know. Well, hopefully by the time I get there the battery will have gone flat in it. So, unfortunate news from Rachel Smith with Graham in Street Eliminator. They've messaged in to say that unfortunately we can basically they shame, but still great. Can a bit of an update also. Let's go for the team. We believe with the auto 6. Al Williamson totally snapped a half shaft. That was like the pitch he's set. That's what happened out there. Right, Patrick Rawnsley, Dan Dieth, last qualifier for 850 bike. Patrick number 8, Dan number 10. Can these guys get even close to the 850? Dan goes 869, Patrick goes 861. No help for either of those, but good reaction times, 04 and 08. Next time they come round, they're going to have their race heads on. And of course they'll be looking over their shoulder at the other bike and seeing who's where, trying to cut lights, you name it, everything. Right, next up, Joe Elliott, currently number 3, Brad number 6. Wide awake club off the start line for both of them. 0 lights. 8:59, 8:56, no help, but consistency helps. 8:59, Brad stays 6, 8:56, Joe stays 3. Number 1 qualifier at the moment, Martin Hallett, and here he is. Johnny Hines, 8:60. I'd like to find a 10th if he could. It's not the end of the world if he doesn't. Johnny 8:77, breakout for Martin 8:48. So they stay put as well. 9 and of course number 1. Keith Wright. Currently in number 11 spot. Gary Malone, number 7. Going to be Gary Malone first to the stripe. He gets 8:33. Way too quick. Don't think he's bothered. 9:22 there. So no help for those two. Ian Critchlow and Jay Rowe. Four and 5 in the qualified order. It's absolutely glorious down there, isn't it?
Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah. 8:54 for Jay, 8:60 for Ian, so no help for those two. All right, the breakout queen, Stacey Reed. This is her 7th qualifier. 5 of them have been breakouts, and one of them was a 25-second pass.
then you should just tape over the S and go running comp bike.
Well, I said she needs to move a couple of tenths. I wasn't expecting it to be the other way. 810, 177. Oh, boy. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Right, Chris Neary, Anna Sasiak. It's a comp bike now. Whoa, Chris Neary getting a little bit loose there. And the front wheel comes up again at half track. God, he's loaded that for bear, didn't he? 863, 165. Anna Sasiak goes 877. That was our quickest of the weekend so far, 162.
Len Padgett then, on a different bike than what he started with the weekend on. He's on his Pro Stock 4-link drag bike up against Sigmaro with the hugely fast Hayabusa. Just trying to work on the... I was about to say he's going to try and work on the front end of this run, but I think he's been shut off. So it'll be a solo then. Now Len's only been an 865.
That doesn't sound right.
No. So he's only been an 865, and that's not within this bike's potential. Neither is an 11.2.
No. Well, the man who's having a great weekend is John McLean. He's on a 773 at the moment. Mick Wynyard on 793.
I didn't realise how big the engine was inside John McLean's bike.
Oh, God,
1700 cc.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was driving through Milton Keynes the other day, and John McLean pulled up alongside me as we go towards the M1. And I was like, oh, well, Don, he didn't recognise me. The only reason I knew it was him because obviously it's his band sign written there, mine wasn't. Well, that's a good looking run for John. 763 with a 9, his quickest of the weekend. Well done. Told you he's having a good weekend. Just keep getting better. Big, well done to John McLean this weekend. Fantastic runs. Right, another man who's having a great weekend, Andrew Christophe. 786, he ran his first ever 7 in qualifying on the second pass today. And then he dropped it even further to a 786. That new bike working brilliantly for him. Going alongside Jasmine Cordell, 831. Starting to get comfortable on that machine. Even though when she launches it, her arms try to dislocate from the body because it really does bite hard. That's the thing with slicks and wheeler bars on a Pro Stock bike. They really do launch. Look at the difference off the line between these two.
Much better launch there from Jasmine.
Yeah, I think she short shifted as well, actually. Jazz goes 828, 807 for Andrew Christophe.
You can see the difference in the mile an hours. They tell the story of the launch.
Well, look at the 60-foot difference. 119 to Mark qualifies 16 and number 4 730.
Two used to race each other, but in Super Street Bike.
They did, yeah. And that's right, I'm just looking around. I haven't seen Gary Bow for ages.
No.
I know he's running a slightly longer wheelbase bike, hence why it's not in
Yeah.
Super Street. Oh, look at the riding skill of Danny Cockrell. That front wheel was hanging. Stuck with it. 7:46 to an 8:07 for Mark Dainty. Beautiful bit of riding.
You actually saw him start to roll off the throttle, but literally just as much as he needed to keep the front wheel hanging in the air.
And not to lose forward momentum. Really good riding. Asmin Lenoble up next on the Suzuki. Another Pro Stock bike.
Now he's only been down to a 9:02. Bike has a lot more potential than that. I think they are just here this weekend testing. But then again, it would be nice to walk away with a trophy at the end of it.
I think they're more interested in getting the numbers, to be honest with you. Well, I think it's fair to say they strangled every bit of performance they could out of that particular pass. 980 at 133. But as per usual, that's what testing's all about. Just keep chipping away at it. And we know that bike will come on strong. Adam Burns. Hasn't had a huge amount of runs this weekend.
Luckily, he has made a pass, so he's in at number 16. But only with a 10.64. Again, I think this is another one of the riders who's just here for a little bit of testing this weekend.
It's really strange that, because it certainly comes up on the chip, but when it dumps the clutch, it just doesn't want to play. Very, very weird. But again, that's what these runs are about. Every time you go up the track, you just learn that a little bit more, or you find something else.
Yes.
And get it back to the pits. Have a good look at it. There's enough people with enough knowledge to suss it out, and they just keep chipping away at it. And that's the other great thing about the drag racing family. Everybody wants to help everybody else out, even if it's a competitor in your own pairing as such. We've seen it so many times. I can't think of another sport that has the amount of help when a rider or a driver is struggling. They all band together. It's immense to see.
Well, I've actually been beaten by someone running my engine. I think that was Holly Marshall last weekend. Had a bit of trouble with her engine, so I donated her my spare, and then she beat me.
That's the way you do it, mate. That's the way you do it. Right, so left to run is Junior Drag Bike, Super Gas and ET Bike, and that will be the end of qualifying for today. Obviously a little bit of qualifying in the morning, but the classes that have done Q7 today, which are Street Eliminator, Pro ET, Super Pro, Junior Dragster, Sportsman ET, 850 Bike, Comp Bike, and then obviously the three classes left to run, Junior Drag Bike, Super Gas and ET. They are going into eliminations straight away tomorrow. The others, they get one more qualifier. In other words, the qualifier they didn't get in today. But beautiful day into a lovely evening here. And still got that little bit of a tailwind. We've still got the bun fight that is Super Gas to come. The junior drag bike class has been fantastic this weekend, really strong numbers. And then to wrap things up, ET Bike has been very, very close there as well. Disappears with Faith Morrison and Darling's N 18:15 for Faith, 9:51 for Holly. 971, 200ths off.
I've noticed that the less Faith runs off the line, the faster she goes.
Really?
Yeah, so let's see if she can... ooh, 1846. I don't know, her mile an hour stayed the same all weekend.
Yeah. Terminal velocity, I think, is what that's called.
Yeah.
Lyra Humber and Alia Lester. Right, number 8 and number 3 in the qualified order. 1540, the dial-in the Kestrel Beer lane, and it's 1322, the dial-in the Slick Tricks lane.
Then for a, she's number 3 and at the number 8 spot. Grace count bike dials in 8.40. I believe she's our only junior bike pro this weekend, so she's the only one that's allowed to go faster than 8.90. Up against Maggie Smallman, currently your number 2 qualifier, dials in a 9.45. Another bike out of the Rugrat stable. So a 9.20 breakout for Maggie Smallman and 8.91 for Grace Pollen. But that's another good straight powered run. Harry Isaacs then in the Kestrel Beer lane looking for a 13.30 up against Leo Morrison looking for an 11.31. They inched their way into pre-stage and then a little bit more into stage. In fact, Harry went into stage and then back out of it again. Leah goes 11.33. I tell you what, she has been on it this weekend.
Yeah, that's really consistent as well. Darling 11.31, 11.33. She's number 1 qualifier. Watch out.
Brad Morrison then with almost an identical bike, although a little bit slower, looking for a 15 seconds. And Jackson King in the Kestrel Beer lane looking for a 13.19. Both away nicely. Oh, 13.14 for Jackson and a 15.05 on a 15-second dial-in. Moves.
Yeah, 1 spot, 6 to 5. Nicely done. Well, hopefully Richard Wilcox this time will have a better run than he did last time. It had almost 2 or 3 goes at getting it offline. It just wouldn't work. But hopefully that bugger's been evicted from the bike.
Well, he's facing the wall slightly.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
He's looking for a 9.41. And Anouk Burgering from the Netherlands looking for a 13.48.
That's better. .956. Nicely done, Richard. And 1685. So they stay put. Richard 4, Anouk 12. We move on. 2 classes left to go. Super Gas and ET Bike. Now the big question in this class is, will Dan Page in Q7 finally get a run the right side of 990?
think this is going to be a solo for Andy Harrison.
So they've all run at 996 or better, with the exception of all I do is run the 12-12. I think it's the
It's Kieran Turner.
Kieran, yes,
Although
you're
he
right.
did run a 986, I think it was in
Yep.
the last run. So he's definitely there or thereabouts. Andy Harrison then, currently a number 5 qualifier. He's run a 9.93 with a 4. Which is the exact same time as Andy Dibley, who I believe is underneath me right now. In fact, there's 4 of them, all 5 of them, all with 993s. Oh no, 4. 004 Light getting himself ready for elimination.
He was saving for this one. He's number 7 with a 90k, but Stu are the rare breeds in a row.
Quite a big move right there for Andy Dibley. No sashaying around for Stu Doyney to get to the top end.
995, and it's 10 with all the zeros for Dibs. Well, if that was a race, Stu got there first by 0-2.
So he stays where he's at then, at the number 7 spot.
Right, surely Dave Fulton can't do it again and break out by less than like 6/10,000ths of a second. But Jasmine Tunstall, she's currently number 9, Dave number 10. They're both, well, would like to find 500ths each.
Well, Dave's out in Pro ET, so he can
he's an
focus solely
alternate,
on Super Gas.
Well, you know, you could make it in.
Oh,
He's
he could,
first, he's
that's
first
true.
alternate, if you like.
Yes. It's going to be close to the stripe.
Well, he does get on the right side, but it was a 996 match what he'd already run, and basically Jazz did exactly the same thing, 995. Right. Wayne Hiscock is your number 1 qualifier. Is he going to stay there? Or is Dan Page going to sneak one in the right side and whip it from under everybody's noses? Or is he going to break out again? Let's find out.
Well, you're going to have the highest closing speeds of
Oh, yes, we
most
will.
of this round because oh, he goes before the tree ran.
Yeah, so that's not going to help him at all. That's a big old drop from Dan. Yes! He's done it! He did exactly that. He's stolen the number 1 qualifier. Oh, you couldn't write that, could you? Oh, I even said it. I can't believe he's done it. 990 with an 8. Dan Page takes number 1 qualifier with only 5 cars left to run. Now then, is anybody going to take it off Dan? Stuart Morris. He's number 4 now, 992. Kieran Turner, I'd love him to get a great run in the right side.
Well, it's going to be close to the stripe again.
Oh, Stuart Morris takes number 1. 990 with a 3. Oh my goodness me. A breakout once again for Kieran at 983. Dan Page, the number 1 qualifier for 1 pairing. Oh, what a session. It's not over yet. We have still got a pair to go. Is Tim Moore coming around? No, he's out of the car. He's not running. So it is the last pair. Bob Molden and Mark Huxley. 0 lights a pair. Are we going to see number 1 change hands for the 3rd pair in a row?
They're both going to lift about now.
997, 1008. Your number 1 qualifier for Supergas is Stuart Morris. Number 2, Dan Page. All in the last session. Unbelievable. What a session that was. Commiserations to Tim. I know he wanted to run, but I don't know what's happened. But that was unreal.
Oh, unbelievable.
I almost thought the fairy tale had come true all the way at the end there with Dan Page. But congratulations to Stuart Morris. He's been out of the saddle for a long time. But 10 years he'd been missing out of that car. Colin's been driving all that time. Goodness knows how many times next each other and stay put.
001 reaction time for Liam Holgate.
He's only 400ths off. That's a 500th. No, it's still a 400ths package. That'll do.
That's going to be tough on race day.
Yeah. All right, Peter Harrison, Casey Holgate. 6 and 12 in the order. 1074 plays 1260. I tell you what, I bet Tony Morris is tuning in from the States looking at that thinking, God, that was good. Tony, a very good afternoon for you from Santa Pod. $10.98 and $12.75. Yeah, Tony Morris carburetors along with RDR, which is Rough Diamond Racing, supporters of Supergas this year. Many thanks to you. And Tony, an all-round good bloke, actually. Obviously, expat living in Florida now. Justin Moulton and Michael Gooding, your next pair. 10 flat, placed 882. It's number 3 qualifier and number 8. 1008 on a 10 flat, no movement. In actual fact, no movement in either lane. 895 in the Slick Tricks lane. God, they're coming through thick and fast now, aren't they? Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin, 991. Jake Bowden, 1158. Are the darlings, and Robbie is currently 14. Jake, number 5.
.001 red for Robbie Dobby.
Experienced racer there. He goes 992. That's going to move him up. Number 3. Good shot. 1168, a 10th off for Jake. Goes from 5 to 6, but a great run. Great ET. Great reaction, Robbie Dobby.
Fortunately, the light was on the wrong side, but if we could do it the other side in eliminations, that'd be spot on.
Yeah, brilliant run.
Chris Venn then with the V-Twin Harley dials a 10.00. Takes John McGill dialing in a 10.90. Little bit of a wobble as he gets past 330 foot, but he's going through the finish line now to 990.
That's a 10th breakout, but I don't think he cares.
No.
He's got the bike running. Well done to the gang. Perseverance paid off there. And he's got a number on the board. He's qualified and he can play tomorrow. That's good news.
And an 11.08 on the 1090 dial-in doesn't help him at all. A pair of 870 dial-ins then. And I think that's the fastest you can dial in ET Bike. Don't think you can dial any faster than that. So these are the 2 fastest bikes in the class. Funny Bike versus Nostalgia Pro Stock Bike. Gary Hester then in the Castrol Beer lane against Ryan Davidson in the Slick Tricks lane. It's really close to the centre line, but it pulls it away nicely.
It's Dave on the Triumph in the Kestrel beer lane, and it's Carl Hester on the GSX in the Slick Tricks lane. 10.90 for Carl. Dave is 10.40. Dave gets a 10.57, 11.61 for Carl. Wow, what a day, and it's finished bang on time, four minutes earlier than scheduled, and we got that not extra round, but most of the Q7 session in.
Yep.
I've got to say to all the racers and all the teams, fantastic job today, very, very well done. Our track crew are going to be on it straight away. Look, they're going to be scraping some rubber off the start line. Their work is only just really started. They've been busy all day, and now they continue. Timing crew, well done. It was sometimes a challenge, but a few reboots and managed to get everything done, and of course to everybody else on site. But thank you ever so much indeed to Nitro FM, always been there in the background for us today, but a special mention, and I've got to say well done to you, Thomas.
Oh,
very, very well done today. Yeah, you can come back tomorrow.
yes. That's fine. You weren't going to get rid of me anyway. I was going to come up anyway.
Oh, right, okay. Well, we're not going to give you the Radar Bike channel just yet, just in case you decide to try and suss that one out and commentate even when you're not asked to. But no, I think you've done a fantastic job. So very, very well done indeed. We are going to go and find somewhere to crash. Out, not crash. Maybe beer o'clock. I'm going to go and have another pasta meal.
I'm going to go bowling.
Are you? That's good. Yeah, enjoy that.
I will.
We will see you, everybody, here tomorrow. I'm going to have a wander around the pits as per usual now, catch up with some racers and that. Well done to those that have set PBs today. And, yeah, we will see you tomorrow for a little bit more qualifying, but it is basically Eliminations Day. Day 3 of 3 at the Springspeed Nationals. Nitro FM 96.2 are going to take the airways over for the rest of the day. Thank you ever so much indeed. Have a great evening. We will see you tomorrow. I knew you were going to say that. It's got to be comfortably numb. Yeah, I bet it is, because it's one of my favourite tracks of all time. This is Pink Floyd. Thank you very much.